Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the NECC Overwatch Legends Division. It is the first match of the season, and it is the Bay State Maroons versus Waldorf University Esports. You heard that right, Waldorf. That is the name, and I am Corbeck, and alongside me is Tropic Theory, and I am looking forward to this, Tropic. There's been a lot of hype about this NECC season. Are you ready for some collegiate esports?
I am extremely excited, Corbeck. We had 84 collegiate teams sign up for this season, and today we are kicking it off with none only than the Legends Division. Two of our best teams are kicking off the season tonight with Bay State Maroon and Waldorf University Esports.
Yeah, it should be an exciting matchup. The Legends, these should be some of the top teams, right? We know that they are good. We unfortunately haven't seen them play yet, right? This is the first match, so we don't have a lot to go on in terms of that history, but we will know that these players will be bringing their all here. Nobody wants to start the season off on a wrong foot, as anyone who's ever done any form of athletics would, I'm sure, happily tell you. And these two college teams are raring to go. Looking ahead, kind of at our map pool for the night here, Tropic, it will be Ilios, Kings Row, and then ending with Dorado. And correct me if I'm wrong, but we play all three regardless of what happens across those maps, correct?
Yep, we are going to be playing all three as that map decision will be coming to fruition in playoffs. So those map wins will be important regardless of who ends up taking the map today.
Well, what do you think we can expect to see from teams? I will admit that I have been a little bit out of the loop here on Overwatch of late. So what do you think we can see from these squads in terms of overall strategies and compositions going into these matches?
Well, especially with these different the playoffs coming on with Owl recently, we're definitely seeing a lot more Ball Diva coming into play, really taking a lot of angles with that your DPS being that Tracer and Sombra. But you're really keeping the really low hills with that Zenyatta and Brick, typically keeping pretty much the king alive with Zenyatta. Those discords are so powerful. But on the flip side, we're also seeing just a little bit more dive in depend map dependent as well, Corbic. And today we're having Ilios, Kings Row, and Dorado coming through. So, especially for that first map of Ilios, I'm definitely thinking that we will see more of that dive centric hybrid play coming into terms. But for Kings Row, when we have that infamous main tank being that Ryan typically come to play, I have seen a little bit more of this Orisa coming with teams being played. So I'm curious if we will see more of that opt for Kings Row or even Dorado.
It is interesting to think about an Orisa being played on Kings Row. It is such a, I would say, like an iconic kind of Reinhardt Zarya, right? A very brawly map.
Mhm.
So it was always interesting to see a bit of a difference there in teams. But it's fascinating to me, I think, to see these college teams go at it because this is really a very kind of protean area. There's a lot of innovation that goes down here, a lot of changes. It might not be as much in the Legends divisions because these are very experienced players, but I would imagine, I think it's fair to say that there will be a fair amount of experimentation and maybe some different things, especially in terms of like DPS lineups and stuff like that, that tend to shake the wheel a little bit and show us something different. So it's one of the big excitements of collegiate esports. And I should also mention, ladies and gentlemen, if you're getting into collegiate Overwatch here at NECC, this is not the only match of the day. We will have other matches, a stacked talent roster coming in behind. Tropic and I, we're lucky enough to be the vanguard here of some very
Ooh.
talented casters. And it's going to be well worth watching. And there's a lot of Overwatch action coming for you after this match. And hopefully this one sets a good tenor for the rest of the day.
And I'm really curious. Both of these teams already kind of have that name on their back of being some of the best in the Legends division. So they're also going to be wanting to put out their play. So I'm also curious if some of these teams will have these unique compositions. You mentioned, the collegiate division. You have this opportunity to be a little bit more creative within the different compositions that come through. So maybe some of these teams will have that uniqueness come through than our typical meta that we're seeing.
I mean, the meta has always been this issue that just sort of defines Overwatch, right? I mean, as it defines so many
Very true.
competitive esports, sure, you can't get away from it, right? But it is interesting to see players kind of like try and subvert that, coaches try and subvert that even, and in this collegiate area where talent is really looking to shine so that they can move onwards to the path to pro and maybe chart careers of their own at higher levels of the game. This is a great place to do that. So that does present us with a very exciting prospect. And I think you're spot on, by the way, about compositions we might see. I mean, like I said, I've been a little out of the loop, but I have seen some of the playoffs footage coming out to us, and I have definitely seen, what is it, like Ball Diva as like a dive.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I saw things like that coming out. Things that I think before I sort of stopped playing organized play were foreign to me as concepts, and now I look at them and I'm like, this is crazy. Like, what? I guess this is where we're at though in terms of comps.
I mean, the first thing that comes out is the supported me just thinks, "Oh no, I'm gonna be yelling for help of this ball, the diva, no, the tracer, just everything coming in." But again,
Yeah.
I am not at all near the Legends division, and I mean, this we're gonna be seeing some high play coming in. This is the division that is within 4 to 4.5K. Some of these teams have even played in some contenders games, as well as some of the other tournaments out there that have those high top OD names, such as Region Plane, such as the All Star Brawl tournament. So I mean, I'm excited, and I know that both of these teams, Waldorf and Bay State, also are participating in some of those tournaments. So they also are warmed up and ready to kick off the season.
It is interesting to note just in terms of roster depth, which I think more than a lot of other games does come into play in Overwatch, just because we do see players often swapped out and often sat in specialty positions. If you compare it to a title more akin to like Rainbow Six Siege, where usually it's the same five, there's not a lot of subs. In terms of roster depth, these teams are actually relatively tied in that regard. I think that Bay State only has 7 players overall on their roster, 8 on the side of Waldorf. They are certainly not the most expansive teams in this particular division. And that does raise, I think, some interesting questions as well, right? I mean,
Mhm.
I think we can comfortably say that with a team with only 7 players in total, with just one person sitting on the bench, a lot of that hot swapping probably isn't going to happen, is it?
No, definitely. And I think that could be very advantageous to both of these teams, that they have already built that synergy coming through to make these plays that are very team centric, especially running, your hit scan or your DPS being that Tracer Sombra, with your tanks being your Diva and Hammond. You really have to get your dives in pair, really have that communication be really high, with EMPs and hacks being communicated, as well as keeping your supports alive with that Discord. So I think this could be really advantageous. It really shows that these players are used to playing with each other, and we'll see. I'm excited.
Well, it looks like we're having some intermittent connection issues with our players getting to lobby. And as much as we hate to do this, because both Tropic and I are stoked to get
Yes.
into this game, I assure you, we are going to take a brief intermission just to work that out. And then we will be back, hopefully, with the start of our first map, Ilios, on the other side of that. Don't go anywhere. NEC Overwatch kicking off right here on the channel. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to NECC Overwatch. It's the Legends Division. I'm Corbeck. This is Tropic Theory, and we apologize for that brief break right there. But the good news is technical issues were solved as best they can. We will be hopping into our first map, Ilios, here in just a second. We'll get the action started here between the Bay State Maroon and Waldorf University Esports. And by the way, Tropic, let me just say, I very much appreciate your tropical background to match your name. The map of Havana right there. I nearly had a background like that. I should.
Initiating match.
Yeah, this is one of those maps where you can run the Widowmaker if you like, and it looks like Forgotten is showing us exactly that, coming out there on the Widow, but then swapping over to the Cowboy there. No, he's given us a whole variety of profiles to pick from. He's going fast into that one with only 15 seconds left, but we will see Faded and Infernal on the dive, and a similar setup there from Papa Joe and Valid on the other, so it looks like our intimations about dive, Tropic, will be coming through.
And you know, as you say that, Faded does change to that Reinhardt. We'll see if he does keep it or if he's just really trying to fight the team to have it. But no, he's going full out here, Corbeck, with that Rein.
I don't know what I quite think of Rein at this stage. He's already engaged quite quickly there. There's a little bit of border time attempt coming out on the other side. Papa Joe can't quite find the territory that he wants. Faded pushing forward there. Just right off. Why not? Rose is there bailing out the backside on that Lucio, just trying to speed the team away and keep him up. Those health bars getting terribly low here as Infernal reacts to the threat in his backline. A brief but sort of engage here at the side will go first. It looks like to Bay State. They jump back in on it. The test is there, but they force Waldorf into a bit of an unpleasant circumstance here. Really, neither team getting much of a circumstance out of this. Rose is here to kill on the Faded right there. That should be the first one. Papa Joe jumping as well. Infernal quickly following it up. Both sides trading back and forth here. And eventually, it doesn't look like now. Will, I think, help his team overcome the top and gets one with the back. Might actually lose it to Diva, but no, it's not enough right there.
It's not enough right now, but you know, Faded comes back on that point and trying to get it up. I don't actually know that they really coming here, but they're keeping this good point alive for them.
They really are. They are not giving up the fight easily on either side. Doing for 11 is a little bit on the point. TFP and matching into this as well. Abs gets flattened right there. Forgotten goes running for the hills. Goes falls off the same flip. Can't get much sound barrier invested here as well. Papa Joe does have the primal in the pocket. And they will. But as many ult being invested in what is still the initial fight, ladies and gentlemen. We are not quite out of the woods just yet. You see the Diva Bomb go sailing up over the top, and surely this is one of the longest engagements I've seen in Overwatch in some time. Phase goes there, landing one with the Pulse Bomb, will take it out. But Infernal on the Diva continues to be a thorn in the side of Waldorf at the moment. They can't seem to overcome right there. Infernal will get another kill onto Papa Joe. Blob on the opposite. Really, they just will keep going. The EMP is released by Blob, but it's only a momentary distraction from the overall fight. Cave trying to follow up with some kills of their own, and finally, I think it looks like we might be seeing Bay State assume a bit of supremacy on the site, but Waldorf will have gotten it a cheap 20%.
Oh wow, Corbeck, as we're seeing this cleanup coming through with that, with such a messy fight, each team probably got their ultimates, at least one each, and as we're coming in, Horde of lost. I was even though we were really trying to desperately keep that point alive, you know, the team was down. I was surprised that they didn't keep it. That's such an important ultimate that having our team back.
Waldorf Warriors living up to their name. They're also living up to investing a lot of ults into that fight, which I would say only a little bit of gain. 20% now on the clock. We've got 24 here on the side of Bay State. Bay State trying to continue to keep this fight alive. Tone, though, getting in there with the Coalescence, and then Papa Joe delivering death in the form of an angry space monkey will add 2 more kills to the total. Cave jumps in there at the tail end. But it's really a vain effort. Does buy enough time for the tank to get back in, but again, what can Faded really do? Well, he does have that in the pocket, I guess, and he will pop the Primal Rage and just continue to stall the sound barrier coming back in on the other side of this as well. My lord, they just don't want to give up engagement on either of these sides. Roses invests his sound barrier as well, and now does a little bit of sweeper duty on the edge of the map. He's got multiple members of the enemy team into the dip. Tone somehow secures 2 in the midst of all of this. And this is a crazy starting to this match. This has been an insane ruin.
This is insane, and all these teams are consistently having ult in their artillery. As we now see Waldorf taking point with 50% on point for Bay State, but they have that pulse coming through. Probably will be a little bit of a dry fight until Cave gets that ultimate with that initial engage, but it goes right through.
Infernal will get 1 pick in here, sort of herald the start of this. Though these fights are so complicated, the kills are flying back and forth quite quickly, and then the kill feed decides that it's going to light up blue right here, and it will be Bay State surging back on, getting a swath of kills and taking back the point.
And I think we're really seeing this synergy come out with both of these teams. They're really fighting, really understanding when they can really engage and when that team member has that point with that ultimate. Faded has been getting so many primals where he's just keeping the point alive for his team as we're getting to this last fight territory with Waldorf having that initial pick as well. Start it off.
Well, over the top comes the EMP to open things up from Cave right there. Can they capitalize it? Infernal will get 1, going for the other support here as well. And Roses tries to escape, but Faded catches him on the backside. The Primal coming out here from Papa Joe, and we are definitely into last fight territory. You cannot lose these. And they're well aware of that on the side of Waldorf right now. The EMP being invested here by Blob, a much more effective EMP, I think, than the one that came down last time. And that will usher in a series of kills for his team and should be enough for them to flip the point.
Enough for them to flip the point, but it's incoming that Bay State has almost all their ultimates besides EMP coming through to really initiate this next fight, where we're looking at Waldorf not having much. Actually, the only person my eyes are on right now is Roses. Roses needs to get his Lucio ult to be able to really save the team from this barrage of ults coming in.
Roses is trying to do exactly that. Is so close to percentage.
No!
Will not make it. Dies at 99. Forgotten there to get the cleanup. Also manages to get Valid in that fight as well. Infernal will come in on the back end. The 2 tanks doing their job and securing the point. And that, I think, should just about do it. None of the Waldorf players in position to retouch this. A desperate attempt there at the end from Valid. Will actually skate on. The sound barrier will be unleashed, but only 2 members of the team kept up in the midst of all of that. Will sort of keep the fight alive, but Roses is shown right back to the spawn room. There goes Space Ghost as well. Another casualty here. 2 players from Waldorf still contesting on the point. One of them is Papa Joe. He's currently hacked, but he does have the Primal. And the Primal usage has been over the top here by both of these main tank players who will just keep these fights going for as long as possible. But it will ultimately end with a Bay State victory. Oh my lord, Tropic, I need a shower.
Oh my goodness. That first fight had to have been a minute with both teams just coming with barrages of the ults being made within the first 30 seconds. That was absolutely insane and just really showcases how much both these teams really want to showcase that they are the top of their divisions this week. Wow, Corbeg. The one thing that I definitely am looking out for, though, is Bay State. You know, we talked about previously about both of these teams has that advantage of having that synergy come through, and we're really seeing Bay State's communication and their ability to collapse from all angles really come through, putting them just a tad higher than Waldorf at this moment. But, you know, we're just on our second map here on Lighthouse.
Yeah, Lighthouse action already heating up. Dive there into the gazebo, starting us off with some very aggressive play out of both these sides. Again, the dueling Winston's kind of the main feature. The Tesla cannons tickling away on their respective flanks. Forgotten trying to get in here on the side, aimed like a dagger at the heart of the enemy team, but can't quite secure a kill. Instead, reverts more to a mosquito format, peppering on the back line. Blob is there as well, and that seems to be the overall pattern for these DPS, is just to be as annoying as possible and hopefully clean up some kills in the meantime. Papa Joe, though, will back right up here before going over to the point, and it looks like, at least temporarily, Bay State might back off and do one of the Tracers right there, and neither of them really emerge victorious. The first kill here goes to McCann, who will manage to take one. Coalescence already unleashed from Abs here on the point. Will keep the team up through the majority of this fight. Cave will get one more, so Tone is out, and that means the key source of healing is down. Faded capitalizes on that by getting a kill there. I think Papa Joe attempted to hold it, did not work. Goodbye, Roses. Off the edge of the map, a little ego onto Lucio. You're not supposed to fall off Ilios. It's supposed to be the other way around, Tropic.
Exactly. You know, we're seeing a little bit of what happened with Ruins coming through. Waldorf really taking that initial point and that collapse, but Bay State having this patience come through, the understanding that they have the players to take that point and recapturing it with ultimates to spare for this next fight. And as we're seeing here, we're meeting them halfway with Blob actually starting it off.
EMP dropped right in the face of the enemy team, but it doesn't matter because McCann is there. He will get the sound barrier in, canceling out the majority of that impact. Papa Joe, who did try and engage right there, is brought down. You'll see Space Ghost coming in on the Reaper, tries to get the kill onto Infernal, but the healing is just too much. The sustain inside the Lighthouse base, way too strong for the enemy team.
Sustain has been incredible coming in from McCann and Abs. You know, Abs really having these coalescence into each and every fight to really just pepper in that damage and healing support on each fight has just been so incredibly important for this domination coming from Bay State at this moment. They haven't really been able to let Worldark really have a chance to jump in.
Brutal engage up here on the high ground, kind of bit off a little bit more than they can chew. Cave does go down, but Infernal and Forgotten both trade out kills here to equal it up. And now Faded, he's going right to the spawn doors here with the Primal. Has he gone a bridge too far? No, it looks like he will be able to escape. A nice hop and a leap over a building right there. Call him Superman, he's actually Winston, and he will get back to the rest of his team.
And again, we're seeing Bay State really have the ultimates in preparation for this next fight, and as I say that, they are released.
Now, Tone does hold on to the Coalescence, at least temporarily. Will get bullied right there in the gift shop. McCann does manage to secure a kill here as well. He egos the other Lucio quite effectively. 95% on the clock, and time has run out, I think, for the Waldorf Warriors trapped in their own spawn. There is a desperate attempt there for a touch at the last second, but it will not come through. And we finish it off with the invisible Moira Coalescence of Doom.
What a celebratory coalescence coming through, but we definitely have to talk about the communication coming through from Bay State each and every time. I mean, we saw just a little bit coming through from Ruins on those attempts, but I mean, we have to also talk about Rose's triple boot coming in here. Wow, Corbic. But as I was saying, with this fight coming through, I have to say, Bay State made a point with that spawn touch doors coming in for Lighthouse, not even letting them breathe, really understanding, you know, that they had the leg up each and every time with the ultimates and the fluff that they had to play with. And we also saw Faded having the understanding of when he needs to dive in and out, and the supports. Each and every part of the team of Bay State did a great job. And what I'm really looking for coming into this next fight is really taking out those key players from Bay State, Corbic.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see. Well, don't go anywhere. Can the Waldorf Warriors win their way back onto the scoreboard? We will see our next map, Kings Row, coming up right after the break.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting at no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
Hello and welcome back. It's NECC Overwatch here, Bay State Maroon versus the Waldorf University Warriors. And it was a heck of a matchup we just saw right there on Ilios. A brawl, a scrum, at least on that first map, Ruins. You really felt that both teams were giving it their all. I'm Corbeck, joined here by Tropic. And Tropic, I don't even know where we start to break down that madness as we get ready to go on King's Row.
I am not even sure either as we continue on to King's Row, but I just really want to touch really briefly with last map before we delve into this next one. We definitely saw that communication coming through from Bay State College Bay State. And I'm just excited to see how Waldorf will be really taking apart this next map. As we see with our next map coming into King's Row, we're definitely seeing that infamous Rhine and May. So we'll see how they're going to handle these walls to potentially split off the teams in this next preparation, Corbic.
It's gonna be a snowball fight, or I should say a snow wall fight. Probably is a more accurate characterization of I think what we're about to witness. But should point out, real fun fact here, that King's Row, at least for one of the players over on the side of Bay State College, a bit of a homecoming, because I believe is it Abs whose interesting fact was just the word that British.
Yes, actually, Abs is
British.
The
That was it.
is the lone British player on the Bay State side. So he probably feels right at home with that Baptiste play.
Wouldn't you imagine, I guess, the old classic Omnic statue in downtown London? Everybody remembers that. One of the iconic landmarks right there. And speaking of iconic here, Faded looking for perhaps an iconic charge around that landmark. He won't find it. The wall coming up almost immediately. There's Infernal trying to clear up on the backside. Jumps in on the dive. The Immortality Field will already be deployed here at this early stage of the fight, trying to keep the teams in it. And if anybody who are confused at home, they have swapped sides. Waldorf is in blue here, and Bay State is in red. Blob there backing up will secure a kill onto Faded, but the Rhines have traded because Papa Joe is down as well. Ooh, the amplification matrix comes up there from Tone, who's going to use that, I think, to escort these unwanted individuals back down the other side. The amplification matrix then comes out from the other side as well. Ab's trying to take advantage of it, but the kill feed starting to light up blue here, which means that Waldorf, I think, has secured this victory, and sure enough, Faded will fall back, fading, dare I say it, around the corner of this wall. They're not going to give him much of a rest here, Tropic, but I think this fight is safely over.
Definitely safely over, as Waldorf is really utilizing the map's positioning to keep the team safe. And of course, Papa Joe, even though he was out, the team really utilized Space Ghost's wall to keep the team safe, as well as Tone keeping the team alive. And Rose is already ready for this next initiation. Ow! And as I say that, the hammer comes through.
It wasn't much of a shatter, but it was enough to secure them the kill of Blob. Roses, however, immediately investing the sound barrier here on the remaining members of the team. The Diva Bomb coming in as well. Won't find anyone. Most of it was mitigated by the ice block, I think. They did lose Valid's mech there. The Immortality Field of Tone is out. A high noon being used here as well, and Papa Joe just sends the Cowboy to the grave there over to Boot Hill with one big mighty swing of the hammer. The sound barrier coming far too late into that fight from McCann, and it will do not much more. I think they get the supports out if they can make it, and they can't because a Death Blossom was thrown at the end there, Tropic, because why not?
Yeah, it's definitely a little hard to stay alive when you have that shotgun to the face coming through from Blob. And Wardorf really doing a great job at really keeping these ultimates in their tool house each and every fight to protect the team, even though Papa Joe was done. Right after he went on that hammer swing, Blob was right there to protect the team.
Well, Space Ghost goes briefly into Ice Block form before unleashing their own Blizzard, and they will get a kill there. Forgotten dropping early on. The Blizzard coming out from the other side, they will invest that despite the loss of Forgotten. Diva Bomb comes up, it's blocked by the Ice Wall. Ice Wall's everywhere, actually, beginning to look like the climb to Mount Everest at this point in time, but the kill feed beginning to look distinctly red right here as the members of Bay State finally secure the foothold they need and clean up the kills. Cave in particular standing out right there. Valid tries to go in for a sort of petulant kill on Defeated, but is escorted out of the mech and then back to the spawn room.
You know, as soon as we saw Roses of Tone out of the play and in that kill feed, that is when Bay State finally had that opportunity to really go in. So I'm really looking for Bay State to continue that trend, and as I say that, Tone headshotted to the ground and has to go and reset as we're seeing Mordor really push back to get that healer.
Unfortunate there to lose Tone in that transition. Then Space Ghost with the counter snipe right there. Again, it's just to get Forgotten, who I think forgot that he can't always win those. Faded here pushing up the street just a little bit to clear him some distance. And, you know, it's interesting, Tropic, we were talking about this before the broadcast, but the entirety of Bay State College are freshmen. It's an entirely freshman lineup here.
Yeah, definitely new blood on the team, and as we're seeing this really great team as they're just continuing on and pushing forward with that huge shatter from Papa Joe. Wow, Papa Joe.
Well, I thought we had a moment there to do some right sort of, commentary work, but no, Papa Joe denies us that brief respite in the violence here and comes out immediately with the shatter. Does a hefty job right there, Tropic. That was something.
That was definitely something. As soon as I was going to mention, that Bay State was out of this, T2CP sort of entrance on this fight, Wardorf comes through and gets that pressure. Ooh.
Well, the Diva Bomb coming over the top, the Blizzard going in as well. Faded and Forgotten combining for a pair of kills right there. Space Ghost as well meets their hand at the death at the hands of the Cowboy. He'll add one more with a flash there onto Tone at the end. You don't see those very often. The Infernal going in for the melee, and that I think should have cleared the streets of London, at least temporarily, will allow them to move up the payload.
And they are ready for this next initiation coming through. They have all the ultimates that they need to really protect themselves and initiate on here. So I'm definitely looking for that proactivity coming through. And as I say that, Abs comes through with that window.
At the amplification matrix going out there. The shots following up as well, but honestly, well played here by the Waldorf Warriors. They're not going to step into the guts of that just yet. The high noon coming out there, the rush coming in as well. Forgotten somehow gets past the shield and gets both Valid and Papa Joe. Faded is frozen briefly, but it means nothing in the ultimate scheme of things. The tank line is devastated. The rest is just cleanup work. Abs, the support player, adding 2 to the tail end of that, and they will drive them right back to the spawn, and the cart just keeps it rolling.
Yeah, and before we had Bay State struggling a little bit, the supports were going down initially to begin with each time, but this time with Forgotten on that McCree, having that ability, that flashbang, it's really discouraging Blob from really engaging as that Reaper and really pushing in. And as we see, he does change to that McCree as well to push on to this next fight. Oh! Well,
the Blizzard comes in. The sound barrier well-timed there by Roses should help some of his team members. Unfortunately, it won't do anything for Space Ghost or the Cowboy. Both of them burned down. Papa Joe does manage to return the favor, though. Will take out Abs, but really it's the only death in all of that catastrophe, and it will not slow down this roll.
It will definitely not, especially since Bay State have these ultimates ready to blow, and Forgotten starts it off with his Deadeye.
Deadeye, unfortunately, ineffective right there. The Amplification Matrix on the other side not doing much. A cheeky little shatter right there, though, for Faded. The sound barrier is invested. Papa Joe tries to get his shatter off, but he won't find anybody with it. Instead, it's just Faded swinging away with the hammer, and also credit to Mikan, who got one environmental in there. As a Lucio player, Tropic, I know how thrilling it is to get an environmental kill at the end of King's Row, so credit where credit is due.
Yes, there's such a limited spots that every time we see that Lucio boop on King's Row, have to give that shout out. And we have to keep giving a shout out to the supports coming in for McCann and Abs, really keeping this momentum coming through. You know, Bay State was struggling a little bit in that beginning there, trying to find an opportunity to poke into Waldorf's composition that came through. Roses and Tone did a great job at keeping the team alive. And then once the target focus went on to Tone, that is when we really saw this momentum coming through with Bay State. And in the end, McCann celebrating with that boop in the end.
We'll see here, by the way, if this is what is it, the Jabate? It is not. By the pricking of my thumb, something Bastion this way comes, and he will walk right down the row of King's Row right there. Do not go back and change that now, Forgotten. Oh, I already used the Macbeth line. You can't do that to me, mate. No, he's terrible. That's okay. I mean, it would have been cool. Yeah, sort of. I feel like I cursed myself. I was like excited to see that, but no, he won't come back out of McCree.
You know, Forgotten really sticking to that McCree back in it. You know, that is when that swap came through, that is when we really saw this momentum coming through. So we'll see if they're still able to put a stop to Blob on that Reaper.
Well, Papa Joe already in the lee of the statue there, and they will rotate through the hotel. They're just passing through, though, just trying to use the restroom for free. They're not checking in. Papa Joe, though, can't get much distance here. That ice wall putting up right there will slow them down. Tone just trying to keep the team alive as they rotate in for the engage. The heal boast is used, as is the immortality field, almost, I think, to just keep them all alive right there. Tone, in particular, was falling precariously low, but he will survive. Space Ghost now trying to get a kill in here. Valid, Papa Joe, they'll get him. Valid gets two. Blob adding as well. Ooh, and the defense of Bay State folding much quicker than that of their opponents here on this initial King's Row site. Forgotten really the only person orbiting in the area, and I don't think he's going to be able to save the day.
No, you know, once Waldorf really collapsed in on that team, especially really splitting the team with Space Ghost's wall, it's really hard to really defend yourself when you have 5 people just on you. As we see, we're gonna meet here on this wall here. I was hoping that, you know, Blob went a little too far there.
Sometimes, you know, your eyes are bigger than your stomach right there. I think he thought he could do a little bit more on the flank, but he really couldn't. Still, they've secured the point, and they are pushing up here. Papa Joe having a bit of an unpleasant time right there. The damage amplification matrix is out. Papa Joe will eventually drop. Space Ghost following them into the grave, and I think that will probably end the festivities under the arch, at least temporarily. Blob, though, not being given free reign as much as he wants to be in a position for this Death Blossom.
You know, that's exactly what Bay State needed to do. They really need to contain Blob, as Bob is that initiator for Waldorf. As soon as that opportunity comes through, the team then collapses on that target. So having this poke and this pressure coming in from Blob is really keeping this fight in a skirmish.
Unfortunately, they won't be able to use that. The sound barrier coming out alongside the blizzard right there. So an interesting combination of ults to push forward under the arch and just take the fight to their opponents. Very aggressive defense coming out from Bay State, but not one that I think is so overly aggressive. It's left them cut off. I say that, though, and it does look like Waldorf will be able to go ahead and clean up some of these kills on the back end. Papa Joe, in particular, just swinging away for the fences, will clean up a couple of kills. The Diva Bomb used there for the rematch primarily, and that should be enough to clear the initial difficulties of the Streets phase.
Yeah, you know, they definitely want to get out of that area. It's almost comparative to that 2 CP, just getting out of that archway. There's only a limited amount of spaces to really engage in. So that is great. With 3:40 on the clock, but no ultimates really coming in from both teams. We have that those Rhine ultimates coming through. So I'm looking to see which DPS will really shatter that shield to get the best opportunity for the Rhines.
Kaba trying to do some work here, can't quite find it. The ice wall going up, he's boosted on the other side. Unfortunately, he's still not able to find targets right there. A sad day for Forgotten, but a valiant effort nonetheless. I think that we are trying to see some shatters come through here, neither one being particularly effective in that fight. Ice Wall's continuing, I think, to be the defining feature of this battlefield. Kebe now pushing up here, trying to get one more, but it won't really come. Forgotten rolls in on the backside, though, gets blocked. Cheeky little kill from behind. He rolled out of the bar and rolled straight into the back of the Reaper. And now the rest of the team, they're here in the pub. They're going to be escorted out. I think they're not allowed to stay. Just a little too rowdy in here in the fine drinking establishment. And sure enough, Bay State will show them all back out the door.
And you know, I have to comment on Infernal. That the cheeky play between Infernal and Forgotten, really utilizing that DM to keep Forgotten safe and alive, even though he was in the midst of the Waldorf team. Great communication and great teamwork coming in, just really showcasing how they are just collaborating as a team on all these fights. And they have the ultimates to spare, but Blob definitely gonna be looking out for that. Oh, there it is.
Maywall comes up there. Blob unleashes the Reaper ult. The High Noon did kind of force them into a bit of a direction right there, but not one that they could really capitalize on. An exchange of unpleasantries here in the street, but neither side really going down just yet. The Diva Bomb coming up over the top, unfortunately, will find no one. Papa Joe bludgeoning his way forward right there will take out McCann, and I think that should have secured them. This touch here, Tropic, it certainly looks like it.
It definitely looks like it, but if Faden has anything to say to it, he says, absolutely not. I have the shatter ready to use.
Oh, no. It's not been a fine night, has it? It's not been a fine night for shatters. He won't get one in. Papa Joe mistimes the charge right there. Won't secure that either, but the kills starting to stack up again in favor of Waldorf. Papa Joe on the 5-kill streak at the moment, and they will finally push it through. 2 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock.
You know, Blob's damage output coming in with his double shotgun is really doing, we're seeing it hurt Faded quite a bit with that damage to his shield, not really able to be as aggressive as he probably wants. And you know, as we saw, didn't get too much with that shatter. Waldorf taking these angles so in preparation to really try to take this corner on this last phase here.
Well, Valid has the bomb. Papa Joe goes in, somehow gets the shatter off despite the stun. A little bit of timing right there. Unfortunately, Forgotten will die. The Blizzard coming in on the other side will section off Papa Joe. The immortality from field from Tone already gone, and somebody gets pushed into the wall by an ice wall. I think that was Faded, who got elevated there for a moment, but it did take him out of the fight, and I think perhaps Tropic allowed a little bit more of a clean disengage right there.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, we're seeing Bay State really trying to move up and take pressure this corner and not allow, you know, Waldorf to even really ease in there, even though they have these ultimates coming through. I'm definitely looking at McCann to really keep the team alive with this engagement with Blob with that Reaper.
Well, Blob coming in that time, the Death Blossom not as effective right there. I think the majority of that damage might have been consumed. Another High Noon goes kind of unnoticed in the midst of all of this. Valid's bomb over the top will only get rid of the immortality field. The rest of the team still fighting here. Rose is trying to keep Waldorf moving and up. Infernal's bomb, though, will soar a huge kill onto Tone. Papa Joe now brought down, and that really should theoretically break the back of the Waldorf attack, but I think they're going to keep going here because Space Post has managed to pick up K-Base, so they will continue to go at least temporarily. The respawn advantage not in their favor. Blob gets hit mightily right there by the Flash fan, but it will not take the Reaper down. He will drop over to the side and continue to be a nuisance on the flank, but really an awkward sort of non-disengage by these two teams. The spawn advantage allowing Bay State to get immediately back into the fight. Space Ghost throws up the wall right there, then throws the Blizzard behind it, wants to make sure that it won't get eaten. And then you see over the top the High Noon coming in, but nobody falls. Again, High Noons have not been of huge value outside of their I guess, spacing nature. As this fight just continues, Valid will choose discretion over Valor right there and go back for the remake.
You know, we're in last fight territory. 30 seconds or less than 30 seconds on the clock. Waldorf really trying to regroup to get a full regroup coming in with different with Space Ghost actually going on the Genji, hoping that he can get a kill on the dive initiation. And I'm looking at Papa Joe to really hopefully land this shatter.
Well, we'll see if that change is worth it. The amplification matrix coming out right there early on from Abs. There comes the Blizzard. They have a sound barrier as well. Blob unleashes the Reaper ultimate. Nothing doing. Space Ghost is down. Roses is down. Tone is down. And there goes Papa Joe as well. And Waldorf comes in for the brawl, gets smacked in the face, and sent right back out the door. No way Roses could touch right there. And a victory for Bay State College.
You know, we definitely saw going back and forth each and every time, and you know, Waldorf had those ultimates, but in the end, you know, we saw it in Ilios, we saw it in here. Bay State was consistently on top of the ultimate pool each and every time to have that defense, to have that initiation, keeping them on top. And we can't forget about Forgotten, though we didn't see too many dead eyes. That one was a definitely game changer one, really stopping the momentum of Waldorf in its feet right there.
Yeah, I don't think that play will be forgotten anytime soon. Somehow he just shimmied around the edge of the shield right there that they had in his face. And then he showed, you know what, it wasn't just pressing the button either. He showed very adequate gun skill on the other side of that as well, because he got 2 really clean shots right there to turn it into a 4K. So all credit where credit is due. We will be playing all 3 maps here. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with Dorado, same teams, different location, right after this break. Welcome back to the NECC here. It's Overwatch, it's Legends Division, it's Corbeck, it's Tropic Theory. I think I looked the right way that time. I've been trying to nail that all night long. It's so hard. Directions get swapped, but it's been an exciting match so far between these 2 teams. We've actually seen some really close fights here, and though I should say Boston College has gone up, 2-0, we will play out on the maps, but Waldorf has not exactly shown themselves to be lacking here either.
Oh, absolutely not. Each and every time we have seen Waldorf neck to neck, really fighting for that. For each and every time that Bay State has won these maps, really putting up a fight. But as Corbeck did say, we will be playing seeing this last map, even though Bay State is up by 2 at this moment. And Dorado, I really like this map because there's such diverse map terrains that we're definitely have the ability to see those flying characters really put pressure from the sky. And as we're even seeing this right now, we see the echo coming about, and we even see these hit scans to really potentially take those angles of distraction, utilizing their fellow DPS as that trying to get the heads out.
Well, it's certainly a change. Also, really well-placed mines right there to start things off from Space Ghost. Just didn't give him a moment there. Blob already securing a kill onto Forgotten, so a little bit of sniper duel domination to start things off here. Space Ghost floats and fires there up in the sky. Waldorf in the blue, Bay State in the red, by the way, as we keep going. Blob backing up now, just trying to get a clear sight line as you see more mines go flying over the top. Blob once more finds the head of Forgotten here, continuing to just be an absolute nuisance. Still, though, the cart is rolling. They haven't really done much to stop it as it comes underneath here. And, well, Tropic, it looks like we might just be able to see them keep pushing this one forward. Relative low intensity at the moment.
Yeah, really, both the teams are just poking from above, and I do actually want to notate that Neb has been subbed in instead of Mike, Mikan, so we're definitely going to see Neb on this Brigitte trying to keep Abs alive and keep them from this diving competition.
Yeah, Brigitte is such a difficult character in so many ways, in the sense that she really still, I think, trying to find exactly what her role is. But speaking of roles, Bob, the friendly robot butler, knows his, and his role is to kill. And he will get 2 right there. Make it 3. Why not? Big 3 kills there for Bob on the ult that he generated super fast, actually, based off those early sniper duel wins.
Yeah, you know, Waldorf right now is doing a great job at, really defending this payload at this moment. We have these really stationary tanks coming through to really control this point and keep the healers alive. And we're seeing Tone do lots of healing and enough to where we have that ultimate coming into play for this next fight. So I'm definitely, and we have the change of Cave that is no longer the Echo, but instead opting for the Tracer.
Yeah, and, you know, it's interesting, actually, to be honest, how much of a nuisance Space Ghost is being and consistently not really getting countered here because Forgotten's time is taken up by other things. A Pulse Bomb coming out right there won't hit anything at all, and here comes Space Ghost dipping in again, goes for the immediate clone of the Winston, drops down into the middle of everything. The Primal Rage coming out almost immediately right there. KB does manage to get 1 kill in the midst of all of that, but I just don't know that it's really going to be enough. A Sleep coming in here, I think, to slow things down just a little bit. You'll see the Gravitic Flux come in as well. I don't think they got much out of that, though Bob has certainly returned to the action here on the side of Forgotten, as the 2 DPS from Bay State will rack up a couple of kills. Now Infernal trying to get back in on the action, really putting the pressure on the front side. Papa Joe will go down, but Blob has secured 2 kills in the midst of all of this. And then Abs comes chiming in as well. Bob trying to beat the retreat, but Blob will not be able to escape, and that, I think, should give them a little bit of leeway.
Definitely giving them leeway enough to secure this first point here. But as I say that, the Demon Bomb comes through, and we are still seeing Waldorf try to keep this point out of Bay State's reach.
They are still battling on the side. Papa Joe here now on the ball, doing a little bit of rolling around, gets stunned right there, still managed to escape somehow. Neb not letting him breathe, and eventually the 2 supports will bring him down. Bob thrown from the other side. The health pack comes out right there, clearing a little bit of room. Meanwhile, the Tracer will land the Pulse Bomb and get 1 more down. Faded now pushing forward there, trying to clean up the Brigitte, and wow, that was a series of very impactful kills right there, and it will escort them into the streets phase.
Yeah, Cave is definitely going on a killing spree with his Tracer, becoming that nuisance in the backline. And, you know, Roses can only do so much with that stun. That we're seeing the victims being the supports really putting Waldorf in a corner where Bay State is having this room to really push his payload finally. And Faded is already ready to release that Primal Rage.
Well, an advanced engage here from Bay State up on the high ground is met by a relatively angry group of Waldorf players. An amplification matrix there used there as well. But speaking of angry, Faded, the angry monkey, or I should say angry ape in that case, battles Blob around and, well, turns him into a blob. And that, I think, will be the last bit of engagement right there. No, Gravitic Flux coming out, maybe a little bit ambitious, if I'm being honest, Tropic.
Yeah, a little bit coming through as, you know, Bay State is just really keeping their head down. And, 7-player is out and about, and ultimates are still being pushed for Bay State. Really not giving Waldorf any room to breathe as they're pushing this payload consistently, Corbeck.
Yeah, a little bit of a Bay State explosion right there at the tail end. Kind of getting 1 more as well. Neb kind of been the fulcrum here, Tropic, to a certain extent.
Yeah, definitely keeping Abs alive and really enabling them to just heal, Fated and Infernal to do just so much damage. And Papa Joe goes out immediately, and this momentum from Base State is just continuing on to this second point.
Oh, they're dropping. Every time you start talking, Bay State starts getting kills. So I don't know what they're paying you for that particular power, but I hope it was a good salary. They will actually get through here. On the back of your beautiful voice, they will push their way through and click this third checkpoint as well. And it looks to me like Waldorf is in a bit of disarray.
And I have to say, the tank composition coming in from both of these two right now. We have Fated and Infernal really having this mobility to really flank and go behind along with the DPS line, where Papa Joe really stationary. Really, Orisa is definitely a point control type of character, and we're definitely seeing that coming into fruition with these dive attempts each and every time.
Well, the beatdown bongos are out from Papa Joe, and it looked grim there for a second. I think Bob got invested in well, and honestly, what is one of the ugliest, most complicated fights I've seen in a while. Valid just holds down the mouse button and keeps firing, gets 3 kills in the midst of all of that, and then loses the mech at the tail end, but not before their work is done. But oh no!
The distraction!
Oh, they got bamboozled.
Oh my goodness! I can imagine that Cabe was there, or Abs, excuse me. Abs was there pushing the payload, yelling at his team to just keep feeding, keep going in, just keep distracting. I'm pushing it, guys. And we did, congrats to Abs for getting that third point with a minute and 49 to spare, which is a very generous time bank towards the end there.
Well, I mean, Sun Tzu did say all warfare is based on deception, so... And he was a GM, so he knew what he was talking about. He was a GM tank main, actually, not a largely known fact right there, but it is true. You can trust me because I'm a caster. But anyway, I digress. No, it's funny, I was literally reading today about misdirection and magic tricks, and then we saw it illustrated live today on the screen right there. Some very good misdirection. Unfortunately, I think Waldorf just a little too eager, Tropic. Too eager to get those kills. Didn't realize what was going on.
I mean, it was also unfortunate that in that moment, we had Neb coming through with that flail, really killing everybody, and then Valid was the lone diva that somehow lived, and in the end, they weren't even able to get on that payload because of Abs, that one shot that came in from the Ana. So the team was down, and Abs stayed alive.
It's true.
Unsung hero.
The poised face of Winston up there on the top of the building, considering whether or not he should have gone to the bathroom before the battle started, but he has no choice now. He's straight into it. Already shocking as they try to jump up. Space Ghost coming in on the Torbjorn, which is a bit of an off-style choice, but could actually be semi-advantageous against a dive, all things considered, if you can get those turrets out in the right places. Certainly, Cavery's not having a very good time, wants to get in, but he can't quite find a space to sort of cut in. Huge anti-nade, though, comes sailing in from Abs right there, really making life difficult as Molten Core is used, at least temporarily, the boost right there to put a little bit more damage out of that Torbjorn. Blob will go down, and now the kills do start to rack up in favor of Bay State. You see Infernal getting one, Fated getting another. That should have been enough. The Space Ghost turrets just cannot stay alive, and the Torbjorn pick, unfortunately, not doing itself justice.
And Bay State is just really setting their dives up for success right now. You have Forgotten's dynamites that go off, and along with Abs' nades, and that is when we're really seeing Fated and Infernal hopping in, getting those kills. But as I say that, Valid gets to eat off of that pulse bomb. Whew.
Hungry Diva eats the pulse bomb right there, and Papa Joe gets a couple of kills as well. Valid trying to follow up another kill. They actually use the nano boost right there to empower Papa Joe and allow him to do some of that dirty work, but does look like they managed to break it. It was a very good series of dives, though, Tropic. You were right. Unfortunately, just well-timed ult usage, I would say.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And also Valid really keeping the team protected from those nades that are trying to come out and really did, give Bay State that advantage on the dive. Oh, but this bomb is in a really interesting position here. To say the least.
Yeah, that's one word for it. It certainly is interesting. You also see Angry Monkey, or Angry Ape, come charging across there one more time, just trying to do a little bit of damage. Neb here trying to stay alive on the Brigida, has used Rally here as well, so that's impacting this fight. The Diva Bomb goes sailing up. Neb will survive. Blob, though, managing to secure a kill, and now the Molten Core comes out from Space Ghost Torbjorn. Space Ghost Torbjorn will not live much longer after using it, though. He is brought down almost immediately, and Neb continuing to kind of be the anchor point here, just holding down this point and showing you just how deadly and effective Brigitte is, even as Forgotten cleans up the kills around them.
Oh man, and you know, Forgotten is in such a prime position at this moment, really keeping an eye on this high ground right here, and oh, that kill onto Blob is gonna be unfortunate, especially since we're really dwindling down this time with a sub-minute and 20 seconds coming on the clock, and not many ultimates on the line for Waldorf, so I'm sure that their big initiation coming through is to get those ultimates to set themselves up for an opportunity of success.
Well, a bit of a split, unfortunately, here for the Waldorf team with only a minute left. They can't really decide which collective direction they should go. It looks like they finally will begin to come up to the courtyard, but it's only 2 of them. And Faded will immediately jump in there. The priority target is, of course, the Brigitte. Rose getting absolutely bullied. Rose's will drop. They can't do anything for him. Neb, the one to secure the kill. Unfortunately, Keva gets one in here as well, but a brutal execution of Papa Joe up there on the high ground. Still, though, they've managed to secure the victory. Neb falling, though, and maybe that Bob will have opened them up the opportunity here.
Especially with Neb coming down, and we are sub 30 coming in on this clock right now, Corbig, and that nade goes in so deadly again as Bezos is just down.
Blob is out of this as well. Even the Tracer player getting big damage in. Tone fires the nano away as quickly as they can. They try to get the sleep off as well. It won't impact. Papa Joe is down. Less than 10 seconds left on the clock. Somebody's got to get up here and contest. It will be Roses in the hot seat, but Roses is facing down a veritable army of opponents and will be brought low by Neb. Another nano boost coming in. The Diva Bomb goes sailing up. Valen does secure 1 kill in the midst of all of that, but they need to get more bodies onto the cart. Papa Joe comes charging over in that primal, just juggling Neb around, trying to take the Brigitte out of the fight, but in the meanwhile, the rest of the Bay State team is securing the kills, and though the cart remains contested through all of this, I don't think they're going to be able to keep it up. A desperate attempt by Blob to touch, but it won't be enough, and Bay State will go 3-0 in this matchup.
Oh man, and you know what? Bay State really made a name for themselves to be that team to start the division of Legends off, winning this kickoff of the game. And we definitely saw why they have been named one of our top teams in the Legends division. We saw this setup coming through from this dive composition, and as I was mentioning, Abs and the Ash coming in, they just consistently set up the tanks for success each and every time, and especially those nades coming in, Corbig. Each and every time, the tanks on Waldorf sides were always purpled.
Indeed, they were. Well, a very solid performance there from both those teams. And it is Bay State College who walks away with the win. Don't go anywhere, though. Tropic and I might be done for the day, and thank you so much for putting up with us for the last hour and a half. But there's more Overwatch action to come. It's Howard versus Butler coming up on the NECC channel after this break.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to NECC Season 1, Game 2 of 5. I am Septilence, joined by the handsome and wonderful LaFon, and we are going to be bringing you a fantastic game. But before we jump into all of that, LaFon, how you feeling, man?
It's good to be here, Septilence. I mean, Collegiate Overwatch, what more can you ask for, really, right? So we got to see a good game earlier today. It was a 3-0, of course, but the maps were pretty close. And, Septilence, that I think started the mark of a great day of Overwatch here today. You and I, of course, get match number 2. As we're about to get underway in just a moment, we got to talk about the map pool, too.
Yes.
As we get set, because we got a set map pool. And so maps 1, 2, and 3 will look the same as we go through the day.
Yeah, and we will play all 3 maps no matter how this goes. That's how the NECC bracket kind of works. Even if it's a 2-0, we still play out that third. Map differential is super important. And this map pool, folks, I don't want to say this now, but this might be my favorite map pool of the entire season. 2 of my favorite maps in the entire game are here back-to-back. So I am above and beyond stoked to see what is going to be brought to the table here. Of course, we're going to be starting with that beautiful, wonderful tropical map, Ilios. And as an ex-Lucio player, of course, I love Ilios. That's going to be a map that I'm super excited to see. Followed up by Kings Row as a current main tank player, as a Reinhardt player. I absolutely love Kings Row. I think it's a lot of fun. And Kings Row will be followed up with Dorado. So we've got a lot of action here, a lot of maps. And the thing I love about these 3 maps is none of them are going to call for the same team comp, LaFon.
Yeah, actually, we've seen a lot of variation in team comps as of late in Overwatch. And of course, with the map pool being this varied, there's a lot to go around. But you know what? We can't play a game without the teams, and we have to introduce our players here today, Septilence, as we get a chance to talk about, of course, our 2 mainstays here. Herald Community College Dragons is their name, as well as Butler Esports Blue, as we get set to go underway in just a moment, as we said, of course, on Control. Talk to me about these 2 teams, because, we get a chance to see here at NECC teams a lot of the time, and obviously this is being the first week, we're going to see teams for the first time here on stream. But what are your expectations, really, as we get sort of set for map number 1?
So I definitely remember Butler Esports. I remember the name, and honestly, that's about it. I don't remember how they did. I don't remember how far they ended up making it, but I know that they are a little bit of a familiar face, just kind of so be it. And Howard Community College, I believe they're a new team. I might be wrong. Production, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I believe this is going to be kind of their... No, they were with us last semester, so no, excuse me on that one. But it's going to be making a reappearance here in the beginning. This is the first game that they're going to be playing here in the NECC Season 1. I'm super excited as well, because both these teams, we talked about this a little bit during the break, entirely freshman and sophomore, except there's a senior and a junior in the mix. But other than that, we are looking at entirely kind of these newer to college types, and that's super exciting. Kind of these teams can be consistent moving into the future, but of course we have to see where that consistency falls now. Before we look into the future, we have to see how strong these teams can really appear starting today.
Yeah, that's one of the great things about Collegiate Overwatch, right? You get a chance to experience that competitive aspect of gameplay, right? When you talk about esports, that's a chance to sort of set your mark on the big stage, as we get to set for the stream here. And of course, as you kind of go down the road, your studies and so forth, being able to kind of balance those 2 is a really interesting sort of dynamic. I had a chance to do it when I was younger in college as well. So I've been there, I've done that, so to speak, and it's always a great time. But, I want to pivot a little bit now to the actual game itself in terms of the mechanics of what we're likely to see in game. And, this is where Collegiate is probably the most interesting scene, I think, for me at least. And it's that the variance that we see in the meta is not only variance right now in Overwatch, specifically in terms of balance, but of course in terms of what players are comfortable running, right? We often see players play to those comfort picks a lot, Septilence. And, expectations here is we'll probably see stuff that's sort of quote unquote the ideal composition, but we'll probably see some interesting things come into play as well.
Yeah, I mean, definitely on Ilios, those control maps as a whole are very unique in the facts that these people usually bring out unique team comps. You look at a map like Kings Row, it's usually a little more bread and butter, a little more Ryan Zarya seems to be that expectation. But on Ilios, all 3 stages of Ilios are going to call for different team comps. We might see Ryan Zarya, we might see Orisa Ryan, we might see Sigma, just so on and so forth. So many opportunities and possibilities for these teams to bring out. And Ilios in particular, I want to keep an eye out and see, are either of these teams going to fall into what I always refer to, you kind of talked about this as well, a comfort comp? Are they going to be playing the same composition on every single stage, every single map? Or are they going to be shaking things up a little bit and trying these new comps, trying to catch the enemy team off guard?
And speaking of off guard, we got to talk about something I like to talk about a lot, which is tempo, right? That speed of play.
Yes.
And that highlights, I think, the compositional setup that you mentioned just a moment ago, and that, if you're playing that high tempo composition, right, the Winston, the Wrecking Ball, even the Reinhardt, if you're playing sort of a Rush-esque alongside the Lucio, you can make a lot of aggressive plays on control. And if, we talk about specifically with Ilios, that third stage, there's a lot lot of environmental effects
Right.
and abilities that kind of come into play, Lucio, as mentioned earlier. But I'm curious to see how that kind of opens up, and we'll get into that in the moment when we get into the map, as we're about to get set underway here. Septulence, match number 2 about to be underway. Ilios is our first playground.
Yes, Ilios Lighthouse going to be the one to make an appearance. We've got the Howard Community College Dragons up against Butler Esports Blue. If you're just joining us, we're going to be jumping into the swing of things. All 3 maps will be played no matter how the rest of this appears to go. And now, I just cannot wait to see. LaFon, do you have any kind of suspicions on what comps might be making an appearance on Lighthouse?
I mean, in this particular instance, I could see the high mobility like the Echo, like the Pharah, but I could also see the Rush, with the Reinhardt. Wrecking Ball is also a very popular pick, as we've sort of seen as of late. Looking like Dive versus Sustain here. One thing to note, Howard CC Dragons are in blue. Don't get confused, as Butler Esports Blue is in red, and that's going to trip somewhat up, I'm sure. So I'm giving you a heads up now as we get set to go here on Ilios. It is Lighthouse, as you said, Septulence. And, right now, initially, Howard CC Dragons, with a composition that they're sort of posturing towards, they're expected to kind of play up aggressively, post up, and then play poke. And Butler is going to try and play around that, play a little bit more pressure with the dive. And we'll see how they fare. Gates are unlocked. We're underway. Game start.
Yeah, I mean, dive is definitely not a suggestion. That is something you need to do to make this team comp work. So we're going to have to see what level of energy, what level of aggression Butler brings to the table. They don't have a Lucio in play. It looks like it's going to be Depression who goes in early on that Winston, trying to find some value. Gets a little bit of ult charge here and there, but definitely almost bites the bullet, almost taken offline. Gets everything they needed. They live to tell the tale, and that's truly all that matters. Optimal on the high ground, looking for those optimal shots, trying to farm some shields, possibly taking a tank out of the fight. If you remove the Winston or the D.Va, the team comp really crumbles underneath it. So Butler, they really know where their win condition lies. They need to keep their tanks alive. They need to find at least one elimination, but so far we've got a kill-less game. Twent's dropping super low, but going to be able to survive, jumping in down to 40 HP. No recall available for about 7 seconds here, and now it's going to be high tension as well. Butler excuse me, I did it. The wrong team is blue, but Howard, they decide to drop off the high ground. It looks like it's going to pay off there, as Depression will be the first to fall. Riseku is going to be taken offline as well, so you trade that tank for that support. Going to be a little bit more difficult for Howard to push forward, especially as Butler seems to be farming these ults, but there goes Butters. As I say it, Niall does find that opening elimination, and this is where I expect Howard to really start cleaning things up.
Twent does get one, so it's going to be a little bit of a stagger play out here, and, it's not over and done yet. There's another kill from the Rally, or sort of the Brigitte coming in from Intrepid Cash. And Septulence, this is going to be a hold here from Butler Blue.
Yeah, things definitely looked good for just a moment for Howard. They found that opening kill. They found what they needed to succeed, and then unfortunately Twent tore it up in the back line, found 2 crucial eliminations, was able to really keep this fight alive. Butler already halfway done with Ilios Lighthouse. 3 ultimates, nearly 5 at the ready. They are just waiting for the opportunity to strike.
Yeah, Butler Esports Blue is going to try and go off the Nano Blade here from Shadow Edge and Butters, that dynamic duo of the Ana Genji. I'd expect them to go as soon as the initiation comes in here from the window from Tinoy. Right off the top, here's that Blade.
Yeah, Shadow Edge getting all buttered up there, and Niall is going to be the first to fall. Tinoy and Polito not far behind. Blink, and you miss the entirety of Howard Community College Dragons, just deleted off the face of the map thanks to that fantastic ultimate combination. There goes that Brigitte as well, and Butler Esports, they have officially entered last fight territory.
It's not death scenario here for Howard CC Dragons, though. They did not use anything in that last fight. They're coming in now with the Dragon. They're going to be able to use the Bob on the point to provide pressure, and that's really going to have to be the initiative here. Have Optimal's Bob be the one that kind of contest point while you take the rest of the fight around.
Yeah, speaking of the devil, and he shall appear. Here comes that Bob right down the mid here, but Twent already finding that Baptiste. Oh, and getting slept out of the air. Talk about unfortunate. The Sigma will take a nap right in the middle of the job. Butters is going to be taken out by Niles Dragons, but Armitar does fall as well. Zui Mama off the map. I'm not sure what happened there. Might be a speed tactical reset if you can, but it looks like Butler Esports might have this one in the bag, whether they really planned on needing that D.Va or not. The Brigitte will fall, the last fighting member of Howard Community College Dragons, and Ilios goes in favor of Butler Esports 100-0.
It's easy to kind of look at that round, see the 100-0, and say, wow, that was sort of one-sided, and to a certain extent it was, yes, absolutely. But the other thing you kind of have to account for is that for Howard CC Dragons, something I'd like to see them run here in the second round, especially if they choose to run the sort of static composition they were doing with the double shield, is to kind of post up on the objective, right? Last round on Lighthouse, they allowed the dive composition to take point early, which is not really what the dive composition is good at, right? They're not really designed to kind of hold a point down. And for Howard CC Dragons, if they can get to the objective first, kind of get the shields down, they're going to have the longer sustain and will likely find more success as the round goes on. Not to take anything away, of course, from Butler Esports Blue, who are terrific on their aggression in that first round. They'll see a bit of a mirror here. The Echo and the Torb, the only real difference coming in is double shield versus double shield. on Well. Look for those halts. Those could be very key here in this round.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a lot of composition swaps here from Butler. They've got a Torbjorn and Echo. They're bringing out a Zenyatta as well, so they're giving up on the Nano Blade idea entirely. They're going to be swapping the composition, but like I said, I love Ilios for that very reason. The stage calls for different comps and different approaches, and just like that, Shadow Edge's turret already gone. Torbjorn loses a little bit of that value that he's so known for. Gwent trying to farm some ult charge in the back here. Catches out Nile a little bit, does not find that kill. Butler Esports, however, does not need Gwent to find that kill, as both Armitar and Pinoy will fall. Taken offline, Optimal getting up close and personal, hits the flashbang, but does not find the fan. Instead, beats death thanks to that rock thrown from Dewey Mama there, who picked up a double kill off the back of it. Butler Esports coming in just as hot here on Well.
There's a little bit of a stylistic difference here between the two teams. Butler Esports has chosen to play as a 6-man unit, right? They don't really separate at all. And meanwhile, Howard, they're playing a sort of 2-3 with a roaming setup.
Yep.
Right? They're having the Orisa and sort of the Break kind of play as one unit, and the Sigma and the Bat kind of play as another unit. We'll have to see if that adaptation comes in, but right now, the 6-man unit has had a lot more success.
Absolutely, the 6-man unit. Okay, as we say it, 6-man is going to be turning into 5 there, but it looks like definitely want to see that kind of rotation style coming out from Howard College. They found themselves getting funneled here on this point, this choke that so many teams find themselves more. Optimal picked up Butters as well, and all of a sudden, Howard Community College, they've really got the numbers advantage currently in a 4v6 scenario. Tinoy has to commit that immortality field taken offline. No shield protected for keeping up any longer than it had to be. This is going to be really difficult here, especially as Howard Community College really gets into the swing of things. But Butler Esports, we've seen them in a couple of fights already. We expected them to lose, and they were able to turn it around. Wouldn't be the least bit surprised to see that happen again here, especially as Intrepid brings that garage door open wide up there for the rest of the team to shoot through, and it will be Shadow Edge with that first elimination. Nile will fall. Polito picks up the counter kill. Butters is going to find that kill onto his support. Just like that, Butters and Yada on a rampage, finding 2. Twent trying to clean it up with a double beam kill. Butters finding a third of the fight there, and Butler Esports, they have not slowed down for even a second.
And critically, Butler Esports don't give up the objective in all of that sort of commotion. They're able to contain control of the objective, and that means that they're now going to be heading up to that 80% mark, heading into that last fight territory, and they're going to have some real impact ultimates here online. The Transcendence, if the counter Gravitic Flux is used, and of course the duplicate coming online here in just a moment. Howard CC opening up with the Dragon Strike, trying to just get to the objective.
You know, I love the Dragon Strike. Definitely a kind of a high risk, high reward, right? You aren't really farming for kills. You're just going to make the space. If you do find the kills, best case scenario, but instead of finding kills, it looks like your team is going to be the one to get killed. There's Zooey Mama and Butters. I don't want to say carrying the fight, but certainly putting in their weight, their worth in gold. We're going to see, Butters Transcendent touches the spawn door as Ilios does come to a close. A blink and you miss it there. That's going to be a technical victory. We still got, I don't know if we're playing the third one. I don't believe so, but that is just going to be a great, great start for Butler Esports.
Yeah, that's a clean 2-0. We're going to get the highlight of the game here from Butters, the Zenyatta player on Well. This is a big reason as to why they were able to hold the objective for so long, right? The flank
Absolutely.
coming in from the Zen, so clean. Wow, no fear, just pure aggression there from the Zen player. You love to see it from the support line there, Septons. And, I mean, round number 1, map number 1, it is a clinical victory in terms of the technical setup, as you said. Expectations here from Howard is that, as they get set into map number 2 and beyond, is there a chance for them to kind of bring their static approach? And I don't use static here in a negative sense. I mean, simply the composition is designed around posting up and kind of finding value there. If they're going to be able to do so on a map that is less around a central objective and more about sort of committing to an escort style position, right? When you think of hybrid and obviously escort as we get set into the later stages of this series. But for Howard CC, some work needs to be done, of course, between map number 1 and map number 2. If you're a Butler Esports Blue, though, you are pleased as punch with how map number 1 went on, and they're hoping to kind of continue that momentum as they get set to the later parts of the series.
Absolutely. We're definitely going to be keeping an eye on what Howard brings to the table here in map 2. But before we jump to map 2, we're going to be throwing it to a super short, tiny break to hear from a couple of the wonderful organizations and people that are able to make NECC happen. We'll be right back here in just a couple of minutes. Don't go far.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 Classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides. Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting at no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back. We're going to be jumping right back into the swing of things here with Kings Row, Butler Esports, Blue up against Howard Community College Dragons. LaFon, moving into Kings Row, what do you think the Dragons can do a little bit more consistently here to succeed?
I think this is really all about like kind of positioning at this point in time, right? Like play around the composition that you have and what you're kind of strong at, right? What the characters you've selected are strong at, right? When you're playing the Orisa, when you're playing the Sigma, really it's all about kind of setting up behind the shields, putting in some spam, and then snowballing that into a fight win via just damage potential. Letting your opponent get into position first and kind of mitigate the strength that your composition innately has, I think is kind of where the Dragons struggled a little bit on map number 1. And, obviously that is control. It kind of plays towards a more high tempo-esque play style, which we saw from the dive composition from Butler Esports Blue. But coming into map number 2, hopefully with the fact that we're moving to hybrid, this will play a little bit more into the hands of the Dragons. One thing to note is that the sides will swap. So it is going to be, as we say, all right in the world. Blue will be on blue and the Dragons will be red. So that works out pretty nicely. I believe we do have a couple of substitutes as well stepping in for these rosters.
Yeah, there's going to be a couple of player changes, I think, on the side. Actually, I don't remember which side, but we'll find out with you guys when we jump back into the swing of things. Either way, Kings Row, a map, I kind of think of it as the face of Overwatch when it comes to the map. A map that these players have all played hundreds, maybe even thousands of times. So I expect to see a lot more comfortability. And LaFon, I liked something that you said a lot on Ilios was we aren't seeing the Dragons play in kind of a full 6. They're playing kind of that 2-3 floater kind of comp, and I want to see what they kind of bring to the table here on Kings Row. I think sticking together as a crew would obviously be much more successful moving forward than sending somebody into the back line. And as I say that, of course, if you have a wrecking ball, that would change things up a little bit, but I'm not sure they're actually going to be bringing that one out.
Yeah, I'll get a little ahead of the map select or the hero select. We should be careful. Spawn chess as it is, it's always nice to play with the casters. I've done it once or twice. Play a character that I'm not actually going to play in spawn, and then switch at the very end. And one thing to note is that, the composition that Howard's sort of playing, or so the style they were playing, is not new to the double shield, right? When we look at the composite or metas long past, there was that play during maybe about a year ago now when it was Tracer, Ashe, and then the double shield. That sort of 3-2-1 was very common, right? Now, however, double shield isn't really played that way very frequently because it's easier to, with how Sigma shield is less maneuverable. It's easier to kind of punish the positioning, so that's one reason why we don't see it very frequently played in that kind of floater style. However, if the Dragons can make it work, it's still viable. It's really just going to come down to execution more than anything else.
Of course, and I mean, speaking of execution, Butler Esports, they're bringing out the tried and true defensive composition. It's going to be that double shield with the May, the Reaper to clean things up, and then the Immortality Field to keep the team alive. Instead, on the side of Howard, we're going to be seeing a nanoless Genji, which I'm personally never a fan of, but perhaps Avatar will make me eat my words right now. Either way, this is going to be really interesting because I really expected Pineapple Soda to be utilizing that kind of wall off the choke strategy, but they've chosen to instead lay back with the rest of the team and go for those ultimate fires to find kill.
Ooh, Butters gets taken down as Optimal, I believe, teleported in. That's just the fight 1.
Yeah, I mean, you really cannot do much without a Zenyatta here. Your Baptiste is critical condition. The Immortality Field is gone. Depression, the next to fall. Now you've lost your main shield. Things are going to become more and more difficult here. Like you said, this is just absolute cleanup crew for Howard Community College Dragons. And I've got to say, this is already a better start than we saw in Ilios. The fact they've been able to cap first point is a great omen moving forward.
Yeah, great read by Optimal, getting into the back line, finding that pickoff. You can see he's hunting for more. Actually going to find it. That's one, just straight up. The Zen gone 2 fights in a row. And for Howard CC, this is the best possible start you could ask for.
Now, Howard did make a little bit of a mistake. Nobody was on point for a second, and it's not gonna bite the bullet for him this time. But that is a crucial mistake you don't want to be making later down the line. Luckily enough, it does end in their favor. Shadow Edge does find a kill onto Paulito, so for a brief moment, there's no shield on the side of Howard. This is going to be a great opportunity for Butler to turn this fight around. This is kind of that notorious Kings Row point 1.5 of you, where people get stalled in this Streets phase unbelievably often. Shadow Edge really trying to make sure Howard stops their tracks right here.
This is going to be the Amplification Matrix just to buy some space here and actually get a pickoff as well, as Intrepid Cash does a fantastic job of taking down the Genji. Avatar going to have to go back to spawn. And Butler Blue now putting their foot forward and saying, hey, we have the space. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, that kill onto Paulito was beyond crucial. That was the exact puzzle piece that Butler needed to turn that fight around. They were able to find it. They're able to move forward. And now Depression finding a kill onto Tinoy. That's just going to stall this out even longer. Paulito has a shatter. I really hope he doesn't get too aggressive with him before I can even finish the sentence. Paulito sends that shatter into the realm. Depression is going to find the counter kill, and Intrepid picks up Optimal. Howard, I feel like they're chomping at the bit a little bit. They really want to get this cart rolling again.
There is a small window here as Butters did use the Transcendence to kind of counter out the Shatter, but so the Blade is available here now for Avatar, who could come in with the Genji. It's going to really be all about timing, though, as the Death Blossom here is online, and obviously with the Blizzard as well, it's going to be committed in early.
Yeah, going to be, committed early and just does exactly what it needs to. That's going to be an immediate 5K. That is just, Butler, they have beyond turned this thing around. That was a very simple yet breathtaking play.
Yeah, expensive fight for for both teams. My favorite character is the Reaper guy. Yeah, he does come from the side a lot of the time, and has a special move that he did just there. The Death Blossom coupled with the Blizzard and the Supercharger. That's a lot of damage coming in and not a lot of time. And Howard CC are sent back to the drawing board.
Yeah, Immortality Field not going to save you from that. No Transcendence available. That was just great timing, great coordination from the side of Butler. But here comes a response from Optimal, able to find 4. Depression does put Optimal down, but the kill still comes through. And Howard, they're finally going to get these wheels rolling once again.
And not, a decent stall, about a minute taken off the clock there. So both teams are about happy with what's sort of that last fight got them. Now the recontest for Butler Esports Blue comes in, and they're going to be able to walk in with the Amplification Matrix. The question really is, how do they deny the defensive ability here from Reisaku on this Lucio? A sound barrier here, the sustain later in the fight can be a big deal. Eyes on Butter to see if the aggressive Transcendence will reply.
Yeah, and it looks like we're not going to be seeing that quite yet, especially as Amatar is going to be able to find 2 kills, gets traded out by Zubi-Mama, but the damage has been done. You're still going to be down 1 in a 5v4, especially as Depression falls, looking worse and worse for Butler Esports. Your second point cap seemed all but inevitable for Howard Community College.
Yeah, it's always a good sign for the attacking team when you're able to take the point without even using any abilities whatsoever. In fact, it was Butler Esports Blue who used the Amplification Matrix that didn't find a ton of value. Not ideal here, but coming into this last fight, the last point, the Blizzard's going to be available coming online soon from Pineapple Soda, obviously the Supercharger as well, and critically, the defensive ability here from the Transcendence from Butters. All of these are going to have to be a difference maker against the damage abilities that are coming in from Howard CC here.
Yeah, Howard CC, like you said, they're going to have to live up to their name, I guess, and really keep an eye out on these ultimates. Paulito, again, hyper-aggressive Shatter, goes for the play of the lifetime and gets walled off by Pineapple Soda for the second time. Speaking of Pineapple Soda, that Blizzard does come out, clears the point, 2 players taken offline by this great May gameplay, and Paulito deep in the back line finds 1, but gets traded out, and that's going to be another fight win for Butler. Things are looking good here.
Yeah, the timing there was actually pretty impressive from Butler Esports Blue, pardon me, is the Blizzard prevents anyone from following up with the Graviton Surge and the Shatter. Shatter obviously blocked again by a Mei wall, and Polito has been struggling a little bit with this Reinhardt, and we're going to see a switch coming in from Armitar actually on the Diva now as opposed to the Zarya. So not really that efficient, though, as the Reaper's still able to get in the backline, get the D-Mech, and this fight's over before it even starts.
Yeah, the fight doesn't even get to make an appearance here as 2 eliminations on both of the tanks. Just over and done with. That's the scariest thing about hybrid maps like this, is the closer you get to the end, the better the spawn advantage becomes for the defending team. Howard, they're really, I feel like I've said this a couple of times, they're really starting to struggle. They've got another Shatter online. Maybe this is going to be the Shatter they're finally looking for.
Good eye out early.
High ground. Cowboy does not find any eliminations there, so that's going to be an ultimate down the drain. Here comes 1 onto Shadow Edge, so that's another ultimate down, a flashbang into a headshot kill. Here comes Matar in the back line looking for that Zenyatta, but Immortality Field saving the day once again, keeping the Dream alive. Picks it up on Depression, is going to be able to find that Genji. Howard, they are out of ultimates.
Butler Blue getting a ton of value out of the Immortality Field there. It denies, I believe, 3 different ultimates nearly by itself, which is, considering that it only lasts about 5 seconds, that's incredibly impressive. And so the support line here for Butler Esports Blue getting a ton of value from their resources. And there again, they show up in the kill feed as well. That's a pick off onto Amatar. And now Power CC Dragons, they're running out of time. Yes, they have 2 minutes remaining, but you want to finish ideally with at least above a minute to give yourself a chance on the re-attack. So some changes, switches, Optimal going over to the Hanzo. So we have the double Shimada brothers. They need to find a pick off here from this player that's an early Gravitic Flux.
Gravitic Flex, and the first one to actually make an appearance, because the last one we saw actually ended up getting slept. It does find the Diva D-Mac. Going to find the immediate kill onto a Diva as well. Butler looking very strong. They're going to be able to find that second kill. Optimal does pick up the kill onto Butters, so swapping off the Cowboy onto the Hanzo has made a notable difference, especially with Butters being the one eliminated. Probably one of the most bloodthirsty supports I've had the pleasure of seeing in a long time. I love nothing more in this game than a support who knows how to get dirty. It looks like it's going to be Depression finding that kill onto Thinoi as well. One kill from Optimal on the depression there. Hanzo, I've got to say, making a huge difference. Dragon's already online.
Yeah, and Optimal stood at about 20 HP through that entire fight. Still being able to dodge projectiles from afar is a big difference maker there. Depression does go down, so it's going to be a slight retreat from Butler Esports Blue as they continue to try and work time off the clock here. They have the closeout ultimates, though. Both support ultimates. The Blizzard as well to zone out, and the Supercharger. Butler Esports are in control here of the time and the objective.
Absolutely, and we're definitely looking at the fact that things are going to be coming through. No, we're seeing a bit of a panic pause, perhaps a disconnect, and something isn't going to be figured out there. Either way, we'll make an appearance here. Some ultimates being used, the game coming to a pause, and I'm sure we're going to get that solved in just a minute there. Definitely an unfortunate time for a pause to come through. Butler Esports, I think they really just had their hand on the hammer. They were ready to slam that final nail into the coffin. Both support ultimates at the ready. Like you said, they were simply in control.
Yeah, it's that's the thing about these hybrid maps, right? Once you get to that point where, especially on sort of the choke points of certain map types, you run into the place where it needs to be, much like Assault, where you need to kind of throw a lot of resources into a fight to win convincingly. Right. If you kind of get jammed up in a fight or in a particular portion of the map, then it starts to kind of run away with you. And that's kind of what we saw there in terms of the time bank. Because, again, Howard CC Dragons had a remarkable time bank coming into third, right? It was about 4 minutes, I believe, and it's been kind of drained away down to now in the last minute of play before the pause kind of came in. So certainly a lot to kind of go over, I think, as sort of a recovery after the series has kind of finished. But for the moment, I think you got to give credit to Butler Esports Blue in terms of identifying the win condition and going for it pretty cleanly, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. The win condition has beyond been set. We saw a really good start from Howard there. Unfortunately, they got stalled in the Streets phase a little bit longer than any team would want to, but making it through the Streets phase, I think, was a huge success, especially off of Ilios, that 2-0 loss. They're really able to turn things around. They've found a win condition here on Kings Row. They weren't really given the opportunity to find on Ilios. I believe we're going to be jumping back in just a second here. We know Butler is in the driver's seat. We know they have the win condition. We're going to have to see what Howard can bring to the table here to turn things around. Oh, and that's certainly going to help. An immediate triple kill. Both tanks and the BAP down the drain. DPS and Butter's not far behind. A complete and total team kill for Howard Community College Dragon. 0 time left on the clock, but every inch of that cart matters right now. They need to move this cart as far as possible.
Yeah, overtime is going to take into play here. Oh, Avatar caught out of position. It's now a 5v6. There is going to be the sound barrier here from Raceko in a moment. It's going to have to do a lot of work, though, as there is the Supercharger online as well. Timing running out here, Zeppelins.
Yeah, time is running out. You've got the ultimate time to use them. We're going to probably see a Death Blossom from up above, I'd assume, right about now. Able to find one kill immediately. Tanoid does fall. Not able to catch the Diva, however. Optimal taken offline by Pineapple Soda up close and personal. Paulito's Shatter. I didn't see it, but it couldn't have been a big one here as Howard is going to end up losing this fight once again. Butler Esports, they know they have the clock, they know they have the spawn advantage, and it looks like they're going to be able to stall that about 3/4 of the way through third point.
Yeah, that was, I mean, the Shatter itself was, fairly decent. Just the problem is, it doesn't matter how good the Shatter is if there's no follow-up, and everyone else was kind of had their hands full, right? So that's a struggle as the main tank. You know this, I'm pretty sure. Getting that, doesn't matter how good of a forward play you can if the rest of the team is kind of tied up. And we saw that. The Death Blossom obviously in the back line taking out the main support. There's no heal for the front line, and the Grivitic Flux to clean everything all up at the very end. So Butler Esports Blue, I mean, we have to give credit for the time that they took off the clock, but this is not unwinnable right now for Howard CC Dragons, right? There is still very much a chance for them to kind of close out the map. If they can hold on first, and sort of, or even just drain time on first and kind of hold out on second, there is certainly a win condition available for them here.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel more often than not I'm seeing this map get full held over anything else. I was quite surprised when I saw somebody actually make it through first point and they got the card moving. So I'm curious, can Howard come through and give us that defense that we so desperately need? It looks like they're really putting some thought into what they're going to put into that DPS slot. Tinoy back on the Baptiste, so no changes there. Matar going to start with the Hanzo, so that is a bit of a change of pace. Shadow Edge going for what I always call that King's Row Widowmaker. Where you just go up top, you look for one shot, and if you miss, you swap. I'm just assuming that's what Shadow's going to do.
5, 4.
I promise, team, I'll switch. I've heard that one before. But here I genuinely expect, Scouts doesn't find anything. The switch does come in. Reaper, okay, so this is going to be more of a brawl composition. We can see the high mobility from the Lucio, the speed boost, and the Mei to kind of wall off. And they're going to walk in, they're going to spot the Ryan, and they're just going to go for it.
Yeah, they just gun it for that Ryan straight away. If they can find Paulito, that's an immediate fight win, and Paulito will be the first to fall. Frozen out by Pineapple Soda, who does get traded out. Main tank missing, the supports are alive, so maybe Howard can clutch this back up. One more elimination would really help them secure the Zui Mama loses the mech, though, so another thing in favor of Howard. 1 kill short. Reisaku here getting up close and personal on this Lucio, desperately trying to find even 1 elimination to make the team proud. Shadow Edge takes out the Immortality field, and now we're just looking at a straight-up cleanup crew for Howard. Butters is gone, Intrepid not far behind. Depression, the third to fall. Paulito just hold left click, 85 damage, a swing, and 4 will fall. Howard Community College looking good on that first hole.
Critically, they don't give up a single tick of progress on the objective. They're able to buy time, just clean out resources. We saw the DMAC, obviously. Paulito comes back after, the trade earlier in the round and is the driving force in terms of damage later in. Shatter is going to be nearly online here for both Reinhardt, but Armitar has actually done a ton of work, because the Gravitic Flux is going to be here in just a moment. Aggressive run from Butler Esports Blue as they use the window early.
Yeah, the window used Gravitic Flux as the counter there for Sigma on the side of Howard, and trying to cancel out the window. The Immortality field going to keep the team alive, and the counter window coming out, a great 5-man Earth Shatter from Depression. But like you said, if nobody follows up on it, those simply do not matter. It's going to be Howard who follows up off the back of that Shatter, able to find a complete and total team kill. But Butters did respawn just fast enough, I believe. Either way, full reset. That is already almost half of the time bank gone.
I want to credit Armitar 963 in that last fight. Critically, the Sigma able to dodge around the Shatter, and is the reason why there was no follow-up damage, right? Just spamming through the window, and no one was able to kind of take advantage of that 5-man Shatter. Now Butler Esports rotating through Hotel. They're going to try and force a flank fight as Depression so low. Ooh.
Oh, Depression is going to be able to block that Shatter. Just barely had Paulito waited. A little bit better trigger discipline. Not able to really utilize it there. But it looks like that's not really going to matter here, as Howard is going to win this team fight once again. This is what I talked about earlier. I said more often than not, I feel like we're seeing teams get full held on King's Row. And right now, that could be in the cards for Howard here.
I'm really liking the discipline from Howard's CC Dragons as well. They're not over-aggressing into these fights, right? They're just committing enough. However, this is the most critical fight of the map for them. There's going to be the Blizzard online, the Death Blossom as well, and so too is Butter's Amplification Matrix. Butler Esports have to dump everything, because this is the fight they absolutely need to win.
Yeah, they need to win it right here, right now, or they're completely out of time, and it looks like it's going to be on the shoulders of Shadow Edge. Goes for the Death Blossom, but your team is already gone, my friend. Half of them missing. Oh, make that all of them. The DMAC comes through, and Sui Mama has nowhere to run. Fantastic visor there from Optimal. I would say that truly was an optimal visor, finding some great coordination and elimination.
Yeah, not only was the tactical window good at getting kills, it actually denies the Blizzard. Pineapple Soda, in the last moment, tries to activate the Blizzard and gets taken out. Now Butler Esports, they're in that 50-second mark. They don't have their big win conditions anymore. Self-destruct, they want to go despite being down 1.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. You need to stall this out. You need to find the elimination before that clock hits 0, and Shadow Edge going to be the very reason that is going to be possible with a triple kill. 1 from each role, a DPS, a support, and a tank. Offline Optimal, but out in the back here, cannot get on the stairs fast enough. Dewey Mama finds that cleanup kill. 30 seconds left, and Butler Esports stays in the game.
I mean, it's a tough call when you're down 1 to kind of force a fight, right? But there, in that particular instance, Butler Esports Blue doing a great job of recognizing that the self-destruct finds an out-of-position Armitar, and they're able to clean up the rest of the kills, obviously off the back of the Death Blossom. Without the ability to deny damage from the off-tank, Shadow Edge getting so much more value. Now, Butler, they're able to walk forward. They don't have a lot of time, though, only 2.5 minutes. This street phase needs to be clinical from them.
This street phase needs to be practically perfect. I mean, they really need to make sure they don't get stalled out at all, and that Gravitic Flex is going to make it a little bit easier to get stalled out if they get the kill, which they do. Intrepid will fall. Armitar 963 getting a little bit hyper-aggressive, but does not pay the price of their life, so everything is A-OK. Depression goes for an Earth Shatter, blocks the counter from Paulito, so back-to-back, just nothing off those Earth Shatters there, but Paulito does fall. Again, a crucial elimination here for Butler Esports to keep moving forward.
Yeah, it's going to be the later sound barrier that is often more valuable, but holding it for the moment is actually going to mean that players go down as Pineapple Soda gets caught out. Again, that Amplification Matrix putting in so much damage throughput here. Butler Esports choosing not to retreat, though. They're going to commit this fight.
They're going to commit, and it looks like it might already be working out very well in their favor. Hanzo is missing the Dragons, taking completely off the table, and Optimal's visor here a little bit less rewarding. Not able to find any kills there, no eliminations coming through. Immortality field has to be forced out by Tenoi to keep the team alive. Butler being forced back, however, so Howard loses one. They're still going to be able to win the tug of war, if you will. Oh, that's certainly going to help. Butler's offline.
Yeah, without the amplification matrix coming online, the damage throughput just isn't there, and neither is the healing, more critically, as Depression gets taken out. And now it's going to be a reset for Butler Esports Blue, as Howard CC Dragons have now put themselves a minute away from equalizing this series. And I mean, you know, they don't have necessarily the biggest impact ultimates coming online immediately, but they do have the pressure of the Dragon Strike to be able to sort of zone out the approach from Butler Esports Blue, and they're going to be able to build up the amplification matrix as well midway through this fight.
Absolutely. I was terrified that was going to accidentally get eaten by Zui Mama there, but it was going to be able to get a little bit of damage there, open things up to Blizzard. However, Blizzard into window. Pineapple Soda picking up back-to-back eliminations. Their great ultimate coordination might be able to find this Lucio as well. If you can just land one lucky old fire, but Shadow Edge picks it up anyway. Sigma tucks tail to run, but will not be able to make it back home. Gonna get frozen up here. Oh, and Optimal with the visor. A desperate move here trying to keep this fight alive. Finds a double kill, but cannot touch. Back up, a minute 50 on the clock.
This is now a little bit awkward for Howard CC because they committed to that fight. They're actually going to get their last fight here with a minute half remaining is going to be at the yellow box of victory that we see on our screens right there. I mean, Butler Esports Blue has the tools to work with, right? They have the Death Blossom. They have the self-destructive zone again. And of course, the defensive ability here of the sound barrier. Really, it all comes down to, does this Earth Shatter land from Polito?
And Polito, I'm not sure they've landed a single Earth Shatter yet. A very unfortunate day here on King Bro. Oh, and losing your Sigma. Now you've got a Shatter you've really got to make up for it. No shield left, 0 HP. Butters finds that kill. We are 2.5 meters away. Things are going to get cleaned up with a phenomenal Death Blossom from Shadow Edge once again. Howard, I've got to say, looked much, much better on King's Row, but unfortunately for them, Butler Esports take the second map as well.
Yeah, it's easy to kind of get lost in the narrative of the fight. As we get a quick look at the highlight here, it is going to be the Death Blossom. The Reaper's special move as he comes from above, not quite the side. But yeah, this is just a lot of damage and not a lot of time. Everyone kind of goes down. But, you know, to kind of highlight, the narrative of the game has been kind of around Butler Esports Blue and what they're doing in the middle of these fights. But you got to give credit to Howard CC Dragons here, right? They were able to make that a very competitive map down to the last minute and a half or so of play. And I think their defense on point A was especially clean. It took an alt dump from Butler Esports Blue to really open up that objective. And so, yeah, while map number 1 may not have been close, clearly these two teams are hotly contested the rest of the way.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And we'll be moving into map 3 in just a couple of minutes, which is going to be Dorado. So Butler now, they're going to get to talk about it a little bit, as well as Howard CC. Moving into this third and final map, these teams are going to talk about what to improve during the break. We're going to do a quick break as well. Get up, stretch, get some water, use the restroom, do whatever you have to do, but come right back here for map 3. We'll see you in just a couple. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Still Subtilence and LaFon here to bring you map 3 of this technical best of 3, but we're playing all 3 maps. We talked about that earlier. Anyway, Butler Esports, they are up 2-0. LaFon moving into Dorado. We want Howard to find at least one map if they're able. What do you think they can do better here on Dorado to win this map?
I think, honestly, after map number 2, it's micro adjustments at this point in time, right? There's not a lot that's holding them back from victory. And I think, technically speaking, they were quite sound on their point A defense on King's Row, which, allowed them to bleed a lot of time off the clock and sort of allow themselves back into that map. I think what it comes down to now is sort of the word escapes me. Oh my goodness. Strategically playing together, right? Not over-aggressing, not overstepping their bounds in some of the fights on their offense. I think defensively they're fine. It's really the offense that kind of gave them a little bit of a trouble, especially when you have 4 minutes heading into third and you're not able to close out. That's always a tough place to be. And I think for them, they don't need, as long as they don't like kind of trickle in on the offense and they go in as a 6-person unit, they'll find a lot more success offensively. And that really, I think, is the moment that's sort of holding Howard CC Dragons back at this particular point in time. Will they be able to do it in map number 3? Well, we'll have to find out because, as you said, Dorado is underway. We do have a couple of subs to talk about, though, as Trent comes back in, and so too, for Nile for Howard's CC Dragon.
Yes, we've got 2 players subbed back in, Nile and Twent, both of them being DPS, and I've got to say, I liked your comment about micro adjustments. I think what Howard really needs to do is work on the timing of their ultimates. I feel like their ultimates are always a second early, and that's really hurt them, especially in the tank department. Just waiting for those prime opportunities to strike could really help this team improve. But let's see if they've got any improvements moving here into map. Twent with an early Widowmaker here for Butler. Might be able to find a cheeky headshot. Looks for it, but no, the shield comes up just in time, and Twent is not going to be able to land it yet, and instead of running back to spawn, going to be sticking on the Widow here.
I mean, this is a strong Widow map. We can see the sight lines that Twent has to work with are quite open. There isn't really much that can aggress onto the Widowmaker here, right? There's no dive characters. Really, it's just the Hanzo, and Nile will have their own difficulties to kind of deal with here.
Yeah, it looks like Twent, a 5th of the HP available, is going to be able to find a kill, however, out of the Sigma. What a crucial kill. Intrepid picks up an elimination onto Reiseku immediately after. Butler's got the numbers available. Optimal going to be caught out of the back line, desperately trying to run, able to find a DMAC kill, and gets to live to tell the tale, finding the elimination onto Shadow End as well. Mortality field down, Tinoy not far behind. Butler, they've got the numbers. There's Nile. Optimal going to be the next one to fall. And Orisa, she's got 4 legs, but she's still incredibly slow, not able to run from that one. Butler Esports already capping.
Yeah, the Widowmaker there we saw, not able to get punished despite going very low because there's no high mobility characters on this Dragon's side. It's going to be a reset here. Now Depression can play up aggressively because Depression has that, primal rage, and I would expect Winston here to kind of play for those picks. We can see going after the Hanzo, just taking space away, and Howard CC need to find a way to punish this Winston.
Yeah, Winston, very similar to Wrecking Ball in a scenario like this one. Just being a general nuisance means you're doing your job. And Depression is certainly being a nuisance up against Howard here. Oh, what a shot from Gwen. Gonna send Tinoy to the graveyard there. Gonna immediately find that phenomenal kill. Looking for another one out of the next support, but nothing yet. A headshot onto the Sigma. Twent right now is just completely uncontested.
Yeah, there's a lot here. If you're gonna play around this double shield, you need to kind of play out of line of sight of the Widowmaker, and Depression's going to go down, but I don't think it's enough as the Remac comes in.
Well, I think Depression not falling was not going to be enough, but Shadow Edge kind of just walked into that one. Reiseku was swinging around, and Shadow Edge tried to find the kill a little bit too aggressive. Going to be able to find the D-Back as well in a Zooey Mama, so maybe Depression was simply the first domino, but Howard, this feels just like King's Row. They found their footing right about halfway through the map, and as Butters falls, Butler's got to go for a full reset.
Yeah, that's, we engage a little bit of funny business every now and again. There was a Nano Boost with a Pilot Diva in that last fight. That's no Nano Blade available, but Optimal going down now means that Butler Sports can actually just come back into this fight. They're able to just walk up. No
that's
range
huge.
pressure to kind of worry about.
Yeah, no range pressure to worry about at all. I mean, a little bit of an overcommitment there from Optimal made all the difference. And we've seen some incredible gameplay from Gwent, but... Oh, no! Oh, that's devastating. That's so upsetting. I mean, what a great play from Shadow Edge, but I've been that Hanzo. That hurts, but Optimal now on the Widowmaker going to be able to find the kill onto Butters as well. Zooey Mama picks up the elimination onto Tinoy, so a lot of back and forth. Reiseku's just, I feel, truly making a huge difference for Howard right now.
And it's going to be taken out, though, as the self-destruct finds that value, and that means that Howard CC are kind of running out of resources here. The tanks are staying up front.
I think Howard CC might have to do a little bit more with their name implies. I'm kind of just not putting the pieces together. We have not seen a lot of CC from them.
Yeah.
We've got a shield bash, we've got an accretion, but generally speaking, I mean, that's really not a lot, especially playing on the defensive side. There's no flashbang, there's no May freeze, there's not really a lot of crowd control coming through, and I think up against a Winston Diva, like that's what you need to succeed.
Yeah, despite having the superior eliminations in that last fight, as you said, there's no positional control, and so I mean, Butler's Esports Blue just kind of walk it into third here, and 4 minutes 15 left. There's a lot of time on the clock. Big shot there from Optimal to slow things down. Big tempo move there.
Yeah, that was probably the best headshot to find, right? You take out the main support, and there's not much Butler can do to keep themselves alive afterward. Maybe force a Transcendence if they had one, but Intrepid, not even close. So Howard, they may have gotten the opportunity. Like I talked about on King's Road, the closer you get to the end, the better the spawn advantage for the defending team. And I think spawn advantage is exactly what Howard needs if they want to win one of these fights. Looks like Tinoy is going to get traded out there with Gwent. I think it's going to be Optimal will get traded out with Gwent by Tinoy. A lot of ultimates at the ready here on the side of Butler, but they're going to lose depression, and committing an ultimate now might be a bit of a giveaway.
Yeah, I think this is where you have to kind of cut your losses and go and reset here if you're Butler Esports Blue. You have a lot of... Oh, they're just going to go, actually.
Whoa! It worked on King's Row. Maybe it'll work here. They're just going to run and gun, able to find one elimination. Optimal taken out by Intrepid there. Alito does pick up that counter kill, though, so that blade, that's 2 ultimates for technically 1 elimination. That is not what you want to be looking at here this close to the end of a map.
Now you can see the switches come in as Racing gets anti-nated there, so that's going to be the Brig taken down. A lot of value gained from that position. Howard CC, they're back in spawn.
Yeah, Howard CC, like I said, that's a fight that I expected them to win after that 2 ultimates for 1 elimination scenario, but like you said, they have been forced all the way to the spawn door. 3.11 meters left. Double kill coming through in favor of Butler Esports. Turns into a triple Butters there. I said it earlier, I'm going to say it again. That's probably the most bloodthirsty support I have seen in a long time.
A lot of high-value gameplay there from the Ana. Obviously, the Nano kind of give the Blade positioning to work with, but a big ante on the Brig allows the elimination of that pesky support hero in the back line, and without sort of that sustain from the Baguettes for the Dragons, right? The shield bash, the whip shot, sort of the spacing abilities that the Brig has. Butler Esports is able to kind of coalesce onto the tank that's remaining, right? And they're able to eliminate the front line from Howard CC Dragons, obviously eventually walking it through to the very end, and obviously Butters closing it out with a couple of frags as well. And I mean, Butler Esports Blue, now their time bank is immense. 2 minutes 45 seconds here on the 3-point capture on Dorado of all places. That's a lot to work against.
That is a lot to work against, absolutely. And I've got to say, I wouldn't be that surprised if Butler actually brought this comp out. They probably won't, and I usually don't talk about comps before the attacking team comes out of spawn, but a lot of this makes a lot of sense for Dorado. The tank line's the only kind of weird thing, but if they play Depression like a 3rd DPS, I think Butler could realistically roll through the Dragons here.
There is a lot to kind of say. The one thing I would say here is that this is it can be very strong in terms of damage output. However, its defensibility is a little suspect, right? In the sense that if one player falls, a lot of this kind of falls apart. So Butler Esports is really all about the contained aggression. We'll see if they're able to stay alive. Scouted out, actually. Armitar sees everyone inside that mini house.
Armitar's rotation up to the high ground here. That's already 2 kills in favor of Butler. That Bastion finding the first, and Butters finding the second, the third, and fourth are going to show up as well. Paulito gone. That is all but a completed total team kill there for Butler Esports.
Yeah, we're going to see some switches coming out as Howard CC Dragons look to kind of change up their approach. It was close. Tenoy actually lands an anti-nade onto Depression there, close to taking out the Roadhog, but unfortunately, close is not good enough as Butler Esports Blue comes out with all the kills.
Yeah, close only counts in hard hand shoes and horse grenades, or whatever that saying is. Either way, Optimal finding that first kill onto Gwent. Depression picks up a counter kill, but Nile got a great opportunity here, a spawn advantage as well. Shadow Edge actually finds the D-Mech, lives to tell the tale, but no chance they live much longer. They're caught out by Armitar. Resurrection onto Tinoy. Like you said, one fell, and it looks like the rest may not be far behind. The Howard DC Dragons may have found their opportunity to strike.
This is, again, this is a very, this composition is not designed to kind of be a long-standing, sustained composition. And with a good read from Howard CC Dragons, right, they're able to stay alive. The punch does not apply to a squishy, and so Twent does not take down anybody. And obviously, having the Diva just focus the Bastion makes a ton of sense, right? The Matrix to deny damage, and then obviously the D-Mech, trying to fight a Pilot Diva in that close is very, very difficult. And Armitar actually comes out with the elimination at the very end. So now a bit of a reset here for Butler Esports Blue. They're not giving up the objective or giving up the composition they're running with.
Woo! Twent just went right over that Mercy's head. That was so reckless, but it really would have paid off. It looks like they're not going to need the kill as Butler comes back stronger than ever. The fact they're sticking the Bastion, a huge surprise.
They have ultimates, right? And I think they believe in their retake. The spacing that came in. Howard CC Dragons didn't take high ground. Ooh, the minefield in the backline here at the spawn is going to be deadly.
I love it. But Dewey Mama's got to make it out for that to really be worth it. It looks like they're going to be able to. Of course, those adaptive shields are some of the strongest abilities in the game. Here come a very aggressive Dragons from Optimal, able to find depression off the back of it. And the ultimate, here it comes from Shadow Edge, able to find one. One might turn into two. No, a great eat. I've got to say, Armitar, the unsung hero of the day, ate two of those, and Nile deflected the final one back into that Bastion. Great turnaround for Howard here. The Nano Blade to boot. Going to be able to find one elimination. Might be able to. Will put Twent back in the graveyard. And now only be able to find two, but that might be all the space they needed.
That is a lot of resources to kind of get out of spawn, though, right? And there is going to still be another fight. Shadow Edge is going to make a switch now to the Torbjorn. No Bastion available. Niall's life just got a lot more difficult, right? You have to worry about the turret. You have to worry about the high HP that the Torbjorn has with that overload. And it's going to still be a contested objective here as the Wrecking Ball comes in at the last moment.
The Wrecking Ball coming in, already down to half health. Adaptive shields not going to be around long enough to really find a great opportunity to stay alive. Butters, however, taken out. That is best case scenario for Howard. They find Paulito as well, so the two trade. Armitar putting Twent back into the spawn room. Howard, this is kind of their now or never moment. Only 47 seconds left. The hammer kill from Shadow Edge onto Tinoy. Picks it up in the kill feed. Armitar finds two. Nile puts the third away. Howard, they've got a great opportunity. They're just a couple kills short from capping first point.
The hammer kill comes in, but the point will not be defended there as Howard CC Dragons do get value in. And I think, credit to Armitar and Optimal, I think specifically, they're able to, between the flashbang and the defense matrix, deny a lot of space and damage from Butler Esports Blue. And now with the high ground control, if they can continue to keep this up and force Butler Blue off the high ground, they could find some value here for sure.
Absolutely, and Twent going to be getting up close and personal, looking for a bit of value of his own. Goes for the Meteor Strike deep into the enemy territory, almost able to find the Ana, but unfortunately can't get stunned out of the retreat as well. Probably going to pay the price of their life for it. Paulito does find that kill. This is another great opportunity for Howard to come in just off the hubris of Butler Esports.
Aggression is useful, but you kind of have to temper it with prudence at some points in time. And for Butler Esports Blue, that was not to be found there. We saw Twent not really get value out of the combination of the rollout. Butler Blue, though, still bleeding time off the clock. They're still trying to force the objective here.
Another hammer kill from Shadow Edge onto Reiseku there, so that's going to be 2 in one game. Optimal picks up that great kill onto Intrepid. Might be able to find Twent as well. One bullet short, picked it up, 7 HP difference. Hopefully nobody knows you're up there, my friend. Drops down to grab the Mega here. But Howard, they've got the numbers advantage. They've got to find a way to get this card because the closer they get to second point, of course the spawn disadvantage grows.
The one thing to kind of highlight, though, is the time bank disadvantage, right? Howard CC Dragons only a minute 30. That hook barely keeps the alive as the Immortality Field comes out at the very last moment. So things are still going from bad to worse here for Howard CC Dragons.
Yeah, things definitely. I like the way you said that, from bad to worse. Your Depression uses that whole hog, but lucky for them, you don't really need it as a hog player. It's more of an optional ability. Not exactly known for being a strong ultimate. Nile is going to be able to find something. Reiseku picks up another one. I'm going to say I almost wish Reiseku was on the Brigitte here, but instead they are choosing to optimize on the Baptiste. They haven't used Mirage Door at all, so really holding on to these ultimates. Howard getting very close to having almost 5 ready, though, in a fight where they should only need 1 or 2 to get the second point.
Yeah, they should get the second point here as a matter of course, right? The spawns just aren't here for Butler Esports Blue. The stagger kills are, of course, coming in, and there is a late contest. Yeah, that's not going to happen 3 times, Shadow Edge.
Yeah, definitely a bold move from Shadow Edge, one that may actually kind of help give this point away to Howard CC. Optimal with another high noon, doesn't find anything, but has some great spacing. Gets traded out by Depression there. A Bionade from Intrepid picks up Armitar out of back. Oh, here comes that Nano Blade, though, from Nile. That could be the thing to turn this around. Picks up 1 kill right into the Molten Core. Takes a lot of damage, down to 20 HP. Will be taken out by Butters, who's then traded out by Paulito. Shadow Edge, desperate for this hammer kill, knows they've won the series and wants to win this round as well. But Paulito on the Winston making a world of difference, finding 3 in the fight. Optimal puts Dewey Mama down. 7 seconds left, but it looks like they may be able to find the second point cap as the Roadhog, the sole survivor, will fall. The Lucio returns just in time to be sent back away, and the second point cap will come through for Howard.
I mean, a minute half, and Howard CC Dragons were forced to use all their ultimates on the recontest. Butler Esports doing a great job of just denying space and time. And the resource management here from Butler Esports Blue has been phenomenal. Howard CC Dragons kind of forced to use all their abilities, and now they're back to the drawing board in the sense that they don't have a lot online. They're going to be close to the the amplification matrix, which you would hope you couple with the Deadeye perhaps to kind of force an early pick. Things, you need to find an early pickoff here.
Oh!
That's not the one.
Yeah, that was not maybe the one you wanted, but I thought he was going to pull him into that room and just whole hog him, and instead chose to go for that old fire. I've got to say, Optimal just used a second high noon in probably a little bit less than a minute, so even the fact that Howard's losing and Optimal still farming ultimates like that, very impressive in its own right, but you've got to be getting some kills with them to really make them worth it. Optimal finding 2 kills already, the whole hog going to be slept away. Depression drops down to sub HP, but not going to be falling quite yet. Boy has to get up close and personal here on the Ana, just the Bionade to keep the team alive. Palito has made some room. That Nano to Roadhog, not able to find any value there. Niall now on the Sombra. I think that could be a great opportunity for them to force extra rounds, but if Palito falls here, you have to commit the Nano to keep this Winston alive. He's already back in critical condition. Things are looking a little bit bleak if this Winston falls, but a kill already in favor of Howard.
They're up on this is good trades coming in, but Palito goes down, and this is now a little bit awkward actually as the minefield continues to provide space.
No, that's it.
It's overtime, and there's not many people left alive here. Death knell has been sounded as overtime is going to tick away. It's going to be the 3-0 Septilence. A hard-fought series, but Butler Esports Blue are going to walk away with all 3 maps here at the end of the series.
Just like our first series today, a 3-0, but when you look at it, when you look past the numbers, insanely close. I mean, none of those, except Elios. Okay, Elios was a bit one-sided, but our second and third map, Throw and Dorado, just down to the absolute wire, and unfortunately for Howard CC, they just can't get over that hump, so to speak. But, like, it's only week 1, right?
It is only week 1, and there's a lot there I think that you can take positives from, right? There's a lot here that, Howard CC Dragons can look at and say, well, we're this close, right? It's 1 or 2 things difference that'll get us over that kind of finish line in the sense that they, for a victory. But you got to give credit to Butler Esports Blue, who came out swinging on map number 1, made it a statement map, and when you go down 200-0 in that first round, with map 1 against you, the fact of the matter is that Butler Esports Blue only had to play a sort of contested map number 2, and so they're pretty pleased, I think, with how this series has turned out. A lot of questions I think that we had answered already, and now it just leaves me excited for what the rest of the season has to offer from these teams and from the rest of the teams we have here at NECC.
Yeah, and speaking of the rest of the teams, folks, that brings this series to a close. That is going to be game 2 in the books, but we're going to be jumping back into game 3. LaFon will be joined by Waffles for Sid. That brings my time to a close. LaFon, thank you for joining me. Huge shout out Michael and Caroline in the back line. Waffles for Sid. Can't wait to see what you're going to be doing. And everybody, enjoy the rest of your night. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other. And I'll be watching with the rest of you guys. Enjoy your night. They'll be right back with some more Overwatch.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to the NECC Overwatch matches. Today, we are here on match 3, going to be seeing Fanshawe Falcons go up against Ottawa University. I am Waffles for Sid, and once again joining us is LaFawn back over here on the analysis side. LaFawn, thanks so much for coming back for this next match. How are you feeling after those last games, and what are your thoughts coming into the next one?
Honestly, super happy to be here as always. I mean, a good Overwatch is something that I will always enjoy tremendously. Obviously, we had a good match in our previous setup, and so I can't help but be excited for the upcoming one. And I have to say, a little bit of interesting stuff going on here. I happen to live in a city called Ottawa. Unfortunately, not the same one as the one that we are covering here today. So a little aside there, and Fanshawe Falcons, obviously, as a result, down the road from me, at least in the terms I use. I think it's like 5 hours away by drive or something. But it's close enough. It's close enough, right? But no, we have definitely a good one ahead of us here.
Yeah, I am really looking forward to it. And, we have a set map pool for this first week one. And for the upcoming weeks, I gotta say, having Ilios to kick us off is quite an exciting map with all the different boot potentials and environmental opportunities and, well, a big variety in the actual map terrain and topography itself. I'm really curious to see what they're going to bring to the table and, if we're going to get some cheekier plays coming through or not.
Yeah, and obviously, starting off on the map, it's Ilios, then Kings Row is our second, Dorado is our third. So when we get to those, and we will be playing all 3 maps here today as well. That's a little aside, even though it is a best of 3. So starting off on map number 1, as you kind of highlighted, yes, all 3 stages so very different, and we get to look at excuse me, as our first one. The windmill kind of threw me for a loop there for a second, but we got there. And I mean, the well, as you kind of said, the topology of this map being so heavily biased towards sort of environmental kills with that giant void in the center of the objective, right? Lucio can be so useful, as too can Orisa, right? So those are some characters we've already seen here today. I would expect to see like high tempo play here, at least initially, from these 2 teams. Expectations to be played, sort of the sort of aggressive dive-esque compositions. And to that point, that's something we've seen a lot of today. A lot of different compositions in a lot of different situations. Nothing really being forced too much, right? We haven't seen teams sort of quote-unquote one-trick compositions like we have, like we've seen in the past, in sort of Overwatch metas before here.
Yeah, and those teams that can actually bring that diversity and adaptation to their compositions are the ones that typically can go the distance farther and, well, handle whatever curveball or screwball you throw at them. And that's really what's going to define teams as we continue to move through the next weeks of the whole season. And, well, the ones that are going to truly be the powerhouses at the top are going to have that flexibility and going to be putting in those hours to continue to round out those mechanical skills and get their timing in sync.
Yeah, and of course, kind of getting a good start off here in week number 1 is so important, right? It's not like
Setting
it's the be-all, end-all if you lose, but you ideally want to step off on a win, kind of set the stage for the rest of your season, right? So that's the other reason why I kind of say like highlight tempos being something to kind of keep an eye out on as we kind of get set. So yeah, for the compositions, that's a huge part of that. If you can play those quick styles, it's very important. But I think obviously if you can get your season started off on the right foot, it bodes well for the rest of the season as it comes up.
Totally. And, well, it looks like we have another curveball being thrown at both of these teams, LaFawn. We're not going to be starting at Lighthouse, but in fact at Ruins, the, I would argue, least environmental kill potential map.
I mean, there's the whole right side of the. Oh, I guess depending on your point of view, it could be the map
side.
Straight ahead or behind you. Yeah. But yeah, no, I would tend to agree in the sense that environmental kills not nearly as much of an effect here. Tends to play around the objective, sometimes on that mega pack on the flank side. And I mean, at least initially, what I would expect is that Ottawa University does play around that mega pack, especially the 2 that are on their side, with the Sombra being able to play hacks and give the tanks more sustain. Fanshawe, on the other hand, play a more static composition. The teleports out of spawn getting everyone closer to the objective initially, and then the switch over to the Echo and Reaper respectively. You can see Nason on the Hanzo trying to get for that poke damage initially. Sonic Arrow to find that information early, Sid, and we are underway.
Yeah, and Fanshawe has so much potential and damage burst potential coming through. Ottawa goes ahead and dives straight into the heart of them, though, and it's Nason coming up with the first kill onto Lump. Probably didn't have that translocator available to TP away. Beach goes in for a kill, and there's exchanges back and forth. The point is currently being capped in favor of Ottawa, but I'm not sure that is going to last long.
The Fanshawe Falcons are going to get the cleanup. We're actually going to see a switch from Matt. Doomfist gets put away, the Cowboy brought to bear, and the point will initially be contested by Fanshawe Falcons. And I mean, look across the board at the ultimate advantage. Simplistic nearly has the Coalescence, but looking on the opposite side, Nason with the Dragon Strike at the ready already. And it's rare that you see the DPS ultimate come online that quickly. I don't know that Autumn University is expecting.
Oh man, they're gonna have to adapt, and Ottawa's coming up aggressive after that. My word, after the Coalescence came through, they continued to push forward, and they've just wiped out Fanshawe in a blink of an eye.
Auto University, a good read on their composition strength, right? Use the Coalescence to kind of force the issue. This is that Sombra Reaper rush that we're seeing much more frequently, right? If you can kind of get into position, get the Coalescence behind the Reaper, allow the Reaper to kind of deal that damage, it becomes very difficult to take it out. The self-sustain is so immense. Now Fanshawe, though, they do have the resources. There is the Rally to kind of provide sustain. It's going to activate, and then you've got the Supercharger once you get to the objective.
Oh, corralled from the Rally straight into the Gravitic Flux. Ottawa was pushed into a tough spot there. Sound Barrier has been committed to try and save this fight, and a kill coming in from Squeak may do just that. Ottawa continuing to fight tooth and nail on this point. They're wringing out every little bit of possession as Squeak is continuing to just aggress forward in their face.
It's going to be the cleanup here as Squeak is going to get the last couple of final blows. Tyrell assisting as well. And for Fanshawe, that was the fight they kind of needed to win because we're hitting up to that 60% mark or so, and they had to use a ton of resources in that last fight. The sustain of the Rally, obviously, but so too was the Supercharger committed. And now Ottawa University, they're going to have a couple of win conditions. You've got the self-destructive zoning or a second life. You've got the Death Blossom, which can kind of provide positioning. And I think more critically, Lump nearly has this EMP online, and we all know how valuable taking the abilities away from any member can be.
EMP is nasty in a game where everyone is special, but they didn't even need it just now, LaFawn. Tyrell just dominated with his own Death Blossom, and well, everyone else cleaned up.
Yeah, good commit there. Just aggressive gameplay. Don't allow Fanshawe to set up. And now Fanshawe are looking at last fight territory, and Ottawa University, I mean, here's the problem. The amplification matrix gets canceled if it gets hit by an EMP, so we can kind of scratch that ability out even before it begins.
Oh man, the EMP launched early before that though, so a little bit of timing coming through, and Ottawa coming up aggressive here, continuing to hold strong. They are doing great against Fanshawe here on this first map, and well, at 100 to 22%, it's going to be, we'll have to see how map 2 goes.
And the one that is a little unfortunate for Fanshawe is that you hate to end the round with ultimates still available, right? But, I mean, EMP, the fact that you're able to hold it to last fight, the self-destruct comes in, you have no defensive abilities, and even with the Immortality Field, rather, being taken out by the self-destruct, you still get another elimination. It's too much, right? And obviously the cleanup from the Winston, from Squeak, just becomes the death knell for round number 1. But we are headed back to round number 2. We are going to see well here. So we do eventually get back to it. Matt back on the Echo and going to be pocketed by the Mercy as well. So a lot more sustain in the air and obviously the double shield. Hopefully trying to take positioning on the objective and kind of force Ottawa University to come to them.
Yeah, I did like that aggressive Sombra play coming out from Ottawa though in the end. And oh, a quick pause here. We'll have to see how quick it actually is. But, you know, we'll talk about a little bit about that round we just saw instead. Preemptively using that EMP and those other ultimates to wipe out Fanshawe before they could even make it to the point to contest. That's a textbook use of your ultimates right there, and they can't touch the point to trigger that OT time. Well, there's the map win, just like we saw.
Yeah, and I think the critical moment in that round was specifically when The Rally and the Gravitic Flux and Supercharger were committed in that
Oh.
one fight around the 50% mark, right?
Yeah.
The fact that you're able to not only deny sustain because you dive through the Rally armor, but the Gravitic Flux does not A, get any eliminations, and B, the Supercharger gets eliminated and you get an environmental kill via the Primal Rage. I mean, Squeak did a ton of value, had a ton of value in that fight, and I think really was the reason why they were able to snowball. Because if you only have to use one ult to wipe out 3, well, the math, I mean, you got to do it. 3 is a greater than 1, and if you don't have access to that in your resource bank, all of a sudden you are in a really, in a really tough position with how ultimate dependent Overwatch can be. So I think here in the next round, in round number 2 rather, I'm hoping to see a little bit more adaptation where when Fanshawe commits those resources, they're not overcommitting and they get value from them when they do commit, multiple ultimates.
Yeah, and it's a good call out here of the 3-to-1 ratio for that fight, as Fanshawe did a good job of using the Rally to corral people into the Flux. I really thought that they were going to have some great value after almost that forced movement of Ottawa, and then, like you said, Winston, who was it? Their
Squeak
Winston.
stepping up on
Squeak.
the Squeak stepping
Thank
up on
you.
the Primal Rage, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the name Sparkle came to my mind, and I know it's not that. But Squeak, yeah, absolutely clutched out with that Primal Rage, and I'm surprised that the value wasn't quite there, even with all of those resources pumped into that fight. And, that type of communication is going to have to really tighten up for Ottawa if they're going to bring back this fight.
For sure.
I mean, for Fanshawe.
Yeah, for Fanshawe. I think
For
something interesting
Fanshawe.
that we saw in round number 1 too, right, is the compositional matchup, right? We saw the double shield gameplay, right? The Sigma and the Orisa coming into vogue in that first round for Fanshawe. Now, the high mobility from the Winston Diva that Auto University brought instead was able to kind of bypass the shield pressure, right? We saw the Somber Reaper as well get behind the Orisa, and the shield, it's static. You put it down, it's there for the duration of its HP or timer. But if you're not able to play around it, then it becomes a lot tougher. So credit to Auto University for recognizing that and kind of stepping behind the sort of the protective barrier of Fanshawe, the Fanshawe Falcons, and a big reason as to why they're up 1-0 here on map number 1.
Totally. And understanding each character's weakness, isolating that, and capitalizing on it. We're going to see who can do it better of, pretty much all the teams tonight. So far, though, Fanshawe Falcons going to open up with a Torb and Echo composition. Ottawa's going to go ahead and mirror the same DPS lineup for themselves. An aerial battle has commenced, but no one has gotten taken out quite yet. There's going to be some additional pressure from those turrets coming through, so those pockets are going to be absolutely critical, and they're going to have to play those angles really protectively. 2 people already have gone down from Ottawa as Fanshawe is up the advantage, and that's going to seal the deal for Fanshawe here to go ahead and just take this point. LaFon?
Yeah, it's going to be the closeout, as you said. And the composition setup here is that the Torbjorn, it just provides an irritation from the flank with the turret. It just puts a lot of pressure on an Echo to not play hyper aggressively, right? Because getting tagged up by the turret and then being damaged by the other Echo, by the mirrored Echo, can be a death sentence, right? In the sky. The difference here is that the shield from Tank Killer Mate, what a name, is you can play it a little bit more aggressively, and exactly that. Matt is kind of protected while Irel goes down before any fight even really happens.
Yeah, and they've already committed the Amp Matrix on top of it, so Ottawa throwing a lot into this fight here, trying to get that value. Turret putting in a lot of pepper damage there, but of course, pockets are strong coming through from both Mercies. Can they continue to keep this pressure on? Ottawa's falling one after another, and once again, Fanshawe Falcons holding strong, but I am surprised at the duplicate commit.
That was, I think, a case of just not wanting to be taken out, and you have the ultimate, why not, right? So it's not it's an awkward position. If this self-destruct gets any kills, though. Jeez. Forces the immortality field. It forces, that's big. Matt, though, stepping a little far aggressive, gets taken out by Simplistic. Now, here's the difference. Tank Killer Mate now has to play a lot more defensively around. You can see Beach making the switch over to the Sigma as well. However, Fanshawe Falcons have the defensive advantage and the ultimate economy here as they open up the Amplification Matrix.
dodges that accretion coming through from Beach on the far side. Molten Core is thrown all the way across the well. The floor is lava right now, and Fanshaw's trying to dip away from it. The Gravitic Flux catches Tank Killer right there, and now Ottawa has this chance to go ahead and take the point back. Right now, Fanshawe is holding strong, trying to wring out every little bit of possession, but it is going to go ahead and flip over to Ottawa.
That's going to be the flip at 92%. So again, Fanshawe Falcons only really need to win one fight here to tie up the map and go to a round 3. And I mean, they have a chance to kind of force the issue. Here, they don't have a lot of resources off the initial engagement, but if they can sort of survive this amplification matrix from Simplistic here, they'll be able to walk back in with the Supercharger and contest against Sweek specifically. So Fanshawe trying to take position up on the opposite end. Matt, though, going down is going to have to slow them a little bit.
I like how late the shield is thrown here at the end after a lot of other resources have been committed from Ottawa. Fanshawe getting aggressive in this corner. Sicklove fell so low, but the Immortality Field keeping everyone alive for this scrappy, up close and personal fight here on this far side. So far, Fanshawe continuing to push and hold, but Ottawa has the point capped in their favor now. They're going to have to push and take this back. Here it is, Amp Matrix pop from the side window. A kill onto Beach already, opening him up, and while they're trying to cap the point, they've almost got it. It's flipped once again back in favor of Fanshawe Falcons, and they are trying to close out and end here. Rez is successful on the Beach, but that is short-lived. He's taken down so fast after that. Fanshawe not letting up on this heat as they continue to push forward against Ottawa, wanting to take this second map here and take this to our third round on Elios.
Well played by Fanshawe indeed, recognizing their win condition of that single fight, right? They didn't need to overcommit to any fight. They didn't really need to overcommit to anything. They saw Matt go down, but rather than kind of retreat and reestablish their position, they used the Supercharger first. Sicklove, puts it down and kind of says to Ottawa University, come at me. What are you going to do? Squeak has to respond in kind. And, then, as you said, that Immortality Field, so valuable, drawing those resources out, forcing positioning, forcing Ottawa University onto the back foot, allows Fanshawe to walk in onto the objective, take control, and then obviously superior numbers, overtime ticks away, and the eliminations are all there for the Fanshawe Falcons. And that means that we are headed into Lighthouse, tied up 1-1, and we're going to see a rush composition here from Ottawa University as they bring out the Reinhardt and the May.
And they've already set up fast on that point. Not surprising they beat Fanshawe there with both a Sim and a Lucio. That's what they want. They want to get in there and bunker up a bit and wait for Fanshawe to jump through those chokes and pretty much get isolated off. Lump is the first person to go down. No one can be isolated without the wall, and now Ottawa is looking rough without all the CC they need from their DPS.
Really, really smart gameplay there by Ottawa University. Surround and conquer in that particular instance, right? They have a lot more spam. They have the sticky bombs from Matt. They obviously have the accretion, the hyperspheres from Tank Killer Mate on the Sigma. And if they're able to get around the Reinhardt, there isn't really much to kind of block Ottawa University, block Fanshawe Falcons from Ottawa University. So the spam comes in, the damage is there, and Matt, as a result, has a duplicate before this next fight.
Huge fire strike. Oh, he doesn't get it too much done with that fire strike. Couldn't quite time coming down, but the pin is nasty. Goes ahead and throws the Earth Shatter into the shield and goes for more charge and more damage as much as he can during that duplicate. Right now, Fanshawe holding strong as they continue to hold their defense here on Lighthouse.
Reinhardt from the sky. What else can you say? Just out of the air and down to the charge, pulls the Baptiste out of the Immortality Field. And Fanshawe hold on to the 50% mark. And, that was a very cheap fight. That was just the duplicate. Ottawa University going to make some switches over here. Lump goes over to the Sombra. They're going to play the more dive-esque composition, but Tyrell taken out is going to have to wait now as Ottawa University are playing with fire and their time bank as the clock is sort of ticking away. Fanshawe, they're closing in that last fight territory.
Yeah, Fanshawe here has 69% on the point and counting, and well, Ottawa hasn't even walked up the hallway to approach the point and contest yet. Right? They got to do something different.
And Fanshawe has all these resources. Here comes the Gravitic Flux too, right? Into the Deadeye, excuse me.
And demeched already. There is a hack coming through on the side, and Moon goes down early. This could be the chance for Ottawa with a main healer out of the picture from Falcons right now. Ziklov is trying to carry this here, and so is Nason. More and more kills from the McCree, and this Orisa coming through from Fanshawe Falcons. And, well, at 99% and counting, they're going to take this last map and really show us a totally different team fight and chemistry than our first map.
Round number, the 9-9 ticks away to the overtime, just barely in play. And good control from Fanshawe Falcons in the last two stages in terms of ult economy, right? We talked about it after round number 1, right? When that one fight where they had to commit the 3 ultimates and they weren't able to get value out of them. That wasn't the case for rounds 2 and 3. Fanshawe Falcons were in control in terms of ult economy. And while this is a flashy play, it does not win out the map. And so Fanshawe will set up 1-0 here in our best of 3. Pretty commanding second and third round from them.
I totally agree with you there. The first map was like 100 to 22% in favor of Ottawa, and well, they lit the fire under the Fanshawe Falcons, and now they came to play and really showed, I think, a lot better communication and control around where they wanted to play and how. They didn't seem to be panic using their resources and abilities. And I mean, that second map on Well, I think really showcased a lot of their patience on the map too. Got a little bit of a better improvement use of that ult economy. And well, I'm not sure Ottawa was quite ready for that turnaround.
There is certainly a lot to unpack here, Sid, but we got to wait for map number 2, and don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. But stay tuned for these quick messages. We'll be back with map number 2 in just a moment.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting. At no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
Hey, folks, and welcome back to the NECC match 3 of our Overwatch games today. We are seeing Ottawa University face off against Fanshawe Falcons in our best of 3, which we will be playing all 3 maps. LaFawn and I are here to bring you to our second map of Kings Row and break down some of the stuff we saw in our last match, too.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, map 1 was contested, right? It went 2-1, so certainly a close map, even if the rounds themselves didn't kind of play out that way. And I think we've already seen variance in terms of compositional setup, right? We've seen the Winston, we've seen that Somber Reaper rush from Ottawa University,
Right.
we've seen the more static double shield from Fanshawe. And I mean, we have a couple substitutes too to speak about, right? Matt's going to be stepping out for Fanshawe Falcons, and so coming in there. As we get set, look into the map itself, Kings Row.
That's right.
Wigan Hines coming in for Matt. And what's cracking? Oh, so okay, just a small side. Our producer said told us what's cracking was coming in. I in my brain thought what's cracking, like, how's it going? But no, like what's cracking, like the sea monster, which I think is infinitely cooler.
Yes, or what's crack-a-lackin'? That's what I also like to say as an alternative. But we'll have to see if he's actually as deadly as the Kraken he named himself after. And if he can, turn some of the tides for Ottawa coming up in this Kings Row match.
I guess the question is, what Overwatch character is most like a Kraken? That's what I'm curious about now.
I mean, wouldn't it be Zenyatta because he already has the octopus skin with the tentacles?
Yeah, the Nocti skin is that I don't know. I feel like
I know
Zen's
it's more
just
like
too peaceful.
Cthulhu vibes than an actual Kraken, though.
Yeah.
So
we'll put that up to you. Who's the Overwatch character who's most Kraken-like? To the game, though.
Who is the most Kraken?
Yeah. We've got the double shield in play from the Fanshawe Falcons. Ottawa University running the rush composition, coming out with the Rhine. And they're going to try and play for aggro play here, Sid. Running out with the Mei, trying to section off someone, and then, take them out, and then take the point as a result.
Well, they just TP'd straight into the face of Fanshawe right there on the high ground, dropped a bunch of turrets, and then fell onto the point themselves, sealed Fanshawe off on the high ground here on this far side, forcing them to move around and try and take other angles. They move over on, just encircle Ottawa here on the point. It's going to be a slugfest. What's cracking already goes down, but there's been an exchange back and forth. Fanshawe now coming up big as they continue to hold strong, and well, it looks like their defense is going to hold, but they've still lost 2 ticks, LaFawn.
Yeah, 76.8%. So despite Ottawa University ostensibly losing that fight, they still get a ton of value. A minute passes and they get 2/3 of the objective. That's not a bad trade. And they're going to be having this amplification matrix fairly shortly, which can be the initiation factor for this next fight. Ottawa University getting the go button right away.
Such a fast go button as well, straight into the face of Fanshawe. But once again, they are being shut down. Ultimates have come out, and well, they've sent Ottawa back to the spawn.
Simplistic actually had a lead against Cliffwater in terms of ult percentage. It was 84-75. But in fact, it is Cliffwater with the earlier amplification matrix despite that. And now Ottawa University is back to the drawing board. They will have the amp matrix here, which they can open up the fight with. They need to slow it down a little bit, actually. This quick rush, if without getting into a position to give the Reinhardt damage, is not doing them any favors.
Molten Core has been thrown, and Wigan goes ahead and tosses the Deadeye too, catching another couple people. These DPS on Fanshawe are so bloodthirsty, and they just continue to put in that damage from not just one angle, but pretty much 3 angles when you include that turret.
Yeah, it's becoming a little bit of a struggle here from Fanshawe to kind of get in. From Ottawa University. Ottawa University needs to slow it down, weirdly enough, despite them playing the supposed rush composition. They need to kind of poke for the damage, from the defensive abilities from Fanshawe, then hit the go button. They do have the Blizzard now, though. This should be what they win the fight off.
One more forward charge coming through from Ottawa once again, and they have a couple exchanges, but who can continue to keep that advantage? It's going to be a spawn advantage for Ottawa if they can make it back and continue to keep this pressure on. Fanshawe's lost a bunch of people, and it looks like Ottawa is coming up big and is going to be able to finally take this point.
Ottawa will get that point, and well, they should. They used 5 ultimates for that. and that's if you can't commit to a fight and win off of that, then that's going to be a real problem.
Right.
Self-destruct, Blizzard, they use the amplification matrix, they use the photon barrier as well from Tyrell. Now trying to push up and try and get scouting information here. Squeak does have trying to get an opportunity to get in the front line. I would say though the rally is available from What's Cracking, so the sustain is there for Fanshawe and of course the Gravitic Flux. And if there is damage follow-up, Fanshawe are in a good position to hold here on the early parts of the second phase of the zero.
That's absolutely true. Oh, a beautiful shield to block that opening accretion from Tank Killer Mate right there. He's forced to use the Gravitic Flux and is trying to keep Ottawa back, but they have so much charge. They've been reinforced with that sound barrier, and, well, they give some space, but they've still been moving the cart. So different type of space being given. LaFawn, a stun onto that in the middle of the self-destruct. Probably didn't go quite as far as they were wanting and has to use it to remech right here by the payload. Now as we continue to push forward here, Ant Matrix popped in front of High Noon, trying to charge him up, but all it does is discourage anyone else from pushing up this alleyway.
Yeah, 2 ultimates used to gain space there, the Deadeye and the Amplification Matrix. Not ideal, but Fanshawe does buy time here for Nason to use the Molten Core, and that's going to be the damage required to kind of slow this fight out and trade out the eliminations. Fanshawe send Ottawa University back to the drawing board. Now setting up for this next fight. I mean, Ottawa University, their win condition here is to slow the game down. I think they're playing too quickly, right? I think they're trying to play too aggressively. Here, Ottawa University needs to play the poke face, trying to get the Blizzard online, try to get the Earthshatter online, and then kind of commit with both of those. Fanshawe has been allowed to kind of dictate tempo, and that has really been one of the big difference makers here.
I do agree with you there, and Ottawa is going to have to take some control back in this game. They've pushed forward here, and What's Kraken has already gone down. That's a lot of in-your-face brawl out of the picture for Fanshawe here, and they've given space towards this checkpoint here on the second point. Right now, a big fire strike has come through. Blizzard's frozen everyone up, and Ottawa is finally able to clean them up and is going to continue pushing this payload.
That's the play they needed. What's Kraken gets caught out just a little bit far forward, and good punish by Ottawa University. What's Kraken has been playing on sort of the edge of disaster, and that's not a bad thing, right? If you're breaking get value, Brigitte by nature has to kind of ride that fine line, keeping the Inspire up while still staying alive. And What's Kraken, unfortunately, there just tips a little far over the edge, and Ottawa University punished. Now, though, here's the teleport, looking for the Shatter.
DP into the back line. There's been a kill onto Tank Killer, and, well, Ottawa's continuing to get the kills that they are looking for. Tyrell has gone down, and that's a lot of damage out of the picture. DP is out of the picture on top of that, and once again, Ottawa has been fended off and didn't get all the value they were looking for from that.
Yeah, Squeak was looking for the teleport shatter. I think actually takes down Tank Killer Mate. They're going to reset and re-aggress with the Amplification Matrix and Sound Barrier as Fanshawe tries to deny them.
Yeah, that Molten Core, though, from Nissan is going to be tough. To push forward on, Ottawa has to wait that out a bit. And now, with that ball coming through from Tyrell, they're going to dance around it and aggress forward here. Tank Killer's in the corner. He got saved by that Immortality Field. Clutch plays coming through from Cliff Water, but they've been sealed off. Ottawa's pushing forward, slams everyone on the ground from Fanshawe, and the self-destruct is there to follow up and continue putting on the pressure. Ottawa wants to push this cart all the way. 1.29 meters left, and they are just trying to clear out the last remaining members here of Fanshawe that are trickling in. Pin comes through, and that's going to be 1:31 left on the clock.
Ottawa University there recognizing their spacing and actually getting the tempo play they need to close out the round. And I was a little bit critical of them in the second phase of King's Row, right? And first phase too, where they were playing hyper aggressively, where they were running in and trying to force the fight with the brawl.
Yeah.
As we got a quick pause here. But back to my point that I was trying to make, I was critical of them playing that hyper aggressive style. I think what was the difference between those that sort of ineffective first and second phase in terms of how aggressive they were running is that when they got to that third phase, and first phase they used ultimates to kind of just brute force their way through. Second phase, arguably the same thing. The third phase, though, the big difference was that when they were forcing those aggressive fights, they weren't running into the backline as a six-person unit. They weren't like all going in and then not getting any trades. They were slowing it down just a little bit, stretching out the defense, so Fanshawe couldn't support each other. And that's where the sort of hyper aggression from Rush can be very useful. And so it's a good mid-round adaptation from Ottawa University and allows them to get that 131 time bank, as you highlighted at the end of their attacking round.
I totally agree with you there on that change we saw come through from them. Kind of felt like in the beginning it was, more similar to football, where you see them just clashing into each other right there on that defensive line over and over and over. And eventually it kind of turned into some more dynamic and positioning elements. And, you could see them running the full plays and actually getting the traction they want instead of just pretty much running into the brick wall over and over that was Fanshawe. I'm curious to see how they're going to handle their defense here. They've picked the Reinhardt and they've picked the Mei. We all know Mei on King's Row near this wall is not one you want to get chunked away from.
Yeah, I think at least for this first fight, Fanshawe probably has the advantage because the Zarya obviously can cleanse the Mei. As long as everyone gets past the Mei wall, there isn't enough burst damage off the top for Tyrell to kind of burst down whoever's walled off. It's going to be the later phase of this fight where that comes into play. So this first wall has to be really, really solid. And I mean, Fanshawe's playing around it quite magnificently, actually.
Got to give him a bit of the jukes before you actually jump through the choke. Oh, jump straight into that fire strike. Happens to the best of us there. Wall has come through, though, sectioning out just the Rhine. Immortality Field, of course, has been committed from both teams already. The bullets are coming through. Actually, the rockets are coming through from Wigan here on this high ground. No one seems to look at him yet. And, well, there's not a lot that they can do to really take the damage against him. They're just pushing Ottawa straight off this point here, picking them off one after another, Lafon, and looks like they are coming up strong to take this point.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the I would argue the one weakness, if you can consider it such, of the Symmetra in this particular instance. The burst damage just isn't there off the top, right? You have to kind of build up that charge to be that damage monster in the later stage of the fight. Ottawa University, they're unable to kind of deal with the... And yes, while Wigan, Hines, and Nason don't really deal enough to build up their ultimates, together there's enough burst damage to kind of work through and give Siklov space to kind of swing away. And that really is the difference maker, I think, in that first round. So 5 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock now, and Fanshawe Falcons are off to races.
Oh, and a nice Ant Matrix comes through here from Fanshawe, trying to open up the fight for themselves, but Wigan goes down to that fire strike? Oh man, I would love to know how that happened and if he was in the air for that or not, but Fanshawe has to wait for that big damage to come back.
That's going to have to be a slow, methodical approach here now for Fanshawe. And the counter amplification matrix just ends any hope of this fight even happening. The fire strike takes down What's Cracking in an instant, and Auto University are going to hold here as a result. And Sid, the question now comes in, like, how does Fanshawe reapproach and reaggress? Because the Thara is not great at A, retaking in general, B, without a pocket's even harder, and C, there's not really many angles the Thara can get into. And despite having the Barat, I mean, yeah.
Okay. If no one's going to turn around to look at her and put pressure on, it's not going to be that successful. But like you said, not a lot to be able to do there. They just continue to be stuck here on this archway. And, well, we've seen this happen not just at this level, but even at the OWL level. It is a tough place to funnel out of because, well, you are precisely funneling out of it and right into the maw of the enemy. These turrets are eating up Fanshawe as they try to poke through, and they have to give space back to to avoid this blizzard here. Beach just get a big eat of the grab in the back, but I don't know if that's going to be enough here. Ottawa continues to push forward, and, well, Fanshawe back to spawn.
Yeah, Fanshawe needs to go back to the drawing board, and it looks like they're trying to elect to have the Junkrat here. I mean, it's not an aerial character, so you can just kind of spam in the midline, or sorry, in the front line. The question isn't... You can see the rotation, the adaptation from Fanshawe trying to go past the Symmetra turrets, get in through the choke point. Siklov does have the Shatter, and you'd like to see that used here. Actually, that's a big pick as Sir goes down.
What? Little Lucio duel came through and shut down just as quickly. Fire strike through that Ant Matrix, and all the other damage coming through it is going to be too much for Fanshawe, just as they had finally broken through this archway point.
Yeah, the amplification matrix with the fire strike, a tale as old as when that piece was released.
Ouch.
It's 200 damage instantly. There's not really much you can do about it, right? It's literally the ability that takes you down instantly if you are any of the squishy heroes, and that is in fact what What's Cracking is. So now a reset, 2 minutes 36 seconds left on the clock. You can see Fanshawe trying a different approach, back to Wegenheinz on the Pharah. And solutions are seemingly lacking right now for the Fanshawe Falcons.
I do appreciate how they are changing their approach, though. We have seen teams just repeatedly go the same direction, not really changing what angle of approach they want to take, and I do want to give them credit for that. It is a tough rotation around. Earthshatter has been committed, but another one answers in kind, and that is going to be Fanshawe once again going down in a full team kill this time.
And now Ottawa University, I mean, that was a 5-minute, 10-second time bank to open up the second phase of Kings Row that they've bled down to now just below 2 minutes. And Fanshawe, again, not only do they have to complete the map, they have to complete it with time remaining. Ottawa University, with that 131 on the time bank, has put themselves in a great position.
Yeah, and this is definitely the time bank position they want to be in. A nice boop comes through, pushing everyone back just a little bit more, and that's going to give Wigan a chance to try and put that pepper damage up above. High Noon doesn't find anything, and, well, Tyrell is too charged up. What's Kraken gets the res off successfully, but I don't know if that's going to be enough for Fanshawe. He has been sectioned out alone, goes down, and now the Grav is committed on top of it. It is a chaotic fight here on the point, and right now Ottawa is thriving in it.
Yeah, Tankular, mate, is this going to be a switch to, like, the Diva here? Still playing the Zarya. I mean, that's tough, right? Committing the Graviton Surge in a fight that you've lost is a tough ask. Now the Doomfist out. It's looking like a last-ditch effort here for Fanshawe as Nason goes again to play. Oh, ooh.
Early
that was
commit.
Close.
That was,
Let's
yeah, early
almost
committed
caught
that
sleeping.
ammo. Jeez, that would have turned the fight, but man, Cliffwater has already gone down. Blizzard's been thrown from Ottawa, and Fanshawe can't get close to the point this time.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a full reset here. And, I mean, Wegenheinz it needs to get out, or, yeah, Wegenheinz is fine. But the question is, what is Fanshawe Falcons' win condition in this next fight? Ottawa University are loaded for bear. They've got the sound barrier for defense. They've got the Earthshatter to put pressure, and obviously the photon barrier from Tyrell can just section off the map and really prevent anyone from kind of taking damage. It is the ultimate combination to have here at the very end, and Ottawa University look like they're poised to close out the map right here, right now.
Early Rocket Barrage comes through, taking down Simplistic. That could be an opportunity for Fanshawe, but Tankular falls very low. He gets topped off a little bit in the nick of time, and now what's Kraken trying to get super deadly with that pistol? It is rough here for Fanshawe as Ottawa continues to clear them out and is going to take the second map.
We are now all tied up at 1 here after 2. We will head to the third map to decide this series. What a defensive performance there at the choke point from from Ottawa University to close out Fanshawe, I should say. As we get a quick look at the highlight of the game. And just unfortunately not enough here to kind of confirm. They get the point, they get the hold, but it is still going to be Ottawa University who takes map number 2.
Yeah, and I have to say that was a lot different play style from both of those teams from what we saw in our first map. Fanshawe really shined strong on the second 2 parts of control and seemed like they were leveraging a lot of movement. And Ottawa came out here on Kings Row and just absolutely dominated that second defense point.
A lot still to play for, though. We are going for the tiebreaker in map number 3. It's going to be Dorado, too, which is going to be really interesting because we've seen a lot of compositional differences in maps 1 and 2. If map 3 plays out as the first 2 have gone, I wouldn't be surprised to see this one really play out to the last stage on that third map.
Yeah, I am in agreement with you there. Both of these teams have been pushing back and forth pretty strongly against each other. And I'm curious to see if Dorado is going to yield, a bit more advantage for Fanshawe or Ottawa and their play styles. But we'll just have to wait and see. We are going to go on a quick break, folks. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you on the other side. Hey folks, welcome back to the NECC Overwatch games. Today, we are here on match 3 of Fanshawe Falcons against Ottawa University. LaFawn, so far both of these teams are going the distance. We are 1-1 on the score right now, going to our last map into Dorado.
Match 3, map 3. It doesn't get any better than this for sure. And we have another substitute coming back in. Wigan Hines going to be stepping out. Matt returning to the fray for the Fanshawe Falcons. And as sort of the series has gone, map number 1 was Ilios. He was close, 2-1. Fanshawe edging out on that victory. Obviously, then going to Kings Row and a bit of a defensive clinic from the Ottawa University to hold Fanshawe Falcons at bay. And that is where we find ourselves all tied up at 1, as you said, heading into Dorado for our third map. And, as we kind of watch throughout the series, we've seen a lot of variation. We've seen the dive, obviously the Somber Reaper coming. Dive is a generous term. We've seen the Somber Reaper composition from Ottawa University. We've seen the sort of static, double shield. We've also seen a lot of rush with the Reinhardt in May as well,
right?
In Kings Row. So as we head to Dorado, which is a little bit more open, has a little bit more verticality, I'm wondering if we're going to return to see more of that Winston from Ottawa University.
I had a similar thought line. We saw a lot of mobility come through from Fanshawe on those first maps. And, Ottawa tried to answer in kind with their own Echo, but didn't quite have the same value Fanshawe was able to bring. So I'm curious if Dorado has so many different levels. Straight out of the gate, you're already looking up at 2-4 different high grounds, depending on how you like to group them up. But it is going to be, I think we're going to see a lot more mobility coming through from Fanshawe again. Oh, well, maybe not.
The Ottawa University obviously attacking first, right? They have to set sort of the tempo of the game, sort of set the pace, the distance, the finish line, if you will.
Right.
For what Fanshawe kind of have to expect. And I mean, defensively speaking, this composition actually does have a lot of rotational value. You have the Orisa who's going to kind of hold high ground initially. Then you probably will have Siklov kind of fall back to choke while Tank Killer Mate kind of continues to hold that high ground alongside Nason. And the rotating sort of float player is going to be Matt on the Echo. And Matt's going to be the linchpin, really, of this composition. The damage throughput from the Echo is going to be massive. And if Ottawa University can't sort of dodge or shut down the Echo, things get a lot more dangerous. You can see already, Matt 9% off those sticky bombs out of the game.
Jeez. Sticky bombs and a halt. That is the combo to start your ult economy off correct. Ottawa goes ahead, getting aggressive. This is similar to what we saw in Kings Row, just TPing up right here next to Fanshawe, but not quite as in your backline or in your face as Kings Row. They are still getting a little bit of value in pushing Fanshawe off of this high ground a bit, forcing them to rotate around. Cart hasn't been pushed too far yet, but Ottawa moving up up around Fanshawe even more now. They've gotten a couple kills and Cliffwater's gone down. Heals are out of the picture for Fanshawe as it's only Moon left to take care of everybody, and that is going to give them the opportunity to continue pushing this payload here.
Yeah, the payload is just starting to move though, so there is not going to be any choke pressure for Fanshawe. They continue to fight in here, and Matt nearly has a duplicate. This could be the game changer right here.
Yeah, Simplistic goes ahead and, continues to move forward, but Matt trying to get that pressure onto the Reinhardt. I thought he was going to get it, but of course the focus ray deletes Simplistic. He was so low. That extra damage is absolutely nasty, and Fanshawe Falcons doing a good job here at holding strong just under this archway.
So one of the ways that this kind of, as the fight kind of devolves here at the very end, Matt trying to stay alive, one of the ways that you kind of play this is have the cart move up to the first choke point while you kind of take high ground. And what that happens is it's a two-pronged pressure. Pressure from the cart moving in, as well as the damage from the high ground kind of coalescing and forcing the defense to back out. Because the cart was so late coming to the choke, Fanshawe didn't have to worry about it. They were able to kind of fight at full force on the high ground, and that is one of the reasons why Ottawa University are in the position they are right here.
Sound barrier saves everyone from that flux, but Squeak has fallen very low. He dies just at the end of it, and now Fanshawe Falcons continue to swing forward. This duplicate from Matt is getting so much value as he just cleaves away at Ottawa.
Yeah, that's going to be the full reset there. And I mean, relatively expensive fight, I suppose, from Fanshawe. They use the duplicate, they use the Molten Core, they use the Gravitic Flux, and the Valkyrie. And in exchange, Auto University only uses the sound barrier. So this is now Auto University's fight to win, where they have the Blizzard, they have the Photon barrier to kind of bisect the objective. We'll see if they're able to. No, not with that. Nope, too late.
Yeah, blew it already off that one. With Simplistic going down so early in the fight, it's going to be tough here. They've still committed resources moving forward, but Nissan goes ahead, continuing to put that damage in. And, well, now Ottawa gonna have to push again and hopefully have the same luck they did at King's Row when they got to use all those ultimates to break through the defense.
Yeah, unfortunate timing there for Auto University. As I'm setting up the fight, they've already lost it, which is kind of a tough place to be. They are going to switch Tyrell over now to the McCree, so that's going to give them a little bit more consistent pressure against Matt. We'll see if they're able to get this Blizzard down, because that has to be their win condition here. If they can get this Sigma, this could be big.
Tyrell's already been picked early in this fight now. Ottawa's going to be down some of their DPS. They continue to push forward here. Shatter comes through, finds one, and Tank Killer goes down. Lump manages to finish him off, but Fanshawe Falcons are trying to give space as Ottawa aggresses forward. That Blizzard gets Nissan, takes him down with an Icicle, and now Ottawa has once again used their ultimates to bust through the defense of Fanshawe.
There is a contest possible here for Fanshawe. See, Matt's thinking about it. They're going to go for it.
Wow, that's an aggressive contest coming through. He picks the Reinhardt and already has Shatter online. Drops 3 people on the ground. Sound barrier has to be committed from Sir to keep everyone from Ottawa in this fight. Fanshawe wants to contest this last point here and stall out as much time as they can. 3 seconds left on the clock, and they are continuing to fight forward here. Ottawa trying to do their best at pushing forward, and that is going to be them capping the point at the last moment.
We're going to see switches coming over from Fanshawe. Siklov goes over to the Winston trying to contest the high ground. I mean, that was pretty bold from Fanshawe, right? We saw Matt use the duplicate to just buy time. The Shatter lays down 3, but a well-timed sound barrier from Sir keeps Auto University in play. And, I mean, 2 minutes on the clock here to get through the second phase. Auto University are not out of it yet.
Both of these teams have shown some really good restraint using these saving grace resources like the sound barrier at the last moment and really making sure it gets the maximum amount of possible value, not over committing too early. So far, Fanshawe, though, holding strong on this high ground with this switch over on to Soldier 76 from Nissan. So much pressure coming up, and, well, he's kind of like Mario, where he can really take care of himself and is very well-rounded.
The interesting thing about this composition from Fanshawe is that Tank Killer Mate's really the stable sort of anchor tank in this particular instance, right? Tank Killer Mate's going to be playing the one that's kind of contesting the objective while the rest of the team kind of holds this high ground. And, you know, especially with the Echo being able to fly around, being pocketed by the Mercy, you can see, like, a lot of pressure has to be absorbed by the Sigma in the later stages of this fight once they drop to the objective. But Duplicate's online yet again.
Immortality committed by Simplistic here for Ottawa to open up this fight. Matt has gone down, and the res just barely canceled out at the last moment. That was a very aggressive res right in the thick of it, and now Fanshawe is down 2 as they wait for heals to come back. Ottawa's going to push forward here. They know they've got a bit of an advantage, and they are just waiting for Fanshawe to drop down and try and make a move. Nissan is forced off the high ground and gets chased a little bit, but doesn't get finished off. 1 DPS has gone down. Nissan's pockets are going to try and save the day. He's trying to make hero plays. The rockets pop Lump straight in the face, but it's not enough as the self-destruct coming through from Ottawa is continuing to zone Fanshawe off. They were reinforced by the sound barrier from Sir once again, and they continue to cleave forward here, trying to remove Fanshawe Falcons from this point. 0.18 meters left before it has capped to the second checkpoint, and, well, they are putting all the damage they can into this fight. Fanshawe goes ahead and commits the duplicate on top of it. Another big shatter once again, LaFawn, and they are continuing to cleave forward. Matt's trying to do all of this damage alone. No one is taking him down. They're just trying to wait for it to time out, and it seems like he might have been able to just flip this fight himself with all of his resources, and Fanshawe Falcons able to stall this out at the very last moment, handling Ottawa's trickling in from their fast characters, and all that's left now is for them to finish off this ball in Moira, and it is going to be a pretty incredible second defensive hold that we have seen come through here from Fanshawe at just the very last moment. I mean, I keep thinking they're going to be able to finish anyone off, but the focus fire isn't quite there yet. They've got 2 more kills from Tyrell, and the res is 6. LaFawn, how is that res successful onto Cliff Water? This has got to stop. You have got to be more punishing on such an aggressive res like that. Self-destruct coming through from Ottawa, and does not find any. Oh, finds Matt? What? A zoning ultimate is successful. Another one comes off, and OT bar runs out so fast as soon as anyone's off the point.
The self-destruct in the air from Tank Killer Mate. That was a incredible sequence of events from both squads there, right? First off, the nano boost onto Matt to keep the Echo as the sort of pressure point, and then having NECC coming in on the Tracer in the backline while everyone was focusing on the Echo. Obviously with the duplicate into the Earth Shatter, while focused on the Echo, the Tracer comes in and cleans up, and then Tyrell, not to be outdone, the respawn is just barely enough, and in the chaos is able to pick up 2 kills to make it interesting, if not at least that second point captured. But ultimately what it comes down to is Fanshawe, an excellent read in terms of the ult economy. They're able to just be the last team standing with resources left, and I mean, it's easy for me from the casting booth to say, oh, they just had resources left, but it takes an immense amount of mental restraint to kind of understand when to use those abilities, and Fanshawe, under pressure, are able to close out the fight, and I mean, now put themselves in a pretty decent position to close the series away. They only have to capture 2 points here on Dorado to take the victory here. Audio University certainly have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, a very clear win condition for Fanshawe right now to try and take this map of Dorado. Gates are going to open up, and, well, currently, okay, yeah, I figured that was going to be a change off the Bastion. Makes more sense to have that McCree and the CC available. Tank Killer already goes down from that, or from Tyrell on the McCree, and, well, it looks like Fanshawe can't quite get out of the doors for this first push yet.
A great close hold here from Auto University inside the close house, bursting onto the objective, and then surprising Fanshawe. Now Matt in the high ground, though, is putting a ton of spam in downrange.
Oh man, and that wall means that you cannot run away back into spawn. So far, Echo and Mercy have been pressured out so far on the edge. They finally get back into the action in the fight, but the kill is good. Focus Beam comes up big as Matt gets that kill onto Tyrell. That's going to give Fanshawe a man advantage and going to get them the aggressive momentum they need to move this payload forward and take the space. It's tough with them guarding in this little room, as this little room does technically contest the point when you are here in its zone, and with that last clear onto Lump, Fanshawe's definitely going to be able to push it out of this little archway.
Most critically is that this fight didn't take a very long time for Fanshawe, right? It only took them about minute 10, and considering that Auto University won the first fight very cleanly, it's a good re-aggression from Fanshawe in those last-ditch moments. Now, here, the cart is going to get past that first choke before a recontest is truly available, and that means that Fanshawe can actually set up. They have the duplicate available. They're going to be able to kind of play the aggressive copy in, likely off of the Reinhardt here.
We've seen the Reinhardt copies all day. Today, though, it is actually going to be the Diva gets demeched very, very quickly. Of course, already has self-destruct and is popped out of duplicate. Ottawa's being reinforced by the sound barrier during the blizzard, and the self-destruct finds 2 anyways. Gravitic Flux takes out Squeak when he was so low health, and right now, Fanshawe Falcons going to be able to push this point.
Good. Again, just the understanding of spacing there from Fanshawe is incredible. Matt doing a great job of staying alive in the duplicate form, right? The self-destruct isn't quite online and is DMX, but is able to get the second, able to get the call mech down and then have the self-destruct to kind of close out. And now Auto University are going to make a couple of changes. They're going to go the Somber Reaper Rush again. 4 minutes, 11 seconds. Fanshawe, they only have to get through this this phase of the map. We can see the yellow box of victory just there ahead of the second checkpoint. Ottawa trying to take the low ground away. This is going to be a hard re-aggress.
Ottawa's moving forward here, trying to put any pressure on this back of Fanshawe. A little bit more coming in from the tanks as the Nano Boost has been committed onto Siklov. They're still trying to find that value, and well, an exchange does go back and forth. Primal Rage committed here onto Ottawa. Siklov trying to find that value and displace everyone, moving them into more ideal kill locations. That boy Moira had nowhere to run after being booped around, and once again, Fanshawe just doing a great job of sectioning people of Ottawa out on the side and, well, polishing them off.
Oh, get the stagger on the pilot diva
Sleepy
too.
Beach.
Oh, poor Beach. This is disastrous. Because, again, we can see that Yellow Box's victory just meters ahead. And Ottawa University is not going to get a full, true 6-person recontest.
That's going to be tough.
It's going to be tough. Fanshawe, they're here. They're in position. They're waiting.
Oh man, Fanshawe knows that they just have to push it to this little box. There's still 2:57 on the clock. A good manual hack coming through, but there's still a couple of kills coming through onto Ottawa. Can they continue to hold and push and hold strong? Nissan going with the attack visor here from the high ground, absolutely slaughtering everyone in his sights. That auto aim is nice and easy there. Matt flying high, enjoying the view, watching his team go ahead, take it down. The remaining trickling players coming in. And Fanshawe, this is theirs to push this last little bit as they continue to try and handle Ottawa coming in. Lump is coming back. An EMP could be game-changing as the sound barrier. There it is. EMP captures 4 people on it. And, well, the kills are starting to come through. They managed to get 2. This is big. Cliff in the back being harassed and pressured by Squeak. No more sustainability for Fanshawe on that fight. And that was an incredible defensive hold at the very last moment.
Fanshawe taking the foot off the gas pedal just a little bit, and Ottawa University finding that moment and taking their advantage. They use everything. They're not out of the woods yet. This is still very difficult. They have no resources, and Fanshawe has a Nano Boost and both tank ultimates, but at least they've bought themselves a reprieve. Fanshawe coming in over the high ground yet again. Matt looking for that first pickoff.
Almost had that manual hack come through, and well, right now Ottawa does have that spawn advantage if they can get some early picks. Siklov is hacked here and goes for the Primal Rage in the back line. Nothing found from Tank Killer's self-destruct, but Tyrell going down is going to be tough with a lot of DPS off the table. Fanshawe's brought back their other support, and now they are 2 peas in a pod. They're going to continue to aggress forward here. This duplicate might be the nail in the coffin, as the Primal Rage is going to be so difficult to try and combat once that's online from him. And Fanshawe Falcons rolling the cart forward. Hack comes through. This is the last desperate attempt again. This one catches 5 people. Moon goes down, and Cliff goes down. This is almost a repeat of what we saw on the last nail-biting fight before they were able to defend successfully. They used the EMP, hacked everybody, and took down the supports.
That is indeed a repeat of the previous fight. Lump coming in clutch with a second EMP in as many fights. Fanshawe, they're moments away from closing out the map, and they just can't quite find that full team wipe to give themselves the win. And now Ottawa University have actually put themselves in a position to close out the series right here. Tank ultimates are online for Ottawa University. They have the defensive ability in the sound barrier. Fanshawe do not have the same engage tool they did before. And it seems to be falling apart now.
Hack comes through onto Matt. Matt falls down. That's it. They are down one of their major damage dealers. The res is successful coming in from Moon once again, but Nissan is taken out of the picture during his ultimate. Ottawa is trying to hold strong as they've launched their self-destruct here to try and zone everyone from Fanshawe off the point. But it's 2 people from Ottawa that go down to that self-destruct. Oh man, it is all over for Ottawa now as they are continuing to fall one after another. And that team kill is going to give Fanshawe Falcons the one and final win of week 1.
What an absolutely stellar last couple of fights there from Ottawa University. Unfortunately, not enough to close out this series, but what performance under pressure from both squads.
Teams. Yeah.
I mean, here we're seeing the highlight from Matt and how they were able to take out point A, but despite that, we have to draw back to Lump. I think specifically on the Sombra, the EMP in back-to-back fights. The fact that you're able to build it that quickly is astonishing in and of itself, but that your team is able to get the respawns in time and to stabilize enough, the communication required to keep the momentum going in your favor And then obviously Fanshawe in the last moment,
Yeah.
each comes up with a big self-destruct to get to both tanks, right, out of the picture. And then the sustain is no longer there, and Lump cannot pull magic out of the hat the third time in a row as Fanshawe take the series 2-1, but that was incredibly close.
Yeah, I can't believe how close both of those teams were to defending and to capping just that second point area. Really a lot of clutch plays, and I have to say I think that their synergy as a team shined through a lot during those high pressure moments. And for Ottawa, a little bit harder at the end, but they had some fantastic defensive moments, and repeating the same Sombra, taking down 2 supports, that is some beautiful textbook Overwatch gameplay right there. Couldn't quite hold it strong at the end, but I mean, both teams, huge amounts of back and forth. And I mean, I got a lot of respect for the skills they brought today.
Yeah, both teams can walk away from this game with their heads held high because it was spectacular Overwatch, right? I don't think either of them should be ashamed of what they performed here today.
No,
It was
yeah.
really, really well done. And I mean, one team has to win. That's sort of the nature of this game. And in this particular instance, it was meters, not even. It was centimeters separating them from each
Yeah.
other. So when it's that close, you can say, safely speaking, it's, one fight here, one fight there. And as we go through the rest of the season, I'm extremely excited to see what these teams provide, because when they're that close to each other and they're contesting, that means that there's room for improvement, that they can fight against each other again. And how they perform later on in the season is going to be, I think, a treat to watch, not only for us, but for everyone at home, and of course for the players on the team as well. A round of applause to both squads. That was some fantastic gameplay, especially on Dorado.
Absolutely. And, I'm pretty excited to see how they're going to continue to evolve throughout the seasons. When you have a match that close, you're right. It's not just like one moment in the whole match that could have changed the tide or given a different outcome. There's going to be a ton of small little things that they also could have done, more than one fight, little combinations. And I'm excited to see how much those are going to be refined throughout the upcoming weeks to really show how crisp and strong these players are at Overwatch.
That's you took exactly what's running through my mind as we kind of get set to see what they have left for us here in the rest of the NECC season.
Totally. Well, folks, we are done with our third match of the day, but there are a couple more coming up. LaFawn and I are going to go ahead and step off of the broadcast, but folks, you are going to be in fantastic hands with Bull Skunk and Chef Billy. They are a killer combo. I'm sure you guys have seen them around the scene already. Before we, sign off and do our bit, I want to give a big thanks to everyone behind the scenes production-wise. Always underrated, and they're the true people who make the magic happen and bring you this fantastic broadcast. So, Caroline and Michael, thank you. LaFawn, it was awesome casting with you here at NEC for our first time, and thank you so much for joining me today. Is there anything you want to say before we sign off?
That's you've taken the words right out of my mouth. It was a ton of fun. It was a pleasure, an absolute blast to cast some spectacular Overwatch alongside you, Waffles. So I'm excited to see what's up next. And for Chef Billy and Bull Skunk, I guess the only words I have are take it away and break a leg.
Hello, friends. We are back with our fourth match of the evening. My name is Jeff, alongside my good friend Billy over here. And we're headed back to the Legends Division as we continue with week 1 of the NECC Fall Tournament.
Yep, and we've got a banger tonight. We're going to have Converse University out of Spartanburg, South Carolina, the Valkyries versus a college from Windsor, Ontario, my former country. I'm an expat Canadian, and it's going to be the Saints of St. Clair College. And, in looking at the two teams here, we know some players for Converse University. We know Maxwell from the Contenders Trials Open Division circuit. We've cast them quite a few times, but the real person that we're looking at is Hammer. Hammer, we're sorry we keep following you everywhere, but hey, it's good to see you again. And he's going to be playing DPS tonight, and I think that's something that we're going to be keying in on tonight. Is going to be the DPS matchup between these two squads. I mean, Hammer is normally a main tank player, and he's been playing on DPS.
Yeah, we've only ever seen Hammer play main tank. Back for a high school squad called We Are Powerful. They were a dominant squad, did not drop a single map that they played in the last tournament we saw them. Also played for Best Buds in Open Division, got 3rd place in Open Division. They were this close, Billy, to getting into Contenders Trials. Either way, both of these DPS players for the Converse Valkyries are no strangers to high pressure competition. So Bailable, Cheesy, Kale, the DPS for St. Clair's, they're going to have their work cut out for them today.
They really are. And, we've got a fixed map set here. In our best of 3, we will be playing all 3 maps. We're going to start out on Ilios. And, I'm hoping to think, do we go to the well first? Do we go to Ruins? I'm a personal fan right now of Lighthouse, seeing what they're doing in Owl right now, how they're working these really weird compositions going in, depending on whether you want to go in with the Reinhardt, do you want to go in with the Wrecking Ball, you want to go in with the Winston. It's all dependent upon what kind of mobility and work that you want to get done inside the point.
And what these teams are comfortable on. So this is going to be a good indicator of where the comfort zone lies for our two squads, and can give us some real insight as to what they're going to favor going through the rest of the series. So, that last fantastic match that we just saw with Waffles and LaFawn at the helm going down to the very final fight, we saw a lot of double shield from one side versus a lot of brawl comps on the other. I think our opening map on Ilios will give us that kind of inside look as to what these teams want to play. We're not going to waste any time, Billy. Let's get into it. We're headed to beautiful Greece. You've actually been here, haven't you? IRL?
I've actually been here. Actually been here IRL, and it's so spot on with how they built the architecture with these lighthouses on Mykonos Island and such. So I was very impressed when I first saw the game come out, and especially on Ruins, just the eye to detail here. But let's get into the meat of this here. Converse Valkyries bringing out a little bit of the Wrecking Ball Diva in the tank line, and then we're looking for Winston Diva coming out of St. Clair Saints. And we talked about we're going to be looking in on the DPS battle, but man, this is 2 completely different philosophies for the tank line. Who's going to be able to create the most space? Will Quicks be able to get enough disruption in the back line?
Yep, we're going to get the dive comp with the Farah going up against what we like to call the Blackout Brawl. It's really more of a rush competition. So St. Clair's looking to just pound on any vulnerable target. Kiwi looks to be the most vulnerable. Is running a Mercy Zen backline. Still Kiwi's going to have to be very carefully positioned to not get ran over by this high octane composition coming out of St. Clair's. And so far, Valkyrie's doing a good job of just setting up all across the map. Headed for the top line. Apostle gets greeted by a set of micro missiles taken out of the fight. Trade's coming through. Both teams down 1 tank. It's 5v5 as Valkyries pick up first control.
Yeah, and still Kiwi's going to pretty much have to keep a perma-lock with that Orb of Healing onto Maxwell, who almost has Pulse Bomb out of this first engagement and takes down the Reaper in a heap. So, right now, DPS battle working definitely in favor of the Valkyries.
And since they've got this first control, they are free to just sit up around this courtyard, drop it in DPS ults right there. And it's this DPS line we highlight at the top of the series. Maxwell and Hammer coming up with the goods.
Yeah, beautiful predictive Pulse Bomb coming out from Maxwell there. Hammer letting loose with the barrage as well. There is nowhere for St. Clair to hide. And now it looks like, they're going to get a little bit of healing, probably a swap off from, there we go, onto the Cowboy. So now they're going to be trying to really focus in on Hammer. I believe that G-Scales is going to need to get up into the air and challenge Hammer because they've just had 3 raids so far, Jeff.
Yeah, Bailable will be able to use that flashbang to Good use on the Tracer as well. Try to stop Maxwell in their tracks. Sinclair's headed towards Cage. Trying to isolate some members of Valkyries here, but they're taking so much damage. It's pretty slow moving. You can see that Discord Orb on Apostle. Look at all the damage. Look at all the pressure onto the front line, and Apostle immediately back in spawn. The vulnerable Kiwi does get taken out of the back, but res available for that squad, and not even the sound barrier will be enough for St. Clair's. This Transcendence from Kiwi, it's going to be the nail in the coffin on this fight.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, the res came out, beautiful usage of that allowed the Transcendence to come out. I mean, they have all the healing resources that they need. EMP should win this next fight for Saints, though.
Yeah, with that Transcendence already been used. See if you can get in there. Cheesy's able to find one already. Hammer trades out, 1-for-1 with Bailable. Makes it off. That Lucio had me holding my breath, Billy. Somehow Chance gets that res off. Cheesy, they managed to pick up another kill, though. Still holding on to this EMP, and all the while, St. Clair's have flipped the objective.
I mean, they're going to have 5 ultimates coming into this next fight, Jeff. And I mean, the biggest one, obviously, is EMP.
The Coalescence from 9 to initiate the fight. Cheesy finds a kill, the hack on the Chance, and the follow-up on the Hammer. Cheesy putting in a ton of work on this Sombra. Manages to single-handedly dismantle the pharmacy combo.
Yeah, and now the healing difference, Jeff, is starting to really rear its head. The sustain that's available to the Saints right now is just keeping them into fights longer than what Valkyries can get damage output from the beginning. So Maxwell is going to have to look for the pulse bomb into the support line to get any kind of aggression onto the points.
Trying to initiate, just quick boil through. Oh, the Cowboy unleashes! And the Deadeye picks Chance up, following up on that EMP beautifully. The flash headshot, well, body shot, but still, the results are the same. Maxwell back in spawn. And Valkyries have suffered too many casualties. They've managed to trade out a little bit, but I think a reset might be in order. Now the res does come through. Maxwell, or Hammer's going to take back to the skies, but Quicks falls for the second time in this fight.
Yeah, I think then you need to swap off the fire now. I think you've gotten the work done with it, but now you're approaching get the same amount of capture percentage. Apostle with the Primal Rage taking out Kiwi almost.
Oh no.
Transcendence once again. The hack is beautiful from Cheesy.
Hammer and Chance, like they just can't hover over the seas at all. Cheesy's looking for that, pouncing on that opportunity. That's twice now getting important kills with a simple manual hack, and it's turned the tide of this. One last chance for Valkyries. I don't even know if they're going to get a complete fight here.
They're really not going to, and this is a predictive bomb coming out. Not going to find any joy with it, so that's a great addressing of that. But now they've got to get on the point and start taking them out.
Nice focus fire unavailable. That's a big threat. God, Apostle out of the fight as well. Oh, man. Quicks had enough. Went in there and stormed over that point like the wrecking ball that he is.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a reset from Garchomp there. And now, you know, Barrage is available. They got to watch out for this manual hack from Cheesy. Once again, EMP could win the fight. No, nobody gets a touch.
Down to the wire. It was so close, Cheesy. It was like a step away. But in the end, it's Converse University. The Valkyries walking away with round 1.
And, you know, DPS, you know, maybe not getting done as much as they really needed to there. You know, they started out really well, but then the adaptations that came out from St. Clair really took it to the Valkyries, and they did not have many answers. I think, you know, the flip with the mines coming in from Quicks, you know, a nice usage of that ultimate, but really it was a pick here or there. That could have gone very differently for Converse University. So what are we looking here on Ruins? I mean, we're looking at, you know, a lot of the same. Maxwell's going to go ahead and use the Symmetra to get them out of point and then probably swap over to a different character.
Yeah, I'm guessing the Tracer, yes, indeed. There it is. Our British cover hero. Their pulse pistols coming out. Quicks, once again, on the Wrecking Ball, trying to initiate. This is a very difficult composition to take the point with. Once they take control, we saw it in that last round, Valkyries will be able to set up, but that's if they can conquer this. Still Kiwi, still on the Zenyatta. Easy pickings for Apostle. And Bailable is going to win that Tracer duel. Couple of quick picks going for St. Clair's. Now Hammer is able to strike back a little bit, but especially with Garchomp out of that mech, St. Clair definitely in control of this fight.
Yeah, and he's still fighting for it here on the point, but I mean, once the manual hack comes through on Quicks, that is done and dusted. Bye-bye, that is first point to Saints. And now it's all about holding the point here. Chomp, you know, can probably get some work done, but I think they need to get back to the safety of their team.
I mean, that's one of the benefits of this high mobile composition, high speed composition, rather. They're going to continue to fight. I mean, it seems like one prolonged engagement, and now we've got a barrage on the battlefield. Finds 9. Primary source of healing off the table. Chance manages to get another res off. I've been very impressed with Chance's play so far. Very good at staying elusive and getting in some clutch reses.
Yeah, Maxwell is winning these Tracer v Tracer one-on-ones here, but Balewolf does have Pulse Bomb available. Kiwi's got to be the main primary target for that.
Now Valkyries are in a great spot. They can just pepper in some rockets from afar, look for a prime target. You can see Quicks going into the back. Big slam in. 87% towards those mines. Going to go rolling through the back line and try to find 9 yet again. 9 desperately wants to get up this coalescence, and there it is. Immediately pops it the moment it becomes available. Try to keep the team alive. Chance, Kiwi both fall at the hands of Bailable in the back, and Maxwell gets burned down with that coalescence. They even invest the EMP into this, Billy. I'm not even sure that was needed.
Oh, I don't think it was needed at all. And there we go, Bailable once again, getting the value there with the machine pistols. And now Primal Rage will keep you into this fight, allow you to keep accruing that capture percentage. Sound Barrier also available, Jeff. So, I mean, Valkyries are really going to have their focus fire down to be able to take this point.
There's not really a big initiation ultimate that you want to save Sound Barrier for, so they're free to use this and up the tempo of this fight. And what has already been very fast engagements from both sides. Hammer with a nice direct. Finds Arjun K. Now the barrage from up above. Has sights on Cheesy. Cheesy has 1 health. Nope, never mind. That's both DPS back in spawn, courtesy of Hammer.
Oh, main tank on DPS and, well, winning the battle right now. Maxwell has another pulse bomb into this next fight. They also have the Transcendence, which will keep them up as long as they avoid the manual hack. I'm looking for Junk, maybe to initiate on tempo with this Sound Barrier.
So we're talking about Cheesy and Bailable are going to have to step up. They have been putting in some work. This has been a great duel, but Kiwi and Scales are able to find kills onto the respective tracers on the other side. 5-5. Hammer still raining death from above, trying to dislodge the tanks off this point. Quicks focusing on the Sombra, not allowed to get comfortable, not allow that Sombra to find those important manual hacks. Another big pick from Kiwi. This Bloodthirsty Zenyatta picking up their second of the fight. This one on to 9. And now that source of healing is gone. No more heal orbs. Apostle and G-Scales don't have the sustain.
Oh my goodness, and Pulse Bomb ready to go once again for Maxwell. So you're going to have both DPS ultimates to hold this point. 8% more, and they're going to go ahead and take Ilios.
Oh, what a play! Maxwell destroys the translocator. Garchomp sends Cheesy for a swim. The big 1-2. And the EMP back in spawn as we approach the overtime. Hammer takes care of the remaining members of the Saints who were left on the objective. Now it is just G-Scales trying to stall out the Pulse Bomb. We'll send that pilot packing. The EMP comes out, but it's a bit too late. Nobody there to follow up. Valkyries are in prime position. They'll take round 2. The inevitable cap comes through. That's a 2-0 victory on Ilios to start off their fall tournament.
Man, you want to know who I'm really impressed with right now, other than Kiwi on the Zenyatta, who is very bloodthirsty indeed, is Quicks on the Wrecking Ball. He has actually gotten a lot of value in the disruption that we talk about. He is using that grappling hook, and he's not disengaging right away. He's getting as much knockback potential out of these grapples that he can. I am just absolutely impressed with this young Wrecking Ball player. I'm really going to be looking forward to them moving forward through this series.
A very good Wrecking Ball play indeed. Getting max value out of those adaptive shields, knowing exactly how long they can stick around and keep the poke damage and keep the disruption going. I'm anxious to see if they do stick with this composition because the Valkyries were very good on this ball comp.
Yeah, I mean, it was great. I think that moving forward, though, especially when we head to Kings Row, after our little break here coming up, are we going to see Brawl come out? Are we going to see the same high mobility characters coming out once again? And will St. Clair be able to counter that in their own inimitable way?
Well, we'll find out after a quick word from our lovely sponsors. We'll see you back here in a minute.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 Classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch ahead.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting. At no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
Valkyrie's putting up quite a showing in map 1, taking the early 1-0 lead in our best of 3 series. You know, we were talking about those DPS, and they certainly did not disappoint. Maxwell and Hammer really putting a lot of pressure down, doing a lot of work. But hey, I mean, Bailable and Cheesy put up their fair share of kills in the feed, Billy.
Yeah, I mean, I really like Cheesy on the Sombra, man. The manual hacks that came out, split-second decision-making. I think they kind of sniffed out where translocators were going to be hidden there on Ruins there
That was a
towards
sick
the
play.
end. So, I mean, Maxwell and Hammer showing the game knowledge and the game sense as well into that. So, 9,000 IQ on that. I think right now, if I have my dithers about me, I want to see Hammer switch off to a little bit of something different. Kiwi on the Zenyatta, I don't mind. However, I think that maybe a switch from the Mercy might be something to call for. I'd really love to see, either a BAP come out or a Brigitte. I mean,
Or the
Brigitte
Brig,
Zen.
yeah.
Oh man, I mean, you could be really greedy in the back line with that and get that Inspire uptime going on. So we'll see if they go more brawl centric here, Jeff. That's what I'm looking forward from both sides here. We'll see Converse Valkyries come out onto the defense here. and we'll see what they can bring to the table. St. Clair Saints, though, they have got to really get their act together here. Shake off, the first map there controls its own beast anyways. So, I see a Baptiste here for the Saints, and I'm not hating it. That's going to be a lot of stability for the Saints. Also, Available going to be looking for a headshot right out the gate.
Go for that tried and true. See if you can give yourself a one-player advantage right as the gates open. Not really a whole lot of targets, I don't think, to lock down as Valkyries are going over to this Rhine Diva brawly composition. We're getting a little bit of the Lucio Bap, so a lot of speed, got Immortality Field. This is going to be a tough nut to crack open if you're the Saints.
We are in for a treat, too, as Maxwell, we know how good they are on the Doomfist. So early Immortality Field out from 9.
Really from both squads, dropping that Immort. Maxwell bet off a little bit more than they could chew. Quicks goes down with a quickness. And the Saints, well, they cracked that open hard. There are just shells everywhere. And now Saints are feasting on this objective.
McFlurry beats out the punching hammer there from Converse Valkyries. So, I mean, they're going to have to try to hold up close on this archway. But Apostle not having any of that, pulling up the bookstore right away.
And dropping an Amp Matrix from 9 to try to help the team push forward. But look at the aggressiveness coming out of Valkyries. They just push right on through it. Now they do end up paying for it. I like the attempt, though. Valkyrie's choice to muscle through an Amp Matrix. That says a lot about the pace that they want to play it. But they're going to need to tighten up their execution a little bit here, Billy.
Jeff, if you want to talk about the pace, how they want to go to it, let's talk about the pace of them getting this through the streets phase of Kings Row. They are on 5:05. They're looking at, maybe close to a 6-minute time bank if Valkyries do not stop the line here.
This makes this a very important defense for Valkyries. If they can put up a good hold here, it will go a long way to eat some time off the clock. Plenty of ults on both sides, and it's already a 2-player advantage for the defense. Maxwell landing the big right hook. The Valkyries do make a hold.
Hammer, somebody check his PC because he just got a 3K into that fight. And really, the aggression came through nicely. Also, looking at usage of that Deadeye, really cracked the shield of Apostle as well. But they are coming into this next fight with almost 5 ultimates. Saint should be able to win out unless Still Kiwi gets a very important Amp Matrix and just burns them down.
Fire strike through that Amp Matrix. Blizzard gets eaten! What an important play from Garchomp! Able to chomp down the Blizzard. Now Chance can use that Sound Barrier aggressively. And Garchomp follows up on a 2-kill self-destruct.
Oh, that's a beautiful fight win there. A little bit of overcommitment there, but I like the aggressiveness and I like the willingness to do something. They didn't just stand there and let things happen. They are absolutely going to stagger out this baby Diva as well. Love to see it. 345, Jeff, going into this next fight. That cost the Saints their entire bank, and they got 0 progress for it.
Yeah, talk about overcommitment. The Saints, who really invested hard in that fight, came up with a big old goose egg. Valkyries, on the other hand, some nice rotation, some good ult economy. It's going to help them win in the macro, but they still have a lot of time to whittle down, so they're going to need that discipline going. Another great Deadeye coming out of Hammer to start the fight off strong. Into the small room. Quick goes in, swinging like a madman.
Oh, that's beautiful work. And it brings a tear to my eye seeing a Reinhardt just be invincible, be the big man, and swing the hammer with impunity. That's beautiful support and follow-up from the Valkyries. And now, Saints are going to have a hard time getting around Bookstore here. They do have the Deadeye, and Cheesy get in the position to get it down.
Whoa, Hammer! Got a very aggressive spot, did get out, but unfortunately put Still Kiwi in a very bad spot. Now the BAP off the table, and that Immortality Field goes with it. Wix is going to try to get aggressive. Can't even complete the pad. What a save from Apostle. There to keep available in the fight. That's a 4v6, favoring the Saints as they continue to press forward. Both Cowboys off the battlefield, and self-destructed vest and try to buy some time. Garchomp gets 2!
Wow. I mean, there's a reset also on the Meteor Strike and gets the May into boot. Hello? with Blizzard in hand, that is a massive set of stones there from Garchomp and Maxwell to be able to stop the aggression coming in. They thought their win con was set in stone, but nay. Garchomp and Maxwell turned the fight single-handedly.
Oh my, they were down. They had no BAP. They were like just heals. What a turnaround. Now the Salvador out for chance. The Shatter does hit on the 4 from Apostle, but the counter Shatter comes through. Both teams back on their feet. Unfortunately for Valkyries, Quicks is back in spawn. Chance able to answer back. Hammer gets another one. Are you kidding me? They're going to fight back from a deficit once again. This time without their main tank. Valkyries still managed to come out on top.
Oh my goodness. Just a singular skill there of all the members of Valkyries, taking down their 1v1 duels. It was a 2v1 inside a bookstore there on Garchomp, and Garchomp still came out ahead. I think G-Scouts needs to have a little bit more accuracy with these self-destructs as well. They are 0 for 3 so far here on their attack phase. Garchomp 2 for 2, looking for another one.
Yep, 4 eliminations under Garchomp's belt with those already. Argent K with the Sound Barrier out to try to start the fight. Push it forward, Deadeye to follow it up. That's going to force Valkyries back around the corner. Garchomp can't make it back. Maxwell tried to get aggressive. Eats a headshot right between the eyes. Cheesy has finally unlocked this defense. This card has rolled all the way back to bookstore, Billy. This thing was on the verge of getting into the Foundry.
5:30 plus on the clock when they rounded the bookstore. And now we are down sub 30 seconds, Jeff. That is a 5-minute hold, and they still have not gotten there yet. They do have Amp Matrix, though. Saints should be able to buy this corner with it.
Oh, it's just an impressive clutch play from Garchomp in particular. Yes, doing fine work as well for Valkyries. Amp Matrix up as Hammer's Deadeye blocked by the main wall. As Valkyries once again try to push past it, try to divert the attention from the attacking Saints, and it diverts them enough to where Garchomp lands another, and the rest of the Saints are forced off the point. What a huge hold from Valkyries.
Shiny Gold Star right now? That's definitely going in Garchomp's favor. Good Lord. All the value out of the self-destructs possible. Also with a Blizzard Eat as well, Jeff. So not only getting it done with the ultimates, but also with the cooldowns as well. Big reason why they stalled out the Saints. Let me remind everybody, 5.5 minutes they had to get to point B. And they just couldn't. Yeah.
It was fantastic ult rotation. Great discipline. And they won that in the macro with it. There was a fight there where both teams had even amount of ultimates. St. Clair spent all of their ults. Valkyries only spent 3. And still had 3 to use for the next fight. And they won that fight with using nearly half of the ultimates invested. From then on, and Valkyries were able to just continue this wonderful rotation of their ults, always finding max value. And then, well, I mean, we might as well just dub these some Gar bombs because those were phenomenal.
I love it. I love it. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Looking at Saints, though, there's a little bit of adaptation going on here, Jeff. If you want to take a look at the support department, our junk is going to be going into the Brigitte. That is in direct relation to Maxwell bringing out, or the anticipated bring out of the Doomfist once again, trying to protect 9 and probably available as well.
Yeah, I think it's a smart play from Argent K right there. Maxwell, even if not getting 3 kills a fight, not hard carrying, provides so much distraction, and it allows Hammer and Quicks to do just that right there. With your head turned, you never see the shots from that Peacekeeper coming. The Hammer line true, the Fire Strike ripping through your front line, and Valkyrie is picking up this point.
Yep, and Hammer is definitely showing their prowess on the DPS once again. Maxwell and Hammer, the DPS duo for the Converse Valkyries. Man, that is a quick unlock of this first point, just as fast as we saw the Saints do it. Now, how are they going to deal with the Streets phase? We saw a full hold or a really massive hold come from the Valkyries here. Are they going to be able to push up and get around the corner?
We're going to get the battle of the main tanks of this fight. Maxwell! Oh my goodness. Taking matters into his own hands. Does eventually go down, and Hammer has fallen as well. So despite the early pick onto that Baptiste, Valkyries are trying to push with no DPS, but they're still able to pick up a couple kills. They've got a clear advantage in this fight. They're going to run off the rest of the Saints.
Yep, and I think this is great staying power into the fight. And there we go, Garchomp getting the kill onto the Cowboy there. That's going to be a long walk from spawn. And now they've got a clear advantage to get around the corner here. They've got the Shatter. I mean, this is going to be mind games between Apostle and Quicks.
Yeah, that unfortunate close spawn for Cheesy meant the stagger kill comes through, and it's only going to be one fight for Saints to be able to defend. They don't get a chance to hold Bookstore. They have got to make a stand right here and now.
There it is, there it is, there it is!
Another bomb in, Maxwell with the disruption, and Apostle gets blown to smithereens. That's the disruption I'm talking about. Maxwell turns around and lands the big right hook. We're going to get the Meteor Strike into the back. Eventually gets taken out, but job done. The Sacrificial Lamb trading Maxwell for 2 points in the column and the victory in the series. Now we will still play map 3, but it is a 2-0 for the Converse Valkyries right now.
Yeah, it's all going to be about map points come the end of the season. So, I mean, every point will count here. But I tell you what, Hammer just had a fantastic day. Stunned out of the Deadeye there and drops his own. That's just beautiful work. Love to see it. Hammer showing that he's not only a great main tank player, but also the hit scan DPS. Absolutely filthy. Garchomp still winning my my gold star competition right now because good Lord, every single self-destruct here on King's Row got at least 1 kill, if not, the doubles that we saw come out. So beautiful off-tank work, not only with the defense matrix, not only with the peel for the backline, but also the eat of the blizzard that would have won the Saints, the streets phase, basically. That was the turner there for them.
It really was, and that was what got them that great ult economy that I spoke of. And then able to win fights, even without the main tank there. Garchomp still able to hold the line and lead his team to victory in several of those fights. Well, we're going to take a quick little intermission. When we come back, we'll see if Valkyries can complete the full 3-0 sweep. We'll see you here in a moment. Well, that's a 2-0 lead right now for Converse Valkyries as we head into map number 3. The Saints can't win the series, but they can still, put a map score in their favor, which, like you mentioned before the break, could come in very important, could play a big part as we head on through this deep tournament.
Yeah, Dorado's coming up next. And so far, what we build as a DPS difference has come to bear. I'm telling you what, Hammer and Maxwell have been putting on a clinic. And, while we see, Cheesy and Bailable really doing their best to counteract it, the synergy of the Converse Valkyries right now is a beautiful thing to see. You can see the communications, you can see the rotations on the screen, and their communication, you can see it just happening before our eyes. So, I'm loving what I'm seeing here. Will we see Winston come out here from Quicks? I think
hurt my
Winston
feelings.
would not. I mean, I know you love the monkey. I love the monkey too. But we also might see the Farrah come out once again.
He's a scientist, Billy.
Tier 2. Tier 2 contenders commercials coming to you live here in NECC. And I'm a scientist. And you might have an addiction to peanut butter. So, Converse Valkyries, though, coming out on the defense again. No side swaps here, Jeff. Looking like we're going to pull a little bit of the Halt Hook. One of the old OG compositions here in the tank line. And, man.
Ball and chain. Oh, nope. We're going to get double shield.
Little debate. Yeah, but I mean, I don't hate this either. Garchomp has had a great off-tank performance today so far. I'm definitely interested to see how they're going to do with the Sigma. And we do get to see Monkey possibly coming out from the Saints.
Yeah, Valkyries have shown us 3 different compositions entirely, 3 different styles for our 3 maps of the day so far. The Saints choosing to go on attack, by the way, do indeed roll out with a bit of the old, kind of a rush dive hybrid here, really a poke dive hybrid. As Cheesy's taken to the high ground with this Soldier. Soldier able to put in a lot of constant pressure, which would be good into breaking these shields. Try to get Valkyries uncomfortable, see if they can surround him and find a vulnerable target for Bailable to pounce on. Bailable's forced to use that recall early, but the Saints have managed to push Valkyries back off the high ground, back towards the courtyard.
The real question I've got right now, Jeff, is how is Bailable going to be able to close the difference with the distance with the 2 shields, also with Maxwell with the flashbang? I mean, Bailable is going to be in so much duress throughout the entirety of this map.
Yeah, it's a lot to work around, no doubt. I mean, you've got Halt, Creation, Shield Bash, and that deadly flashbang, all with Bailable's name on it. Argent K goes down early, but the tank line of the Valkyries has been sent packing, and that is a +2 now for the Saints, as they're going to barrel over the double shield composition, grab themselves a point, eh? Ooh, that card's a little further back than I thought. There may be time for a recontest.
There should be time for a recontest. A Hammer swapping over to a Tracer of their own, so now you got more mobility. Didn't see very much value out of the Assassin there, so that'll be point A unlocked. Cheesy's going to have the Tech Visor ready to go in this next fight. Argent K had already used the Nano most ostensibly onto Apostle to keep him up to that last fight, so not on the table right now.
No, but it does mean Apostle has this primal rage, just getting popped immediately, and just absolutely bullied off of that high ground. It's going to go back in for a second try with about a 3rd health, and that was ill-advised. Maxwell takes down the rest of that bar, and it looks like the Saints are just going to reset minus the main tank right now.
Yep, and I mean, Bailable and Hammer going 1v1 here, and who's going to come out on top of that one? Not necessarily sure, but both CPS Ultimates ready to go for Saints. They should be able to burst down some shields using the Tac Visor.
Valkyrie's dropped off of that high ground after killing Apostle. I don't know if I agree with this. They're going to press that aggression, dropping both support ults, and try to muscle their way forward. They find Apostle for a second time. Focusing down the Winston time and time again has served them well, and it looks like dropping to the low ground was indeed the right call.
Yeah, it's the initiation tool, getting all the work done for that. So, I mean, 3-4 ultimates ready to go for Valkyries. They're going to have their choice of how they want to rotate it, and I think that Hammer goes into the back and tries to land one onto 9, and if they can get that, that should win them this next fight.
Where they're set up here in this choke. This looks like one of my ranked games, Billy. tried to set up here, but Valkyries are a lot smarter in their positioning. They'll know when to pull back, but it has left Chance vulnerable to this pulse bomb. Now self-destruct going up to the high ground. Nanabu's on to Cheesy, who's going to pop that tack visor. That's quite a lot of ultimate, but hitting the goods with them. Trying to burn down Garchomp. Will find that kill. Cheesy with a nice flank and a great timing on that visor.
Yeah, I mean, and they just absolutely spent the bank there just to get them around the corner. So they've got another corner to get around here, and that's going to be time for a Gravitic Flux. If Quicks can land a halt into that and drop the hammer from Maxwell, this could be an extremely bloody engagement.
And that was the high risk, high reward of dropping down and the defense trying to play so aggressive. Valkyries eventually pay for it. They're going to try to take it back now. The car is rounding the corner. Come up, drop this shield down. Look for an opening with this Gravitic Flux. Garchomp picks up one, doesn't even need it. Here comes Apostle from inside the vault. Maxwell drops the Deadeye, trying to pick up the angry scientist, but Apostle just gets the heck out of dodge. Meanwhile, Chance falls, and the protection he is gone. There goes Apostle to follow up on that. Kiwi's out of the fight. Both supports down here for Valkyries. They're going to go ahead and invest the Flux and try to bring it back. Striking back on Argent K. Hitting the back line on the other side. Both teams limping through the back end of this fight. And Valkyries, courtesy of Hammer and Garchomp, looks like they're going to hang on.
1.26 meters is what separated them from, where they're at right now and taking the second point and heading inside of the factory here. So, man, available closest right now for the Saints with an ultimate pulse bomb. Got to be looking for Chance. Still, Kiwi can deny spacing. I hope that they have retaken the high ground here, because that would be a great place to deploy that amplification matrix.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get a high ground v high ground duel. G-Scales and Apostle are down low, so a bit of a split attack. Argent K trying to blow up the rest of this primer will be the real go sign here. There it is, right on cue. Apostle coming in with maximum shock value. Go low it and put a lot of pressure down. But is forced off by that Ant Matrix. Still, he has dropped in the doorway. Chance able to armor everybody up, and Maxwell's going to step out. Get two with the Deadeye. That's Cheesy and Argent K suffering at the hands of that ultimate. Garchomp continuing their impressive run here in our opening week as well.
Yep, and I mean, just beautiful rotation there coming from the entirety of Valkyries. That halt brought everybody back in. 1.1 meters. Still inching ever closer. I mean, they're 14 centimeters closer to getting to what they need, but my goodness. Saints, I mean, they really are expending ultimates at an alarming rate and not getting a necessary value out of them. Scales is going to have to deploy everybody out of the way with this self-destruct coming up.
They don't have a whole lot to work with other than that self-destruct. Meanwhile, you've got Garchamp on the other side, waiting to greet them with this Gravitic Flux. Going in deep, that's Apostle, trying to put some pressure on the back line, but those Hyperspheres do so much damage. Quick's able to get the final blow from across the way. And now with the overtime wick burn in, Saints don't have the cornerstone of this composition. Apostle's got to swap to a ball to try to get back into this fight, but Bailable is down. Self-destruct tossed in from G-Scales. That's going to find Chance, but Stokey Lee is going to answer right back. Brick gone. Maxwell lands the flash and the headshot. The Deadeye is going to do a lot of damage to Apostle. That still Kiwi will finish off. Another smart Ant Matrix there at the end from Still Kiwi, the unsung hero of this Valkyrie squad right now.
Whew. I'm loving it. I mean, they did not panic. Even with 1.1 meters to go, they stood their ground. They still managed to keep their ultimate rotation in their favor, and they dropped them when they needed them. And I think that's the big difference between what we're seeing from Converse University and St. Clair College right now, is the timing and the rotation of ultimates that are being used. I think the Converse is just being a lot more crafty with them, a little bit more sneaky with them. I mean, Maxwell dropping the hammer there with the Deadeye into the Gravitic Flux, catching what he needed to out of it and getting a lot of collateral damage onto the Apostle Wrecking Ball. I mean, that was just quick as you like. So win condition set to get them their full sweep. They just got to get 1.09 meters, and they will take that third point here in week 1 in our Legends division here in the NECC. But Saints,
I just want to make a point where you're talking about smart ult usage real quick. The nano engage, where we saw Apostle go to the high ground with the nano boost trying to pressure the backline. Still, Kiwi doesn't drop this aggressive, greedy Ant Matrix. No, they drop it back in the doorway, and it completely denies Apostle any value on what was their best opportunity to take that second point. So, I mean, just brilliant ult usage here from Valkyries.
Blackout DPS coming out for Saints, though. This could play a little bit of havoc with the Valkyries, and they are going to go ahead and stick with the Roadhog this time, Jeff. But they've got Tracer and Reaper now, so lots of mobility there from Maxwell, and then just the burst down tank damage of the Reaper.
I expected Garchomp to be the one to swap, just looking for that halt hook right out of the gate. Okay, yeah, it does eventually go on over to a little bit of the rock and roll, the wrecking ball with that Sigma. Sigma able to hold down the front line and kind of protect your DPS with a rush style composition with this wrecking ball. So this is very frontline heavy. Just want to barrel forward with a quickness, and that's exactly what they do. Finding the kill onto 9 along the way. And St. Clair Saints, they're not able to get a foothold at all. They cannot find the targets they're looking for. Overpowered by the Converse Valkyries.
Jeff, that accretion that came out from Garchomp caught 4 people. They were all just ready to go. That should be a quick kill there. Does he get the kill? Does he get the kill? No.
Cheesy picked up the mini. Yeah, nice little duel. It's Cheesy lucky to get out of there. That was a little bit of a greedy play. Cheesy somehow still alive. And it's given themselves an opportunity to contest here in Courtyard.
Yeah, but Jeff, Quicks, after the first engagement, swapped off the Orisa, bringing out the ball, already has mines available.
Yeah, ton of value coming out of Quicks yet again. Cheesy put some pressure down, really wants to get up to this EMP, but no luck. Hammer able to find 2 kills with those Hellfire shotguns. Quicks unleashes the mines, and that cleans up the rest.
Yep, and just a couple meters left to go, and it is all she wrote. Bye-bye G-Scales, bye-bye everybody. And, they've only used the Pulse Bomb and Mines so far. They've got 3 ultimates, almost 4 ready to go. I'm looking for Garchomp to be really emboldened by this coalescence that's coming up from Still Kiwi.
Argent K gonna swap over to the Ana. Really needs to build up that nano boost as quickly as humanly possible. Cheesy is finally approaching this EMP, and that's what they're gonna be relying on to try to put a stop on the pain train that is the Converse Valkyries.
Oof. Death Blossom is gonna be very hard to get off, especially with the DM. Also the sleep. Also, the manual hack.
Good EMP, finds chance. No sound barrier available, but Kiwi does get the coalescence out. Death Blossom out as well, but like you said, tough to get value out of that one. Slept out of it, punished by the rest. But you know what? And they're still able to pick up the kills despite not getting any initial picks. Valkyries are able to push forward. It was that coalescence from Kiwi. Wonderful play from Still Kiwi yet again.
Yep. Rapidly approaching my silver star for the day. But we'll see when they get out here. A little swap over here from Cheesy. Gets pile drived into oblivion. Self-destruct from G-Scouts. You've got to land a massive one here, my friend.
St. Clair Saints are struggling to get out of the power plant right now. Valkyries have them on lockdown. The tanks are pressed up past the box of victory, but a good shot lands, but not before Maxwell can get the stick. 1-for-1 trade coming through as a self-destruct topped in by G-Scales. That one finds Garchomp. Yet traded out yet again. These are going to favor the defense. Available has the nano boost. Trying to finish off Quicks. Will find that pick, giving the edge over to St. Clair as they try to hang on, but there's still plenty more work to do here, Billy.
Oh,
the Death Blossom! Oh, no! Hammer!
Done.
Bringing him back from behind. Hammer finds 4. Looking for the 5th. Give him the 5th. Does not end up getting it in the end, but what he does get is his team, the big old W. Converse taking Dorado in the 3-0 sweep. GG's all around.
Good grief, Hammer. That was filth. They did not know that was coming. They lacked the critical information, Jeff. They did not know that he was there, ready to go with the Blossom. And once
Let's see it again.
This go out, there it is. Bye-bye.
Oh, man, they were down one of the fight and down some crucial members as well, but we've seen it time and time again this series. It's always winnable for those championship squads, and once again, the Valkyries fight back from a player deficit and are able to pull through without their main tank and are able to pull it through. This squad's going to be deadly here in our Legends division. Our top cream of the crop division at our NECC and Converse University. The Valkyries, man, that's a strong showing in week 1.
Ooh, and Best Buds got to be proud of their boy Hammer right now because
No doubt.
absolutely showed out there on the DPS. Normally a main tank player. Got to remind everybody of that again. Generally a fantastic tank player as well. But Quicks really brought up the rear on that one. Still giving the gold star to Garchomp. Just fantastic off tank play. The peel was great. The usage of cooldowns, the ultimates were fantastic. So yeah, that's my MVP of this match.
Oh, that's a tough call. I mean, there's a lot of weapons on this Valkyrie squad. I mean, still Kiwi, I think, gets my nod for the day, honestly. Still Kiwi had constant impact, beat on the Zenyatta or the Baptiste. Really, really impressed by their play once again. But I mean, there's just so many weapons. I mean, when your main tank can just swap over to DPS. I mean, Hammer's still listed as the main tank on this roster. No. Just gonna come in and pick up the cowboy, pick up whatever you need me to do. Hammer says to his squad. I mean, when you have that kind of versatility, those kind of weapons, this team is definitely going to be one to keep our eye on as we continue through this fall tournament.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it. And we'll be back here next week, I do believe. We'll see what the rotation comes up with. But man, I mean, what a fantastic day of games so far.
Yes,
and we're
what a
not
start.
done yet.
No, we got a 5th map coming at you. Ult Charge and Chase will be taking the reins and guiding you through our 5th and final series of the evening. We're going to get that set up, and we will be back with you in just a few.
And welcome back, everyone. We are back with more NECC action. I'm Chase Nuclear Nukem, and I'm joined here tonight by my co-caster, Berkeley Stevens. Berkeley, how are you feeling tonight?
Nuke, I am pumped up, man. The last time we were together, we were casting Fanshawe versus Becker in the finals, and I just know this season of the NECC is going to be a notch above last season. They're always improving, and I am ready to get this Navigators Division game underway.
100%. We went ahead and finished the game earlier between Converse and St. Clair Saints over in the Legends division, and now we're going into the Navigators division. Yellow specifically, we have Fresno State Blue versus University of Northern Alabama. Tell me, Berkeley, thoughts on this upcoming game?
It's going to be a big test for University of North Alabama. They're new to the NECC, at least this roster is for the fall coming up, and Fresno, they're going to be defending a title. They had a couple of players leave over the summer. That always happens with these programs. So they had to adjust. They had to rebuild a little bit, but their coach is still very confident, and they have the same goals of defending that title. They were pretty much blown away. They did not expect to be title contenders last year in the spring. They were really just rolling with it, having fun, and the season just kept going their way. Just game after game, it was going their way. And then eventually they found themselves in the playoffs, and it didn't stop there. So this is a team that is coming to compete, but North Alabama, they say that they are as well. They're looking to leave it all out there. That's what their coach told me. Nuke, what are you looking forward to in this game as we head into Ilios?
As we head into Ilios, I'm excited, like you said, to see what Fresno has to bring to the table this time. I remember watching KCV and Bacon Strip both back in our spring action. And KCV, if I remember, yeah, he's got a pretty sick Reaper. Funny enough, too, his name is named after Kobe Bryant. But looking at North Alabama, I'm looking at this team for this upcoming match. They're new to the NECC, but their purple team competed in the spring. So their gold team, which is the team we're going to be watching, hopes to carry on that legacy. It's going to be interesting to see if they're going to be able to bring it out or not. But I hope to see all the effort that they put in. Their coach said great things. They've been putting in the effort, and they're going to give it everything that they have. So, as we move into the point, we've got some action. Tell us a little bit more about the comp that we're seeing before us, Berkeley.
Well, we're seeing a couple of birds in the skies. One just took down a Mercy, and that's going to open things up here, but KCV might have gotten the better pick there. Eliminates the hit scan on the other side. That's going to open up the skies a lot more for one Farah, even though they're going to be lacking that Mercy. Bacon Strip doing all in their power to keep this team alive, but KCV coming in the nick of time to deal some damage with those rockets and take down that Reinhardt nuke.
Yeah, Flower of Ghost looking to pick the Mercy too, and it's going to happen. That's all but a secured point at this point as Eason tries to back out with the Pharah, realizing there's no Mercy to pocket her.
Yeah, Eason had a little bit of a tough go of things there, and I really do think a lot of that fight did come down to Rex Adler falling early, despite that pick on the Mercy, an opening pick on the Mercy. That's every Overwatch player's dream going into a fight, but in this scenario where there's a Pharah in the skies and the hit scan is your only answer other than maybe that Diva getting up there to counter that Pharah, KCV just had too much airspace there.
100%. And playing the left side of the point here, I'm really liking this from Flower of Ghost and Liquid. Ooh, big damage coming out, almost killing the Mercy. Dead Chemist gonna barely stay alive though. Bacon Strip is going to get picked, and they are pushing in. Gold trying to hold as much as they can, but Fresno State is making the defense.
North Alabama's coming in here, and Asian's got this rocket barrage ready to rumble. Osiris just picked off the Orisa on the Fresno side of things, and here comes that barrage, finding a pair, but it's going to be Asian only finding one. KCV trying to close in on this end as those barrage traded out, and it looks like KCV, again, going to be the victorious Pharah of this team fight as Fresno State hold with 70% in climbing.
I loved watching them hold the left side of point there, Berkeley, because having the Orisa and the Torbjorn on the left side really offered a lot in the air for KCV and Dead Chemist on Fresno State. As soon as Aizen tried to come in with the Farish, she was not able to do much because they had a Torb right there with turret. Switching over to the Widow too, making their second attempt to push point, probably their final at 90%. Let's see if Northern Alabama can take this.
And you can see Osiris just having such a tough time getting in there, able to lay down that Shatter, and they're following it up with 3 quick kills, make it 4. As Cheddarmont sweeps in on the Diva, finding that 3-piece up in the kill feed. Rex Battler popping this visor, I think just because he looks cool in sunglasses, but hey, it's going to be up to North Alabama to hold this point because 99% went the way of Fresno State. They look very well oiled on this map. We'll see how they re-attack it now that it's not in their grip.
Oh, 100%, 99%, you know, even if they did get it taken, which they did, it's great to see them get so much percent on it because they win one fight, they win the game. But the Steva bomb coming out from the side of Cheddar Monk is going to do much. It is just going to take out the Immort field. Bacon Strip going to retaliate, but Aizen finding a sick kill on Flower of Ghost.
Yeah, the entire reason Flower of Ghost went down there too is because that bomb that seemingly found nothing, got out that crucial cooldown, Aizen on the right side, picks off Dead Chemist. Wow, what a phenomenal switch over to the Widowmaker. This team rocking the double hit scans now to try and counter KCV, who has been a menace up in the sky so far. Nuke, check out that check mark. Got the barrage ready to go again for this retake. But
you could say his ult is charged. We got 4 of them. Flower of Ghost popping their own ult, trying to pick this Reinhardt on the side. Oh, Goose gonna get on a purple. Gonna go down. Dead Chemist getting the res over on KCV, seeing if they're able to get a barrage in, pull this fight back together, but it looks like Fresno State is going to back up and regroup.
And good Panda with that anti-nade threw a strike right on a Flower. That is just so tricky. You're a tank. You think you got the biggest HP pool in the game. You're fortified up on Orisa. You think you're unstoppable, and then you remember, good Panda's not on the Baptiste. They're on the Ana, and that can be so critical. Just those cooldowns coming in, taking away the healing. That made the difference in the last fight. KCV now looking to line up this barrage, but Liquid first with the visor. Finds 2 before being brought down by Rex, and now the barrage. Finding another pair as Flower gets the 5th of the fight. Just a Widowmaker left standing, but Aizen coming out on top of the duel with KCV, but I think it's enough here, Nuke. No recontest in Fresno State. Take Ilios well.
Wow, and that was a pretty convincing take from Fresno State. Now, I will say, Northern Alabama was able to come back. They were able to do really good in taking the point all the way up to 99% on their take back. If they won that last fight, they probably would have taken the point for sure. I don't think that Fresno would have had enough time to regroup. But Fresno showing their dominance on Ilios for sure.
And we are going to see Fresno switching up their comp just a little bit. North Alabama still rocking with those double hit scans, expecting the Pharah from KCV, but instead a full brawl setup with the Lucio to rush it down. We'll see how North Alabama responds. They might be thrown on their back foot to start this point.
North Alabama, I'm telling you how they're going to respond. They're going to switch up their comp a little. Chowdermonk running the Zarya, and Rex Badler throwing it over to the Junkrat. Everything else is staying the same for the most part. We're keeping the Mercy, we're keeping the Ana. I'm really excited to see how this brawl comp does. And I'm not quite sure why we're running with the Widow, but if they're able to get the picks, which we saw the last map, it's Aizen's season, so that could be a possibility.
Flower does have the only shield on the side of Fresno State, so those sightlines could open up, but Nighty Night finding the first pick of this fight. KCV making the presence felt on the new McCree pick that he is onto. And Fresno State, they're going to get the point first. It's going to start to uptick, but I do like this Junkrat pick that we see Rex on. If he plays his range, farms up that Riptire, which he's doing a great job of right now, he could make an impact with that ultimate. That pick right there doesn't matter so much. We're only 15 seconds into the round. Rex was really just trying to get as much of that Riptire charged as he can because he knows that's going to be a win condition on this point.
As you said, we had 15 seconds into the round. I look up and I see Bacon Strip already has their ultimate. So that's going to be interesting going into the next fight. The only one on the map right now with an ult, and this backfield could do a lot in terms of defending this point.
It certainly could. That amplified damage just puts so much pressure. Despite having 2 shields in the comp, it can start to get ugly fast. And the Shatter now online for Flower, but doesn't even seem like they'll need to use it here, as look at those kills coming through. Really, nothing used in terms of ultimates that time for Fresno. The fight just spilled out of those staircases, and Osiris unfortunately caught that pin from Flower, taken out of the fight early without even being picked, and from there it snowballed in Fresno's favor.
Yeah, Fresno now sitting at a clean 65%. 3 ultimates to 1. It's like you said earlier, Rex could find some value with this Riptire. We're going to have to see now because this is where it's going to count.
This is definitely where it's going to count. Bacon Strip opens it up early, though, with that window, and that's going to be enough to fire strike down Osiris. The Riptire goes around the outside, but finds nothing more than an immortality field. Cheddar over to this Roadhog pick. Did hook in Flower on the Reinhardt, taking down North Alabama's main tank, but they still have Nighty Night on high charge on Zarya, coming up on a grab, and KCV right now zoning everyone away with that Deadeye, and two fall into it. Unfortunate for North Alabama as they seemingly walk into that one. 99% capped for Fresno, and that is going to be Ilios going their way.
And my good lord, good panda, how many times are you throwing that ante, trying to save the Rhine at the end there, but getting 3 in the process on point. Good panda showing the mechanical skill for the side of NAG Gold.
Play of the game here. KCV holding this high noon seemingly forever, using the full 6 seconds there. Getting 2 with the ultimate, rolling into a 3rd kill there as his team. You can just see, Nuke, how they're so close by. And that is the key with these brawls is you got to enable that McCree somehow. If he becomes the shot caller in a fight and it switches from Reinhardt to McCree, you got to roll with it as the brawl comp. You got to be backing up your characters on your team that can really just be the most lethal at any given time. And right there it was KCV.
Yeah, and KCV really put it out that game. That was a good map overall for Fresno State. They were taking as much as they could and not leaving anything behind, quite frankly. We are going into the next map here very soon, but I think first we're going to have a short intermission.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting. At no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Welcome back to the final game of the night. I'm Berkeley Stevens, joined by my buddy Chase Newcomb. Nuclear, it's 1-0 after map 1. Ilios went 2-0 to the way of Fresno State. How can North Alabama bounce back? Because Fresno, they looked good on 2 different comps there. We're starting to see some depth, even though we're only 1 map in.
Yeah, Fresno definitely taking the opportunity to try out what compositions may work, switching over a couple of times in that game. But we also did see North Alabama take the opportunity to try to switch off and counterplay some of what Fresno was putting out. Unfortunately, their brawl just wasn't able to take it. I don't know if I liked the Widow pick on the end of that second map. It would have probably been a little bit more effective to have something that would have been in the fight, mainly because they weren't able to get much value off of it, right? They didn't really get the picks to help snowball them and take the fights. So in the future, moving forward onto the next map, I'd love to see a little bit more diversity and change in terms of what we're swapping off to deal with on the other team.
Yeah, the double hit scan was definitely to answer the fire in the skies for Fresno. Doesn't seem like KCV is going to be on that pick. Over to the McCree, probably to the Widow just for the scouts, looking out the spawn door, seeing what action is out there, seeing if he can get a read on North Alabama's defense. They're running the Torb and the Hanzo for Kings Row and Nuke. I love that combo. Aizen has that ultimate that can really zone away the entire point. Great way to defend this first objective. And then Rex has that Dragon Strike 2 combo with Cheddar, of course, with that Graviton Surge. Fresno State, if they stay on the Widow here, they might have the work cut out for them.
Looks like they are switching over to the Kree, which I love to see, as well as the diversity in these teams. Rex Badler switching over to the Hanzo. Exciting to see what he's going to be able to do with that, such as also we're seeing Duncan switch over to the Moira. The massive Kamehameha plays might be too much for Fresno to handle. We are switching sides, so Fresno is in the red this time. Northern Alabama repping the blue.
That was a fantastic Maywall there from Liquid. Unfortunately for them, they do go down early. Now Fresno, even though they open the fight with a pick, they find themselves down a member. If they can recollect themselves off spawns quickly, they'll have an advantage for next fight, but they've got to be fast, Nuke.
I don't know if they're going to be fast enough. Realistically, they're going to be able to get back pretty quick as they're almost back already, hopping and skipping over. They are going to push up and try to take point, though. Flower of Ghost pushing in, swinging hard, going for a charge. Going to get the pin on Osiris. Osiris going down, they're taking point. Although purple, they do have the backfield up, and they are taking the corner of the point, playing this corner beautifully.
And I noticed it in the first fight, too. Liquid has great Maywalls. They split the team off both times that player has used them, and that's exactly what you're hoping for out of the brawl. It's going to be very tough to consistently do that through Kings Row, but to open things up here, that is great May play as this team switches over to a brawl comp that's going to rely a lot on Liquid's walls, and there's another one to seal off Cheddar Monk, and this could be snowballing into second point as Shadow gets laid down, but the follow-up might not be there. Good anti-heals coming in, but not enough to keep up Osiris.
And Liquid, dear Lord, we're seeing the great Maid play today. I cannot believe what's going on. Trying to keep Rex alive. Good Panda doing what good pandas do best, and then paying for it with their life. Liquid, I'm telling you, coming out swinging. Ice, baby.
Yeah, Liquid, you can tell, just freshly washed down that mouse pad. Maybe gave it a power wash because those right clicks are coming in pretty crisp here. It's not just the freezing, it's not just the walls. We did see a couple of those icicles connecting later in that fight as just started to snowball that with Flower alongside just the two of them, pushing North Alabama back as far as they can, and now they've got their backs up against the final area of point 2 here, and this could be heading to 3 very quickly, but it's got to be a flurry of ultimates from North Alabama to finally put a stop to this payload, putting it in park and sending KCV packing, trying to run for his life. I don't know, if I was KCV, I would just roll right into it, get staggered, maybe save some time. No, it doesn't fall to the Hanzo on the way out, so making the good play.
Rex also, little known facts, Rex is a geometry major because those angles were clean. As he turned the corner, got their Dragon Strike, picked 2 of the team, and separated them enough for them to push him back for the team fight. Rex doing, High Noon coming out from behind the Reinhardt.
That is
get
such
Osiris.
an aggressive high noon right behind the Reinhardt, making everyone on North Alabama incredibly nervous. You can see him as they start to backpedal, and nothing gives on the side of Fresno State. The shield doesn't crack. Everyone menacingly keeps walking forward, and they've found themselves the second point with nearly 5 minutes on the clock, Nuke, going into third.
Yeah, this is a pretty big push from Fresno. They are doing exceptionally well, especially looking at ult management. Look, they have 2 online, enough to defend here. Northern Alabama having most of their ults come up at the same time. It's just not good for the economy, right? You want a couple of ults to have at a time. Massive Earth Shatter coming out from Flower of Ghost. Nine looking for something, but Azen Season with the headshots coming out, picking apart all of Fresno State. Northern Alabama's Azen is swinging.
Nice little 6K for you as he parks it right next to the point. Azen, how about that? Fantastic high noon when everything was looking very, very bad for North Alabama. It looked like Fresno was about to finish that map after Flower laid down that Earth Shatter, but takes nothing but a cowboy to put a stop to that push. Now Flower goes in again, this time Shadowless, but Night will have the grab. Both Zaryas will, in fact. We'll see how this one plays out. That Shatter blocked by a great bubble, only landing onto the Lucio. They're going to have to grab this to finish off the fight, using the Coalescence as well to take care of things here. It doesn't look like Fresno's going to fall that easily. In fact, they do take down Rex, but Flower seems to have gone near that Omnic dungeon. Ends right into that hole, one of the only places on Kings Row you can fall off the map.
Wow. I gotta hand it to Doug Chemist on the side of Fresno State, because that Lucio drop was impeccable. It stopped everything that Northern Alabama was throwing at them. Cheddar had thrown down the grab. Osiris was swinging. We saw Duncan Kate throw out as much as they could. And wow, Cheddar getting picked off the bat. Rex taking out Bacon Strip. KCV looking for something. Is he gonna connect? Nope, that wall's gonna go down, but he is gonna take down Flower of Ghost.
Great shot there by Liquid again, on point with those icicles to take care of that rip tire from Rex. And now we're seeing Asian going around the right side here. Keep an eye out for this McCree. Already taken down. KCV still has this high noon in the back pocket. 6 bullets ready to fly, but it doesn't seem like the defense needs it yet. Blizzard, though, coming in. This is going to lock up a couple, and these icicles are not going to miss. 2 headshots now for Liquid. The pin connects onto Cheddar. That should take care of the Zarya, but great Ana healing, keeping up Cheddar for now. And Liquid still, if it's standing still, he's not going to be missing those shots. 2:20 on the clock. North Alabama scrambling to get back out here, and it doesn't look like, Nuke, they're going to be able to.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 17 seconds left on the clock. That was huge for Fresno State Blue. And what a push. Liquid is being so oppressive on this May and giving NAG Gold nothing to breathe with.
Yeah, I think Liquid's got a paperweight on the W key, because just moving like a main tank out there, always right behind Flower. Those two really just pressuring North Alabama so much, backing them down all of Kings Row, putting 2 minutes up on the clock after third point. This team is looking strong on the defense. They can make a lot of mistakes. They can take some chances here, because odds are that they're going to be able to whittle down this clock and still have this map in their favor.
More than likely, yes. I would like to see how Northern Alabama responds this round on offense. You know, this map often called Scrims Row because it's one of the most balanced maps in Overwatch, a lot of teams would argue. There's a lot of discord over what maps are good and what aren't, but I think everyone can safely agree that Kings Row is a map that you take to scrims, especially to improve skills. So I'm excited to see if, you know, maybe their offense is a little bit more aggressive than the defense was, because they did have some really, really great plays, especially on the side of Azen and Cheddarmonk, getting massive ults in their own regard.
Yeah, those ultimates were big. Cheddarmonk had a great grab comboed with that Coalescence, like you were saying. Now we're seeing good Panda onto the Brig. I do like that. That's going to hinder what Flower is able to do on Reinhardt. You can't just walk straight forward into a team that has a stun ready and waiting for you like good Panda will on this Brig. Now we're seeing Asian just trying to open up this defense, taking that angle along the right side as Osiris starts to close in. Now the space has been made. Fresno has been backed down, but Liquid's got a May wall for everything. Throwing that one out. Cheddarmonk trying to find a pick, but Osiris, unfortunately, walled off for too long. Does fall to Liquid eventually. Immortality Field used as well. Fresno State sending everything they can at North Alabama. And it's going to be Flower with 2 on the back of 1 charge. KCV comes into a kill as well. And Fresno, somehow, they fight their way out of that corner they were stuck in, and they take the first fight here on defense.
Fresno's healers know what they're doing. My lord, they were so low when Northern Alabama pushed them to the corner, but Fresno responded beautifully. They backed up to the corner of point in the entrance, behind the Reinhardt, said give it a second, and then they engaged together. The synergy on this team is impeccable.
And you can see they're all on the same wavelength of where they want to go, how they want to defend Kings Row here. They like to back into this corner. It's going to be trickier here as North Alabama comes through the hotel, but Fresno State still looking ready to receive this offense, and they can strip the only loss so far, but that could be crucial here as Rex does have the visor. Unfortunately, though, Liquid again with the icicles. Liquid is already making a case for themselves to be the player of this match because they're doing hit scan things on May right now like it's nothing.
Yeah, Liquid is... look at the ult charge on the side of Fresno State. They are doing so much. 5 ultimates. If Northern Alabama pushes it now, they've got to get a big play from Rex. Earth Shatter coming out on the edge of point.
Shatter. You hate to see
Rex
your
backing
Ryan
up.
frozen up. Rex has got to run, though. I mean, North Alabama, they're scrambling here. They got 2 minutes on the clock. They're starting to collect some ultimates, though, Nuke. I'm seeing both tank ultimates and the rally and the high noon starting to come online. They're just going to be without Dunkanate's nano boost. That was used onto Osiris last fight to no avail, but it did get out that Earth Shatter. You see the nanoed Ryan, he's frozen up. You got to send the Shatter. Put a stop to the fight. That's what Flower was thinking. And I don't think Fresno is any worse for wear. They're going to have 5 ultimates this fight as well. Nuke, it's going to be a very colorful one.
Oh, yes. As soon as Fresno begins to defend here, we're going to see Northern Alabama come up with almost all of their ults as well. It's going to be an all-out brawl in the last hit of this point. It'll take some time for the ult to recharge, and I don't know if they're going to be able to make it back to point again after this fight. It's going to last out for a minute, or it's going to be very decisive, depending on who lands what. I will say I am loving Fresno's pacing, though, as we do see Rex Battler come in. The grab's coming out. Everything's coming out.
Man, KCV with another crucial high noon in this one, but Nuke, I think the better play there was the beat drop from Dead Chemist. That's what opened up the space for KCV because we did see Rex. We were on board with him, spectating, popping the visor from the off angle. If Dead Chemist doesn't beat right there, that visor finds at least 2. It definitely finds KCV before he's able to connect on the high noon, and that's an entirely different fight if your Lucio doesn't ult right then and right there.
Also, pay attention here to Fresno's ultimates. They explicitly said, I guarantee in comms, for May or the BAP not to use their ults. It wasn't needed. They had it locked down, and that is great communication, great coordination from Fresno. Northern Alabama had to throw as much as they could at that fight. Azen switching over to the Reaper, seeing if they're going to be able to get value, taking out Osiris immediately, pushing on the point now. Flower of Ghost trying to act as the frontline the team needs. Pushing up, Azen's going to be able to take out KCV. Shuttermuck going on Flower of Ghost. They are pushing on the point. They want this, and they're trying to take it, but the tank line and the healers on the side of Fresno are too much for Northern Alabama to handle.
North Alabama has finally done it. Liquid does come in right there, but Fresno State Blue, look at that defensive hold. GG's in the chat because there is no better Kings Row effort you could hope for than the one Fresno State just gave. Azen with the play of the game here as this was a flashy McCree play that ended up finding all 6, but it started with this high noon to counter the Shatter.
That was huge. Ryan went down immediately, saw the opportunity. Azen jumped in and said, I got this one. Headshots all around for everyone.
Definitely a great play there from Azen as they close out that defense, but unfortunately not able to find anything on the attack. Nuke, we're going to be going to Dorado next. Is there anything North Alabama can do to maybe throw a wrench in what Fresno State is running? Because the May and the Reinhardt seem to have so much synergy on the side of Fresno that is like they're just ready for any kind of composition that North Alabama throws their way.
I'd love to see North Alabama look at their pacing a little bit here in terms of how much space they're taking and how much they're giving up. Because when Fresno's coming in and when they're able to get a lot of pressure off on North Alabama, we're seeing North Alabama back off and they're get picked immediately. I'd love to see a little bit more give and take on the space and look at specifically who they're picking. It seems like they're jumping on the tank line a lot as soon as they go in. I'm seeing KCV hit the headshots on the side of Fresno State, but I'm seeing Azen hit the headshots as well on the side of North Alabama. And if Azen's able to get a couple picks on the healers in the backline, maybe Dead Chemist doing a lot with those Lucio drops. If Azen's able to get a pick or two, North Alabama can turn this around pretty fast.
And we'll see if they do. Dorado in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
We are back, and welcome back on this Thursday night. I am Chase Nuclear Nukem. I'm joined here by Berkeley Stevens, and we have round 3 of Fresno State Blue versus University of North Alabama Navigators Division, color yellow in the division. Tell me, Berkeley, what are you looking forward to in this last map? We're going to Dorado. We've seen these teams on both these previous maps. What are your thoughts?
I'm looking for North Alabama to find a way. That's all I'm looking for. If you got to pull out the Genji and start nanoblading, I don't care what you need to do. Just move that payload a little bit farther than I think chat might be expecting you to, because this is only the first game of the season. Everyone is kicking off the rust. There's no shame in the score that's going on right now or anything like that. North Alabama just needs to work on what their identity is as a team, because Fresno State, they're coming in as defending champs. They have an identity built. They've got composition set, synergy coming over from the spring. North Alabama, they don't have that yet. So if we start seeing a little semblances of them starting to build it, that's what I'm looking for, Nuke. What about you?
Honestly, I'd love to see the same. We've seen a lot of the rotations now on champs, which is exactly what I wanted to see in the last game. It was my wish list, if you will, going into the last map. Going into this final map, going into Dorado, I'd love to see how North Alabama is able to adapt now. They've tried for this whole series, and that's why I love best of fives more than best of threes most of the time. Usually you can flip it around, right? So I'd love to see how they adapt going into this next map, now knowing the strategies and playing against Fresno State. It's like I said at the end of Kings Row, I'd love to see a little bit more pacing come out from North Alabama. Only time will tell, though, as we are now dropping into Dorado.
And Dorado's going to be tough. KCV could be back on that far that was working very well on Ilios. Things are much more opened up than they are on Kings Row. I don't believe we're going to see that Graviton Surge and the Dragon Strike combo that we saw last map from North Alabama. I think they get a little more creative this round. Start to really pull into the deep bag of tricks that they might have worked on in practices leading up to this point. So hopefully that is what we see, but heading into Dorado now as we get our first look at the team comps in just a moment as we cruise around the coastline here. Nuke, one of the prettier maps in Overwatch, just in the middle of the night, but everything crystal clear here. The full moon overhead. Got to watch out for the werewolves, I'm sure, but looks like out there right now for the damage threats, we've got KCV on a Tracer and Liquid on a Sombra. So Fresno State starting to be the experimenters here on a full dive comp as they look to attack first.
I love watching heroes that can just be so frustrating to play against, because I think that that's really how you define a team's adaptivity. Exactly what I was talking about recently. And seeing Liquid go to the Sombra from the May is just a chef's kiss to that attainment. I really would love to see how massive the EMPs are going to be this game. And it could be extremely effective as Osiris is going to be swapping over, and those shields could be gone.
Yeah, Nuke, what I'm looking for this fight as Aizen starts to come in over the top with the Rockets is increased aggression from North Alabama. This is a team that now has nothing left to lose in this game, so this is the kind of positioning I am hoping that Aizen gets into. Time after time, fight after fight here. I like it. Gets hacked, still up on the high ground, but the threats are starting to come in. Look at these DPS that shouldn't be up on this high ground as easily, and KCV is right there to threaten the Pharah, and that pushes Aizen back just long enough to take the pressure away from the front line, and that's when Fresno moves in. They take out those pillars on North Alabama, and they've gotten the payload under the bridge and on the way to the first checkpoint.
Yeah, it looks like North Alabama wasn't really structurally able to drop in and do much in terms of taking out Fresno's frontline. Flower of Ghost and Nine on the Diva and the Bull, respectively, is a pretty scary combo to deal with, especially when they can get in your backline and move right past your Ryan and your Zarya and take out everyone. Take out that Ana, take out that Mercy.
It seems like North Alabama is having a lot of trouble going up against this Fresno comp. When things start to spread out, if you were having a tricky time against a Brawl and then this full dive comp is suddenly thrown at you, every target is far away, alt charge can be so slow to build up. You can see North Alabama barely pushing the 50% thresholds on half of their ultimates. That's what a dive comp that is just all around the map at once can do to you. No target that is easy to focus down, nothing on your screen for too long, as KCV and Liquid come in and seemingly just disappear from the fight after they get 2 picks. This Fresno State team is looking so dangerous to start this season.
Yeah, looking spicy for sure. Looking at North Alabama, if they are going to play this Brawl comp, like you were saying, Berkeley, I think they have to play it tighter. They have to play together more. They have to use the walls around them, because Tracer can't get behind you if your back's up against a wall, right? So I think if they played around the buildings a little bit more on this defense, they might find a little bit more of a safety in how they approach.
Got to get back out there now as they're barely contesting this point with 0.18 meters left to go, and that's when Liquid lets loose the first EMP of this Dorado match. Quickly follows it up with 2 kills. That should secure second point, and does for Fresno with 5.5 minutes on the clock. KCV starting to stumble into a couple kills, taking down the Mercy, closing in now on Rex, and Rex, unfortunately without that Wraith, is not going to last long.
Yeah, Rex Badler is Rex Satter is he's gonna get taken out. No bueno is what we call that. And I'm honestly liking Dorkrai on this Mercy for North Alabama. I think it's doing a lot for the team, able to jump in at a moment's notice. However, the healing line of North Alabama overall is going to have to play a little bit safer. We're getting dived on immediately as we are going to see Bacon Strip take out Osiris. Hammond coming in the backline, dropping on the bombs, and they're going to take out two, both Radler and Octavia. Azen going to be able to pick Flower of Ghost, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough for North Alabama.
Azen looking to make this rotation here, but unfortunately while they were doing it, already Fresno State taking the tempo to North Alabama. They come into 3 kills, but now North Alabama has a little bit of life left in them, coming out of spawn, using grab, using nano, and Osiris is able to demech the diva, clean up the baby diva as well, and they're able to push Fresno back for the first time this game. We've got a glimmer of hope, but now Nuke, there's only one ultimate left on the board for North Alabama, and Fresno State has 3 about to be online.
Well, Berkeley, honestly, I think that's the only ult they need. If I'm being honest. Azen, we saw what they could do last game, right? If we see another 6-man high noon, this could be huge.
Nick, you're pointing to center field right now, telling everyone you're going to hit a home run. Just calling the 6K from the McCree. We'll see if he's up to the task right now. He's up on the high ground as the EMP comes in. Diva Bomb able to find Rex. Cyrus and the Reaper taken down. North Alabama picking at straws right here. 3.5 minutes still they have to defend. KCV finds a pair of kills, one with the pulse bomb, one with the pistols, and it looks like Fresno has all the momentum built up their way to finish off Dorado.
Oh no. They're coming out. Osiris is going to be able to make it in time. Rex Badler is going to go down. The point, no one's on it, and it's going to go to North Alabama. I can't lie. I really wanted to see Azen come back. I wanted to see the high noon come out. But alas, this is history.
Yeah, Dorado finished with 3:19 on the clock, a very threatening attack, and we've seen what this team is capable of on defense. Surely this one looks in their favor. They have already won it on paper. This one is pretty much just for the map score. As we start to plan things early here for the end of the season, we got to have those tiebreakers in place, right? But Nuke, what I was seeing there was North Alabama, they know how to end a team fight with ultimates, but I think what's not clicking for them is calling out which ones they want to use in a fight before it happens, not just we need to ult this fight, and then also keeping themselves in check, right? If you've got 5 up on the board, don't use more than 3 if you can't. Don't use them all at the same time. Space them out a couple of seconds here and there. Let's see what value certain ultimates can get you before you invest those other ones, because if Fresno State has 4 ultimates online at the end of the game like that, this is a team that is not going to have much of an issue finishing off the map there when your backs are up against the wall.
100% the ult economy. I've been saying it since the first map. North Alabama has to manage their ultimates properly. If they're just running in and ulting, they're not going to find that value like you're talking about. And switching up comps a little bit, we're seeing Osiris switch over to the Diva, Cheddar Monk switch over to the Monkey, return to Monkey, Azen switch over to the Genji, Rex over on the Tracer. It looks like they're going an all-out dive comp of their own to match Fresno State's dive comp.
Yeah, and if I'm North Alabama here, I would have done this regardless of if you think it's the strong thing to do or not, because you're playing dive up against a team that just executed it very well, and you need to see how you do your own on this kind of composition, what you can learn from this team. Asian coming in the back line here, able to finish off that Zen with a dash. Might not be done there, taking the duel against the Brig. Dead Chemist might be dead pretty quickly here. If there was a dash reset online, it would have been faster than that, but Asian looking pretty sharp on this Genji. The Shuriken's definitely sharpened here, trying to get into a 3rd kill, taking the duel, but now some help finally arrives as Flower comes just in the nick of time to finish off Azen.
I'm telling you, it's Azen season, and Azen is swinging through them. Hey, I would say Azen's hazing at this point.
Definitely Azen's blazing. They're on fire, except they're not quite. Only 54 to Blade, but hey, we're gonna build it up. I'm interested to see what this Blade gets into, because you've got no nano. You're gonna be going up against a Brig. It might just be a Genji facepalm moment, but hey, that's kind of the Genji plays I'm here for. Liquid comes in on the Doom Fist now as ultimates start to be used here. Liquid does pop up into the skies for this Meteor Strike, but the kill he was hunting already finished off, and now we've got the DPS for Fresno starting to collect a few kills of their own. The fight, though, not over, as Night Knight is demeched and killed in the end there. Liquid trying to make this one still in the favor of Fresno, and it looks like the And the Doomfist able to do that, able to just use the cooldowns, get solo pick after solo pick. Doesn't seem like he needs much help, and Liquid is having a tough time getting focused by North Alabama.
Yeah, Liquid is slippery, to say the least. Doing everything that they can for Fresno.
Water is wet.
Water is wet. This just in, hearing this from production, water is in fact wet, and Northern Alabama is in fact struggling a little bit on this offense. Getting it 5 meters away, almost at the end of this first point. Very impressive to see from this team. See even the Diva Bomb come out, create some space. Aizen coming in. The Genji Blade is ready. Looking at this Zenyatta very closely. Backing up.
He's just trying to get this Transcendence out right now, or he's not going to be popping that Dragon Blade. Unlucky step there as he finds that mine. Sent out by Flower. Octavia doing all she can to heal up the team. In the meantime, good use of these cooldowns to cycle that healing through, but the Meteor Strike comes right on top of Cheddar and Osiris, taking down the front line. And now it's just going to spill in Fresno's favor here as they push toward the spawn. A minute left on the clock, Nuke. Aizen, though, still sitting on that Dragon Blade, could make a difference.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know if I like that Aizen still has the Dragon Blade. You know, it may prove well for this fight, but you need to use ults if you have them. And while we did say you have to map out which ones you're using, right? You could have used it earlier and got value, because I think Aizen got the Dragon Blade before anyone else got their ults.
Definitely just trying to not use it until Bacon uses that Transcendence. I think that's the key. And now the Zen is down, and that's when we see the Dragon Blade come loose, unsheathed for 1 kill so far, dashing into a second as the Baby Diva is taken care of. This payload should push toward the first checkpoint.
So how much do you charge for reads, Berkeley? Because that was insane, the way that you just predicted that. But you're 100% right. Waiting for the Transcendence to come out. As soon as the Zen died, the Blade came out, and Aizen was cutting through him.
Yeah, you could just see that was the mission all along. Cheddar Monk went in for that initial dive onto Bacon Strip, but was discorded and was actually the first pick of the fight, but that put the pressure on Bacon Strip, backed him into the corner, put him in an uncomfortable spot, and they weren't able to get that trance off in time for the Blade. In fact, they were killed first, just backed into that corner all the way, and now we're starting to see North Alabama keep this payload pushing, but Nuke, they've got to get creative with this map. There's so many high grounds you can use, especially on this second point. On the dive comp with Rex on the Soldier, you can take advantage of the map. Set yourself up quick, because if you don't, Fresno State, they will.
Yeah, they're going to have to try to get an angle here and try to get in an advantageous position, like you just said, Berkeley. Pushing around, Fresno State does have 3 ults of their own, and Dead Chemist could just sweep in with this Wriggle.
Liquid falls first again. We are seeing North Alabama starting to open fights here with picks. That beat drop barely kept alive Asian and Cheddar. Their HP got so low, it called upon the Lucio support ult to keep them alive from that Diva Bomb, and they don't want to be done just yet. Octavia using this Coalescence in line with her team, but unfortunately for her, dashed through by KCV, who's found a second with that Blade. Liquid comes in on top with a Doomfist ult, and the DPS for Fresno have secured this fight for them, and now Nuke yet again. It seems like I say it over and over. A minute left on the clock for North Alabama, and they're sitting on a Dragon Blade.
Once again, they are sitting on the Dragon Blade, and notice how Liquid got picked first at the beginning of the last fight, but it didn't matter because he's Doomfist, and Doomfist can get across points, you know, pretty fast. So it was very interesting to see Liquid come back in and turn the tides to the fight immediately. Aizen coming out with the Dragon Blade, though, trying to get a couple picks on point, going to be able to take out Dead Chemist and Bacon Strip. However, we're going to see a trade. Flower of Ghost taking out Dorkrai, Octavia falling to Nai, and the point is all but Nai, as we're seeing the pick Aizen showing that they are the better Genji as they take down KCV.
Nuke, I don't want to say that I jokingly said, go Genji, this map, as I was like, this team needs to find some answers, and they are living and dying by the Dragon Blade here, but this point is not finished yet. Still, Fresno State can get out of spawn and contest. This Diva Bomb comes out now, could find a pick or two, but instead it does not. The remake does a ton of damage right there, but again, no kills. Asian instead dashes through, melees down Liquid, finishing off the Sombra, and Night barely getting D-Mech. Almost able to get healed up by the team, but Rex instead with the visor. Aizen with the dash resets. The DPS for North Alabama suddenly making a wake in this game as this team collects second point and they've got more time up on the clock now.
Wow, that was a great take from North Alabama. Honestly, Berkeley, no matter how this game ends, I'm very impressed and proud of the North Alabama team for really pushing through this Dorado point. They've turned around and they've done exactly what I asked them to do at the beginning of this map, which was adapt. And they are doing that the best that they can, even if it is playing around the late Genji Blade.
And this is a Fresno team, too, that's given up nothing in this Dorado game. Still trying to play their best Overwatch, and North Alabama, like you said, had to adapt to a competition that seemed very out of their favor. Instead, they do have a chance at finishing off Dorado here. The time bank's still obviously very far from in their favor, but starting to get some ultimates coming online. It's looking pretty hopeful that they're able to do it, but now look in the top right of your screen, Liquid is onto a pretty silly hero as the Omnic comes out, and this Bastion could be the goal line stand for Fresno State. But first, a Dragon Blade from KCV takes care of one, almost a second, but Octavia aids out of that in the nick of time and then latches on to KCV to finish off that kill. North Alabama, they're starting to play very well with this new composition of theirs.
Yeah, that was a strong counterplay from Octavia for sure. Cheddarmonk tearing apart this backline, and there is follow-up from Azen. Azen having the ult as well. While they are out of time, that may not matter here as Azen is going in on the ulting Brig. Gonna find the kill now, going in and on backline for KCV, trying to get a kill of his own. Is that gonna be enough? Octavia coming in, try to heal up as much as they can. They are still pushing this payload, and the ults are up. Soldiers coming out with the visor. Is it gonna find a pick? Not sure.
Rex just trying to find anything with that visor, but nothing pokes out in the line of sight. Dorkai has to pop this B drop just to keep this team sustained through what could be their final chance at taking a map off Fresno State. They've got to continue this Dorado map if they want to be the victors of any. So it's all up to the supports here to keep them in this fight, and that's what Dorkai just did. Now anyone on North Alabama is just scavenging this point, trying to find these straggling kills that are left about. And Chemist does fall to Octavia and the tanks going into the back line, peeling for the team, falling back into the front line now as that bomb is able to find Dorkai. But North Alabama Nuke, they're not out of it yet as overtime still continues to tick down.
That is so unfortunate. If you didn't want anyone to get picked there, it was definitely Dorkai. Liquid finding Cheddarmonk, and North Alabama hanging onto a dream on this point. We're now seeing another visor come out from Rex Badler as he's trying to take out a target as much as he can. He's going to find Liquid, and they are pushing on this last point. Going to get taken out by Flower of Ghost. Is Osiris going to be able to answer here and hold the point for North Alabama?
It looks like Fresno State were able to come out with a Dragon Blade of their own. That's been the story of this entire map so far. Azen, the last one left alive, pulls out one last Dragon Blade, but that one is not enough. In Fresno State, Blue get the sweep. They get the 3-0 as they win Dorado 3-2.
Wow, and what a last map. That was a great map. If you're looking at any of the maps to VOD review, if I'm on North Alabama, it is that Dorado game. What a beautiful game. Azen really showing their strength in this series as the DPS for North Alabama. What a series for them. They got play of the game. What was that, 2 of their 3 games overall?
Yeah, Kings Row and Dorado, they had that play of the game locked in. So clearly the talent on North Alabama is there. The chemistry or the identity just doesn't quite seem to be there. I think at the start of this game, they thought they were a brawl team. And then after Dorado, they're going, maybe we're a dive team.
Yeah, and it worked for them. Like, the dive was the best of their comps, in my opinion. They were able to take down a target, whereas if you're playing Brawl, you can't play for that pick as strong, right? You have to kind of go back and forth, passively trying to hit as much as you can. Whereas if you're playing dive, you're all diving one target, you're picking that target. And I gotta say, I was a little skeptical by the coordination from North Alabama. It is the beginning of the season. It is their first season as a team, like, in this manner. So I was not expecting for dive to be their strongest comp by any means.
And a tough test for your first game too, going up against the defending champs from the spring in your division. That's going to be a wake-up call, but it's probably the best way for them to learn what they need to do to improve and get up to speed with the rest of the competition as this season goes on. Nuke, final thoughts on this game before we move on. Did you have a player of the match in mind?
Oh, Berkeley, I always
know
have a
you
player
do.
of the match in mind. I do. All right, so, my mind is telling me it's got to be Azen from all of the sick plays that we were seeing back and forth. But as we've said before, no great team is a great team without being carried on the backs of their healers. I got to give this one to Dead Chemist. The Lucio drops in this series were too much. And as you said earlier, Alabama would throw all of their ults at once. And once they threw all of their ults, Dead Chemist just said, okay, we're dropping B. That's it. We're good. We're saving the entire team. And it was a trade of 1-6. And for that reason, I have to give it to Dead Chemist.
I think that's a great pick, consistent through all 3 maps. During King's Row, I had Liquid up on the board there because that May play was phenomenal, but I think Dead Chemist, that's the right pick to go with because those ultimates, the speed boost, seemingly like they were captaining the team because they just had so much impact on every play that was made. I'd have to agree with you. Dead Chemist, player of the game.
100%. And I believe, Berkeley, that wraps us up for tonight. This is week 1 of Overwatch for the NECC, and I am so happy to be back. I think I speak on behalf of all of the casters, all of production here at the NECC. We love to see everyone again, and we are excited for a fall season. I've been Nuclear, joined by Berkeley, and we will see you next week.